Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126, The Outbreak of Imperial Star Academy. Qi felt Qin Wentian's momentum and her beautiful eyes flickered. Then she smiled at Qin Wentian and said, "Brother Wentian, can you really bear to attack me?" Qi looked pitiful and charming at this moment. At this moment, Qin Wentian felt that he was not facing Qi. Brother Wentian, it seems that only Kinger would call him that. The Bai family moved to the Imperial City, but Qin Wentian never saw Bai Qing again. Now a year has passed, and he doesn't know how she is. At this moment, a chill suddenly appeared. Qin Wentian's expression was like lightning. This was an illusion. Qi had the ability of illusion. He saw that his will became tough again, his heart was as hard as stone, his eyes were as sharp as a gun, and the momentum of who could compete with him emerged again, and he moved forward step by step. Qi's charming eyes were still staring at Qin Wentian, but she also felt that her eyes were about to fall into that artistic conception. The artistic conception deep in Qin Wentian's eyes seemed to give her a dream that made her unable to extricate herself. Qin Wentian also let his talent bloom from his eyes. Buzz! Fang Huoji burst out, and Qin Wentian's body stepped into the air and fell from the sky, like a terrible tiger rushing down the forest, domineering. "Brother Wentian, you are so cruel," Qi said weakly, but it couldn't shake Qin Wentian's heart at all. Fang Huoji descended in an instant, and Qi finally started her counterattack. The ice froze the Fang Huoji, and the ice spear stabbed out angrily. Although they were constantly broken, they had more spears. Qin Wentian's Fang Huoji danced continuously, the azure dragon roared, the white tiger roared, and the vermilion bird swept. All the ice spears were broken, and the unstoppable attack rolled towards Qi. Qi stepped back, but Qin Wentian didn't give her a chance to breathe. While the sixth knight was violent and good at strength, the seventh knight was agile and good at control and illusion. So, he used his strength to crush her. The seventh knight's star soul bloomed, and a circling monster ice python emerged. Its eyes stared at Qin Wentian, making him feel extremely monster. At the same time, the seventh knight's palm trembled, and a giant ice python roared out and collided with his Fang Huoji. "Brother Wentian!" Qi shouted again, and suddenly, terrifying starlight bloomed on her body. Her body spun slightly, and two golden wings seemed to appear behind her, cutting towards Qin Wentian like rows of golden swords. At this moment, it was as fast as lightning, and it was difficult to dodge when it burst out. This is her second star soul. The first star soul is the Python star soul of the ice attribute, and it is endowed with the ability of illusion. The pupils of the crowd contracted. They were all deceived by Qi, thinking that her ability of illusion was also a star soul. It turned out that it was the gift given to her by the Python star soul of the ice attribute. This second star soul is a pair of wings, which are extremely dazzling. When it sweeps out, it is like a sharp blade, trying to cut off Qin Wentian's body. Qin Wentian was frozen by the opponent with a halberd in his right hand, and Qi's wings cut through him from the right, with an extremely tricky angle. Qin Wentian's hand holding the halberd relaxed instantly, and he slapped the golden light to the right with one palm. The rumbling palm print was like a terrible torrent. At the same time, he stared at the front and spit out a sharp sword light. This battle made people feel dizzy and dazzled. It was too exciting. Whether it was Qin Wentian or Qi's attack methods, it was hard to defend against. Qi's body suddenly spun rapidly. At that moment, the sky was full of golden stars. The gorgeous wings seemed as beautiful as the wings of a phoenix. Qi's graceful body danced and spun rapidly. The sword light fell on her and she was strangled directly. Only Qin Wentian could feel how dangerous Qi was at this moment. The wings were like thousands of sharp swords slashing at him, cutting through the space. If he was hit, he would definitely die. Qi's strength is not weaker than sixth knight. The crowd exclaimed. It was worthy of being a battle at the Junlin banquet. It was really exciting. Boom! A terrifying sound came from the chakra in Qin Wentian's body. The divine essence condensed by the second-level mountain divine pattern roared and rushed into Qin Wentian's palm along the chakra. He stepped back and then stomped on the ground fiercely. With a muffled bang, the battle platform trembled. Then, Qin Wentian sent out a palm print, still the falling mountain palm, but this palm print seemed to be no longer a palm print, but a mountain pressing down directly, and the crowd felt that Kid seemed particularly small. Kid was too sharp at this moment, so he would break it with force. Bang! It was as if a mountain fell on Kid body, and her dancing figure stopped instantly. Her internal organs seemed to be shaken, and she groaned. Go down. Qin Wentian rushed in and slapped Kid body. In an instant, Kid body flew out and landed directly under the battle platform, and her footsteps retreated. Her face was red, and she finally couldn't help but screamed and spit out a mouthful of blood. Then she sat cross-legged, and her face gradually turned pale. Although her attack just now was terrible, her defense was obviously not that strong. Qin Wentian used the divine essence condensed by the mountain divine pattern to burst out the falling mountain palm attack, which was so fierce, and then added another palm. How could she not be seriously injured? Picking up the fallen Fangyan Huiji, Qin Wentian stood there, not looking at Qi Yi, but looking at the various battle stages. The breeze fluttered his clothes, and his long hair danced in the air. His eyes fell on Si Kong Mingyu on the first battle stage, as if it was a silent declaration. It was not that easy to get him off. Qin Wentian was there in 2 consecutive battles. In the first battle, he lost to Qi Yi. In the second battle, he lost to Qi Yi. Can you come back to challenge? The old man next to Chu Xianjiao asked Qi Yi. Qi Yi opened his eyes and said to him, please give me some time, let others fight first. Okay, I'll wait for you for a battle. The old man nodded. Everyone who lost had a chance to come back. Since Qi Yi was injured and didn't want to give up, then give her a chance. On the 9th battle stage, only Qin Wentian was left. He sat cross-legged and took out a meteorite. The star soul bloomed and began to absorb the power of the stars in the meteorite, and then tempered it with the star soul. He needed the purest star energy. The star meteorite in his hand was just a meteorite that fell from the wombing star in the second heaven. Only after being tempered by the star soul could he have the star energy he needed. It seems that the last palm print as big as a mountain consumed a lot of energy for Qin Wentian. Everyone thought to themselves, Qin Wentian took advantage of this rest time to replenish the star energy. The star power that can be contained in the body of a martial artist is limited. The stronger the realm of strength, the larger the container of the human body, and the more star energy it can contain. The more powerful the magical power of the attack, the greater the consumption of star energy. Therefore, if a simple magical power can be used to defeat the opponent, no one is willing to waste more star power and use their strongest power. The 7 knights of the Snow Cloud Country have been defeated twice in a row. Sikun Mingayu said calmly, and the people of the Snow Cloud Country only felt dull. Now, there are only 5 of them left on the battle stage, namely the stronger Sikun Mingayu, the second sword, the third knight, and the 4th knight. These people looked solemn, and their eyes turned to the 9th battle platform again. Zuan Country, are you bullying me because there is no one in Shu? Ruahun smiled lightly, and then she walked slowly towards the 4th knight. Since the 7th knight only had time to rest for 1 battle, then she would help Qin Wentian solve it. The 4th knight looked at Ruahun with a serious look. He had seen Ruahun's battle in the first round. This woman's body flexibility was frightening. With a long whip in her hand, Ruahun walked towards the 4th knight. Suddenly, her long whip began to dance, and for a moment it turned into whip shadows all over the sky, like thousands of sharp swords, shooting straight at the 4th knight. The 4th knight stepped forward, and then his palm trembled. A ball of green light appeared around him, covering his body. At the same time, he endured thousands of whip shadows and rushed towards Ruahun. This defense. The crowd showed a look of astonishment. Perhaps Ruahun's attack was lacking. Ruahun's body also rushed towards the other party. The 2 of them met in an instant. The 4th knight's arm turned into knife light and slashed out directly. Ruahun's body shifted and barely dodged. At the same time, one of her hands actually rested on the other party's shoulder. Bang! The 4th knight punched out, and the terrifying fist light fell directly on Ruahun's body, but it seemed to hit the air. Ruahun's body was bent like a willow branch, and then it bounced violently, and her body rolled around the 4th knight's body. Get out! The 4th knight burst out with terrifying knife intent, and the star soul bloomed, extremely violent. Ruahun's body began to spin wildly. In an instant, no one knew how many times it turned. The speed was faster than the speed of the 7th knight's rotation. In an instant, the crowd found that the 4th knight's body seemed to be buried by branches and leaves, and the speed of the knife-like cutting was not as fast as her rotation speed. Mo Shuang on the stage smiled lightly. Ruohun's performance did not surprise him. In fact, only a few people knew how powerful Ruohun's talent was. She was always smiling on weekdays, but at critical moments, she could always burst out with amazing power. The fourth night seemed to be submerged. The blade light gradually weakened until everyone could hardly feel it. Ruohun stopped spinning, and her sexy legs were still clamped around the other's head. The endless vines and willow branches completely buried the fourth knight's body. Another dark horse. Many people exclaimed. Ruohun actually used the strange star soul that many people did not think highly of to exert such amazing power. The combination of the weeping willow star soul and the long-vined star soul could actually burst out such a terrifying method. Of course, this is not just a simple combination of star souls, but also Ruohun's strength, which perfectly combines them together. My sister, why didn't you say it earlier? Fan Li below had a bitter face and forgot to bet on senior sister Ruohun. Chapter 127 Lone Star. On the stage, Ruohun still firmly controlled the fourth knight. Seeing that Ruohun still had no intention of letting go, everyone felt a little cold when looking at her beautiful face. This was going to kill the fourth knight. For such a long time, the fourth knight was probably suffering from the pain of suffocation. He has already lost, why don't you let go? Sikun Mingai looked at Ruohun and said coldly. I haven't heard him admit defeat. Ruohun smiled and said, if I let him go, he will attack me again. Sikun Mingai's eyes were cold, but Ruohun did not break the rules. She not only controlled the fourth knight, but also didn't even give him a chance to speak. It's not that the fourth knight is not strong, but Ruohun's fighting style is too weird. The combination of the two star souls seems to give her a body that can be called perfect toughness, just like the whip in her hand, which can be twisted at will, and even withstand attacks as if nothing happened. The fourth knight's fighting power has not been shown at all, and he has already fallen into this desperate situation. It's better to leave a way out for people. Sikun Mingayu said calmly. When you were preparing to fight my junior brother in a round-robin battle just now, you didn't seem to have thought about it. Ruohun was still giggling. Obviously, she started the counterattack of the Emperor Star Academy because she couldn't stand the people of Jiutian country repeatedly attacking Qin Wentian. Sikun Mingai was speechless, but a terrible murderous intent broke out from his body. Looking at the fourth knight under Ruohun, he said coldly, I will avenge you. Sister, I'm not that cruel. Ruohun laughed, then her body slid down, and then kicked the fourth knight off the battle stage. The fourth knight was freed, took a deep breath, and then fainted. Obviously, he had no ability to return to the battle stage. These people are really cruel. They don't give the other party a chance to turn over. The crowd thought to themselves, Qin Wentian was like this, and so was Ruohun. The fourth knight lost the qualification to return, but the seventh knight still had a chance. Her face still looked a little pale, and it was obvious that this time was not enough to recover from her injuries. Forget it, have a good rest. Sikun Mingayu said to the seventh knight. The seventh knight nodded reluctantly and gave up the chance to return to the game. So far, the fourth knight, the sixth knight, and the seventh knight were all eliminated. At the king's banquet, there were only 15 people left out of the 18. And there were only 4 people left from the Snow Cloud country. Such an ending was not what the Snow Cloud country wanted to see. They had come all the way to the Chu state and jointly hosted the king's banquet with the Chu state. If the performance was too bad, wouldn't it be a disgrace to return to the Snow Cloud country? Each of you choose your own opponent. Sikun Mingayu said calmly, and in an instant, the figures of several people on the battle stage moved at the same time. The second sword walked in front of Shijun. The third knight walked in front of Guangxin. The third sword wanted to walk towards Qin Wentian, but when he appeared in front of Qin Wentian, a figure intercepted him at the fifth battle stage halfway. It was a silent boy, Gu Xing. The young man never said a word from beginning to end. He was silent and quiet. As his name suggests, he seemed to be a lonely star. However, he had defeated the fifth knight in the first round of the battle, and no one dared to underestimate him. At this moment, the lone star stood in front of the third sword again. It was unknown whether he was blocking him for Qin Wentian on purpose or just doing it casually. But no matter what his purpose was, at least this time, the crowd would be able to witness a wonderful duel. Sikun Mingayu wanted to move, but he stopped at this moment and looked at the 3 parties in confrontation. The Snow Cloud country can't stand it anymore. Everyone thought in their hearts. The sword energy on the second sword was released, and his whole body seemed to be wrapped in a terrifying storm. He stretched out his hand and pointed, and suddenly infinite sword light went towards Jiutian, who ranked 8th among the top 10 beauties in the capital. Jiutian was like a rock, and punched out, as if infinite boulders were rolling out, but in an instant, he was crushed by the sharp sword, causing his body to step back slightly. The sword energy on the second sword was extremely sharp. He had fought with Zhang Xiu before, and Zhang Xiu's sword was far inferior to the sword intent on the second sword. If Zhang Xiu's sword intent was like the autumn rain of the sword, then the sword intent on the second sword was the storm of the sword. The third knight also started to attack Huang Sheng, who ranked 9th among the top 10 beauties in Beijing. The third knight was somewhat similar to the sixth knight, both of them were good at attacking and strength. He was seen holding a huge axe and slashing directly at Huang Sheng. Huang Sheng was good at swordsmanship, and he used his domineering swordsmanship to attack the third knight. However, after each collision, the crowd would find that Huang Sheng's swordsmanship would stagnate, and his steps would retreat. Obviously, he was at an absolute disadvantage in terms of strength. The third knight was breaking the law with force. The seemingly clumsy axe method is actually very exquisite. Huang Sheng's sword was suppressed very hard. Jiutian and Huang Sheng, two of the top 10 beauties in Beijing, are probably going to lose. The crowd said inwardly, and the rankings of the 5 people behind the top 10 beauties in Beijing will all change this time. Huo Chen, Ruo Huan, Qin Wentian, and even Luo Chang will all be among the top 10 talents in the capital. Geniuses emerge in every generation. If you don't advance, you must retreat and make way for future generations. This is reality. The third sword also bloomed his sword star soul at this moment, and the sword intent on his body began to rise. However, Gu Xing still stood there, as if he was always so lonely. There was no ripple in his eyes. Only when he looked at his opponent would he burst out with a terrible cold light. That kind of cold light made people feel a little cold. The sword light was like a shadow, and the third sword stabbed out his sword. This was a flawless sword technique. It seemed that under his sword light, there would be no other light. All the splendor belonged to his sword. Puff! A light sound came out, which made the crowd stunned, and the third sword was also stunned. His sword pierced Gu Xing's left arm. His sword was just to block Gu Xing's retreat, but Gu Xing did not retreat or hide at all, and let the sword easily pierce his body. The third sword had a lot of experience in battles, but he had never seen such a situation before, so he was stunned. At the same time, Gu Xing grabbed the sword that had pierced his body, and his eyes were fixed on the third sword's eyes. In an instant, the third sword felt a sharp pain in his eyes, and then a palm force was directly printed on his head. With a loud bang, the third sword's body flew out and fell under the battle platform, screaming, and his face was bloody. This strange battle shocked the crowd and made them lose their minds. The sword on Gu Xing's left arm had disappeared. Without the support of the star energy, how could the star soul power be transformed into a sword shape? He returned to his position and sat cross-legged. There was not much blood flowing from his left arm, and the wound seemed to be healing. What a terrible recovery ability! What kind of star soul is he? The crowd's heart trembled, and they remembered this lonely figure deeply. His name is Gu Xing, the lonely star. At this time, he has regained that kind of calmness, and no one knows what he is thinking. In fact, as early as the first round when he defeated the fifth knight, many major forces in the Imperial City launched an investigation into Gu Xing. However, they found that it was as if there was no such person in the Chu state. Even with their terrifying intelligence capabilities, they still could not find out any clues. He appeared in the Imperial City before the King's Banquet and did nothing until he appeared on the battlefield of the King's Banquet and defeated the fifth knight. Now, he defeated the third sword again. In addition to the defeat of the third sword, the other two people from the Snow Cloud State defeated their respective opponents. Jiutian and Huang Sheng both lost, but they had the ability to return to challenge, but the third sword could no longer return to challenge. Jiutian and Huang Sheng returned to challenge again, while the others sat there quietly. Jiutian, he walked towards Chu Chen, who was also from the Royal Academy. Huang Sheng, he seemed to be waiting, until he saw with his own eyes that the young Prince Chu Chen defeated Jiutian, and his heart became even colder. The remaining people are not easy to mess with. Luo Qianqiu, Sikun Mingyu, the second sword, and the third knight are naturally needless to say. Huo Chen, Ruahun, and Gu Xing are also very scary. Hao Tai of the Shenjiang Wufu is extremely powerful, and Leng Ya is also a ruthless character. He can't figure out the details of the other party. There are also the strongest people in the Shenfeng Academy, Zheng Feng, who ranks 6th among the top 10 beauties in the capital, and Qin Wentian. It is too difficult to enter the next round. Even if he wins another game, he may still be eliminated in the next round. In the end, Kuangsheng made up his mind and walked towards Qin Wentian. After all, he had seen several battles of Qin Wentian. Although he was powerful, he knew some of his details. Moreover, Qin Wentian had consumed a lot of star energy and was still busy practicing at the moment, so he should be easier to deal with. When Kuangsheng appeared in front of Qin Wentian opened his eyes and looked at Kuangsheng. He slowly stood up. After all, I am too kind. Qin Wentian muttered. He did not take the Fangbian Huoji again. The 7 chakras in his body roared at the same time. The crowd seemed to be able to hear the roar. This scene made Kuangsheng's face stiffen and his expression became more solemn. The illusory Kunpeng wings appeared and disappeared behind Qin Wentian. The next moment, his body disappeared from the spot, and the broken delusion seal blasted out directly. Kuangsheng raised his knife, the knife light flashed, and smashed the palm print. However, Qin Wentian's figure changed, disappeared in an instant, and appeared from the side of Kuangsheng, and directly hit him with another palm. Kuangsheng took his steps to the extreme and followed Qin Wentian's attack. After a while, the crowd only saw Qin Wentian's shadow and the palm prints all over the sky. Kuangsheng's knife danced so hard that it was impenetrable to the wind and rain. There appeared a terrible storm of knives, but the crowd could still see that if this continued, Kuangsheng would be defeated sooner or later. Sure enough, not long after, Kuangsheng's sword began to mess up. Qin Wentian slashed out with a palm, and Kuangsheng slashed out with a sword light again, but at the same time, Qin Wentian spat out a sharp sword from his mouth, which made Kuangsheng's expression change, and he raised his sword to block it in an instant. Bang! A terrible palm print fell on Kuangsheng's body, and his body flew directly into the air, flew outside the battle stage, and then fell hard to the ground, spitting out mouthfuls of blood, and the meridians in his body seemed to be destroyed. At this time, Qin Wentian's raised foot slowly put it down, and he could only spit out sword light from his mouth. Who said that the foot can't blast out palm techniques? Since then, there are only 12 people left on the battle stage of 18 people. If 3 more people are eliminated, the top 9 seats will appear, but the hearts of the crowd seem to be more nervous, especially those who have placed bets. Their hearts are beating. Chapter 128 Sikun Mingayu. At this moment, the people who are still on the 9 battle platforms are Sikun Mingayu, the second sword, and the third knight from Zuian country, Luo Qiankyu, Qin Wentian, Guxing, Ruahan, Aochen, Hao Tai, Leng Yang, Chu Chen, and Jiang Feng from Chu country. Next, there are 12 people, and 3 more need to be eliminated. However, the remaining ones are already difficult to deal with, and I am afraid that it will not be easy to eliminate any one of them. Sikun Mingayu and Luo Qiankyu cannot be moved. The second sword and the third knight are the strongest people in Zuian country besides Sikun Mingayu. Aochen, Xian Miafang is very optimistic about him at this year's Zhenlin banquet, and he has shown his talent in the Xian Hall of the Emperor Star Academy. Guxing, this is a madman, a man who doesn't care about his life, no one dares to mess with him. Ruahan, a perfect combination of star soul, is difficult to shake. Qin Wentian, the more he fights, the stronger he gets. Hao Tai and Leng Yan, these 2 people from the God General Wufu have always given people a mysterious and powerful feeling. Zheng Feng, the strongest person under Yuanfu of the Divine Wind Academy, ranks 6th among the top 10 talents in the capital, which means that he ranks 1st among the 5 top 10 talents in the capital who will attend the King's Banquet this year. Prince Chu Chen used to be a low-profile person, but he defeated Shijun, one of the top 10 talents in the capital, and it seems that he did not spend too much energy, and his trump card may not have been revealed. If possible, the crowd does not want any of the remaining 12 people to be eliminated. Unfortunately, only 9 places are needed on the list of the King's Banquet, and 3 of them are destined to leave these 9 battle platforms. At this moment, Sikun Mingayu's eyes slowly moved over, and then fell on Ruahan. Just now, Ruahan dealt with the 4th knight in front of him, and the consequences for the 4th knight were very tragic. Now, Ruahan, she has to pay the price. Buzz! The wind swept past, and Sikun Mingayu walked gently, but every time he took a step, There seemed to be an invisible wind in the void, stirring his long hair. On Sikun Mingayu's body, a terrible murderous intent was rising crazily, as if it was about to turn into a substantial killing aura, instantly enveloping all 9 battle platforms. Qin Wentian's pupils shrank. The murderous aura emanating from Sikun Mingayu was very terrible, as if anyone who dared to stand in his way would be killed. And at this moment, Sikun Mingayu was targeting senior sister Ruohuan. Senior sister, if you can't do it, just admit defeat. Qin Wentian shouted to Ruohuan, who nodded gently, her expression also becoming more serious. The pressure from Sikun Mingayu on her was very strong. Sikun Mingayu finally made a move. The crowd's eyes were all fixed on him, as if he would attract everyone's attention as soon as he made a move. Sikun Mingayu is so powerful, but Cheyenne Miafeng regards him as the second strongest contender for the top spot. Although they are very optimistic about him, they are still not as optimistic as Luo Qianqiu. I don't know how strong Luo Qianqiu is and why Cheyenne Miafeng values him so much. The crowd thought in their hearts, Luo Qianqiu, he was not even one of the top 10 talents in the capital last year. Could it be that in just 1 year, he will complete the counterattack and directly ascend to the top of the Junlin banquet and dominate the world? In fact, with the terrifying intelligence ability of Cheyenne Miafeng, since they want to set the odds, they must of course grasp the situation of everyone. They are very clear about Luo Qianqiu's background, and they have also investigated the mission that Luo Qianqiu is carrying this time. Therefore, for Luo Qianqiu in this Junlin banquet, he must only be the top spot on the list, because he needs to step into the 7th floor of the Xiangxing Pavilion of the Emperor Star Academy. So, Luo Qianqiu, he cannot lose. At this moment, Qin Wentian felt a strong pressure. With his current fighting power, he was still unsure of defeating Luo Qianqiu and Sikun Mingayu. He wanted to fight and would try hard to fight. He wanted to fight even more. 1 year is too long, we must seize the day. But it was not enough to have faith. He had to think about how to defeat Sikun Mingayu and Luo Qianqiu. On the stage of the decisive battle, those two would block him. Only by surpassing them could he reach the top. Sikun Mingayu arrived in front of Ruohuan. He still did not stop and walked towards Ruohuan. At this moment, Ruohuan's double star soul bloomed at the same time. Looking at the arrival of Sikun Mingayu, even if she could not defeat the opponent, she wanted to see how strong Sikun Mingayu was. She wanted to find out the details of Sikun Mingayu. What would his trump card be? Sikun Mingayu pointed a finger at him. In an instant, a vast killing aura roared out, as if it turned into the ancient word killing, and suddenly printed it towards Ruohuan, as fast as lightning. Ruohuan's expression changed slightly. Her body's flexibility was extremely strong, but Sikun Mingayu used a long-range killing attack to deal with her. Moreover, the power of this attack was extremely terrifying. If the ancient word killing was printed on the body, it might be able to directly penetrate the human body. A long whip appeared in his hand, and the wind and rain whip bloomed in the sky, like wind and rain from all directions, blasting forward, like a sharp sword, colliding with the ancient word killing. Ruohuan's attack collapsed directly, and the ancient word still moved forward, and the remaining force was not dissipated. Kill. Sikun Mingayu stepped forward. He didn't even need to fight Ruohuan in close combat. He pointed a finger at the void again. In an instant, the ancient words of killing turned into a terrifying torrent of killing, and rolled towards Ruohuan frantically. Ruohuan's body kept retreating, and it was extremely difficult to resist. It seemed that he had retreated to the edge of the battle stage, and defeat was inevitable. Under Sikun Mingayu's crushing, Ruohuan's tyrannical strength was actually powerless to resist. It can be seen that the gap can be so huge even if they are in the same realm. Sikun Mingayu's attack probably has the power of the Star Soul integrated into the magical power, and it also combines the magical power, the great trend, and the terrifying killing intention into one. Some strong men thought to themselves that Sikun Mingayu was too strong, and it seemed that he was not on the same level as others. No wonder he was listed as the second strongest contender for the top spot on this year's list by Cheyenne Miafeng. One of the two prides of Jiutian country, the reputation is well deserved. Seeing that Ruohuan was still not defeated, Sikun Mingayu's eyes flashed with a strong killing aura, and his footsteps trembled, and the whole person disappeared, rushing towards Ruohuan along with the killing torrent in front. Seeing this scene, many people became nervous. Endless vines suddenly appeared, as if they were going to wrap up Sikun Mingayu who was charging at them. However, Sikun Mingayu only gently slapped a palm towards the void. The palm force seemed to turn into invisible lines, vibrating in the space. Puff. Ruahun spat out a mouthful of blood, her face pale, as if she was hit by a terrifying silent killing aura. Her body jumped back, trying to leave the battle stage, and shouted, "I admit defeat." Before the word lose fell, Sikun Mingayu slapped her in the void with both palms at the same time, making Ruahun's face even paler. Her star soul gave her body perfect toughness, and she had extremely strong binding force, and she could cleverly avoid close-range attacks, but in fact, Ruahun was relatively weak in the purest attack and defense. At this moment, the terrifying killing torrent rolled towards the void, trying to kill her. Ruahun's body suddenly spun, turning into a hurricane that wrapped her body inside. The terrible attack came with a rumbling sound, and Ruahun's body was knocked out, and then fell heavily. When her graceful body appeared on the ground, her face was already pale, and she was spitting out blood. Her haggard face was pitiful. "Senior sister." Qin Wentian's face froze, and he stood at the edge of the battle stage, looking at Ruahun below. At the same time, several figures flashed down from the stands, including Mo Xiang from the Emperor Star Academy, and the person on the other side was actually Mo Qingcheng. "I have a pill here." Mo Qingcheng took out a pill and fed it into Ruahun's mouth. It melted in her mouth, and in an instant, Ruahun felt cool all over. The pill seemed to nourish her injured parts, like a stream of clear water, slowly recovering her blood and spirit. "Is senior sister okay?" Qin Wentian asked Mo Xiang beside Ruahun. Miss Qingcheng gave her a second-grade high-quality pill, which is enough to suppress and recover her injuries. Mo Xiang glanced at Mo Qingcheng. Qin Wentian felt relieved, and then smiled at Mo Qingcheng. "Don't worry, you took it when you were outside Xianyang City." Mo Qingcheng smiled and walked away, which made Qin Wentian stunned for a moment, and then he understood that after he fell into coma, Mo Qingcheng gave him such a precious elixir to save him. "I have to return to the field, and ask for some rest time." Ruahun looked at the direction of Chu Wente and said to the old man next to Chu Xianjiao, "Okay, I'll give you a battle time to rest." The old man said, and Ruahun immediately closed his eyes and adjusted his breath. Qin Wentian's eyes slowly turned, looking at Sikun Mingayu with a cold light in his eyes, and his anger rolled. "A battle time." Sikun Mingayu looked at Qin Wentian, and a murderous cold light flashed in his eyes. However, at this moment, a figure appeared in front of Sikun Mingayu, blocking his sight from looking at Qin Wentian. Someone actually took the initiative to provoke Sikun Mingayu. This person is Guxing. This made Qin Wentian look surprised. Why did it feel like Guxing was deliberately trying to help him? It seems that Qin Wentian can be invincible. The crowd thought to themselves. Now, only the last 3 people are eliminated to decide the top 9 places. Ruahun will return to the stage. She will return to fight one person. The loser must be eliminated, which has already occupied 1 place. If Guxing loses to Sikun Mingayu, he will also return to the stage. After the return battle, there will be another elimination place. In this case, there is only 1 place left. Even if Luo Qianqiu or Huo Chen wants to deal with Qin Wentian and defeat him, Qin Wentian still has a chance to return to the stage, and the chance of entering the top 9 is very high. However, at this time, the crowd saw Qin Wentian lift his feet and shuttle between the battle platforms. Finally, his figure stood in front of the 3rd knight. This battle is not for himself, but for Ruahun. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129, Where the Long Halberd Points. Sikun Mingayu's strength is obviously stronger than Ruahun, and much stronger. Just now, he must have seen Ruahun preparing to retreat from the battlefield and shouting the word surrender, but before the word surrender was uttered, Sikun Mingayu still launched a lethal attack. This is no longer as simple as defeating Ruahun, or even hurting Ruahun. He wants to kill Ruahun. On the Junlin banquet, casualties are inevitable, but unless there is a deep hatred, they will stop at the right time. Ruahun just defeated the 4th knight, although he made the 4th knight suffer some pain and lose his fighting power, but in the end he still showed mercy and spared the 4th knight when he could kill the opponent. When he fought with the 6th knight, He had to spit out sword light from his mouth to hurt the opponent's eyes due to the situation, but he also showed mercy and did not want to kill the opponent. If Sikun Mingayu wanted to take revenge, if he went straight to him, perhaps he would not be so angry, but Sikun Mingayu obviously didn't think that simple. He wanted to kill Ruahuan first, and then kill Qin Wentian. In this case, why fear a life and death battle? The Fangbian Huaji rubbed against the ground, and the harsh and cold sound made people feel a trace of coldness, as if it contained Qin Wentian's anger. His figure stood in front of the third knight. The young man's face was now cold, without a trace of sunshine. A big axe appeared in the third knight's hand. He was good at power attacks and was stronger than the sixth knight. However, he would not underestimate Qin Wentian. You can have confidence and the belief that you will win, but confidence is not arrogance. Despising your opponent often gives others an opportunity to take advantage of you. Your Fangbian Huaji is not strong enough in attack. The third knight spit out a voice to Qin Wentian, which seemed a little frivolous, but his figure standing there still gave people a feeling of being as steady as a mountain. Qin Wentian did not speak, and his steps were still moving forward. At this moment, his steps were simple, giving people a feeling of slowness. The third knight frowned slightly, and the calm Qin Wentian at this time gave him a faint sense of danger, as if he was facing a silent giant beast that might wake up at any time. At this moment, the crowd saw Qin Wentian's eyes closed, calm and peaceful. At this moment, he seemed to be asleep, but his footsteps were still moving forward slowly, as if containing a wonderful artistic conception. Like a dream or a wake, Qin Wentian stood there at this moment, with flaws all over his body, but it seemed that there were no flaws at all. Sandiai frowned even more tightly, and saw his axe lying there, and a terrible domineering aura rushed out of his body and rushed towards Qin Wentian fiercely, but Qin Wentian still closed his eyes, as if he didn't care about his momentum at all. Cut! Sandiai roared, and saw the axe chop directly towards Qin Wentian in front. This attack was a test. He wanted to see how Qin Wentian wanted to attack. At the moment when his axe chopped out, Qin Wentian's eyes opened, and the momentum of the world seemed to change in this instant. Sandia had an illusion that he was facing a powerful opponent that he could not defeat. Qin Wentian in front of him was so powerful that he wanted to surpass the sky. Buzz! The wind swept past, and Qin Wentian's figure turned into a residual shadow. At this moment, the majestic momentum was like a mountain falling from the sky, and it was about to completely crush the momentum of the third knight. At this moment, Qin Wentian was like a god of war, and the third knight could not even think of resisting. Opening mountain style. Qin Wentian himself seemed to sink into his own dream. With a strike, he was the god of war. The first move of the Great Dream Halberd method, the opening mountain style, was also the only move now. The crowd around only saw a phantom, and saw the Fangbian Huaji carrying the supreme power to kill the third knight. The tentative axe light of the third knight just now was directly crushed and shattered, just like a piece of paper, easily torn into pieces. The crowd only saw the third knight struggling to raise the axe and slash continuously, but the speed of the Fangbian Huaji was too fast and too wild. The crowd only saw a stream of light, and then the axe was shaken away, still dancing in the air. Puff! A light sound was heard, and the Fangbian Huaji pierced into the center of the third knight's eyebrows. The tip of the halberd and the crescent blade pierced into the head of the third knight at the same time. In an instant, it was enough to kill the opponent. The third knight fell. Qin Wentian, with just one blow, killed the third knight. This was the most critical moment in the fight for the top 9 seats. However, at this moment, the first strong man to fall in the top 18 appeared, and it was the third knight. The 2 prides of the Snow Cloud country, the 3 swords, and the 7 knights. Among the 7 knights, the people who participated in the king's banquet this time were not the first knight and the second knight. The third knight ranked first, but died in battle. In an instant, the space seemed to freeze, and everyone's eyes were all staring at the strong young man. This blow was too shocking. It turns out that he has been hiding his strength before. Many people sighed in their hearts. In the direction of Emperor Star Academy, Mo Shang and others showed doubts. He asked the people around him, "Does Emperor Star Academy have such a magical power? It shouldn't be. At least, I have never seen anyone use it. Absolutely not. This halberd method, I feel that he has integrated his own power. It is very likely that he created it himself." Someone spoke up, which shocked the people around him. The people around him were shocked. The power of this halberd method is comparable to the lower grade earth level magical power, and it is the most perfect attack of the Earth-level magical power. Although Qin Wentian has cultivated the middle grade Earth-level magical power, he is only the 7th level of the Wheel Meridian after all. It is impossible to cultivate to the point of perfection. He lacks the fire, but the halberd he used just now is comparable to the perfect attack of the lower grade Earth-level magical power. Even if he is stronger, the power level of the magical power can be improved. And those who have seen Qin Wentian's divine pattern scroll feel that this magical power seems to be faintly familiar. Could it be that the divine pattern scroll and this magical power have some connection? Qin Wentian pulled out his Fangbian Huiji, and someone went up to the battlefield to clean up the bodies. At the same time, the battle on the other side also ended. Gu Xing got off the stage the moment he saw Qin Wentian kill the third knight. As a result, there were only 9 people left on the stage. Below the stage, there were Ruohun and Gu Xing. The two of them still had the qualifications to return to challenge. This also meant that there were only 2 duels left in the second round of battles, which were chosen by Ruohun and Gu Xing respectively. Sikun Mingai looked at Qin Wentian, and a terrifying murderous aura rolled towards where Qin Wentian was standing. Qin Wentian also looked at him with a calm expression, and then he saw the Fangbian Huiji in his hand slowly raised. The tip of the halberd was facing Sikun Mingai. The meaning was self-evident. The crowd seemed to be able to feel the 2 auras intersecting and colliding in the void. Sikun Mingai's aura was full of murderous aura, while Qin Wentian's aura seemed peaceful, but contained a determination to not fear challenges. Sikun Mingai was the second most popular candidate for this Junlin banquet. Qin Wentian's Fangbian Huiji points directly at the opponent's face, intending to compete with Sikun Mingai at the Junlin banquet. What's more interesting is that Sikun Mingai and Qin Wentian have now locked in the top 9 seats for the Junlin banquet. The competition between the two of them is a matter of time, and will be carried out in the final battle of the Junlin banquet. Qin Wentian, can he shake Sikun Mingai? He is one of the 2 prides, and his talent is as famous as Xiao Lu. He is the strongest person in Jiutian country at this Junlin banquet. There is a fiery meaning flowing in the bodies of everyone. That feeling is blood. Even if they don't think much of Qin Wentian, they still want to see such a duel. This tip for tat adds color to the Junlin banquet and makes people look forward to it. Ruohun and Gu Xing should not choose to challenge Qin Wentian. In this way, Qin Wentian has already locked the top 9 seats. Unfortunately, I didn't bet on him. Someone secretly regretted that before the second round of the King's Banquet, the odds of Qin Wentian getting the top 9 seats were 1 to 4. If he had bet on it, he could have made a lot. At this moment, the fat man Fanel was already laughing in his heart. The 9th place had been taken. Next, it depends on whether that guy can work hard and take the top 3 seats of the King's Banquet. If so, he will be rich. Fanel will probably become the richest person under the Yuanfu realm. Even if many people in the Yuanfu are not as rich as him, Fanel has already started to dream his beautiful dream. In the crowd, the drunk fairy and the young man were also there, but they were in the inconspicuous crowd, and no one would notice them at all. At this moment, the young man smiled and said, "Now, I can earn at least 100 meteorites, and I can go buy wine later. In this case, I won't be polite." The drunken immortal also laughed. He was also quite surprised. Although he thought highly of Qin Wentian, he obviously did not expect Qin Wentian to kill the third knight with 1 blow. Thinking of the meteorites he bet on casually, he couldn't help but have a strange idea. What if he really won by accident? Wouldn't it be a good wine that he could drink for a long time? Of course, this possibility is too slim. His remaining 2 meteorites were bet on Qin Wentian to win the top spot on the list. P.S. The God-King will be on sale on the 1st of next month. Brothers who like the God-King, remember to leave your monthly ticket for Wuhan. Chapter 130 The Strongest 9. At this moment, on the battle stage, there are 9 people, including Qin Wentian, Luo Qianqiu, Sikun Mingai, Di Erjian, Huo Chen, Hao Tai, Ling Yang, Chu Chen, and Jiang Feng. 2 of them will face the challenge of Ruo Huan and Gu Xing. The winner will advance to the next round and step into the top 9 seats of the King's Banquet with the other 7 people, shining brightly. Among them, several people did not participate in any battles in this second round. They were too lazy to fight, and no one dared to touch them, such as Luo Qianqiu, Huo Chen, and Hao Tai. In the second round, they did not experience a battle. The most watched by the crowd was Qin Wentian's battle. Qin Wentian, who was thought to be eliminated soon, defeated his opponent step by step, which made people look at him with admiration. Until now, one foot has stepped into the top 9 seats in the list, which can almost be said to have been locked. Such an experience made many people admire him. In the Imperial City, most people now know Qin Wentian from the Qin Mansion in Xianyang City. He has only been in the Imperial Star Academy for a year, a full year less than Luo Qianqiu. It is really amazing that he can achieve such an achievement. You too, it's time to choose your opponents. The old man next to Chu Xianjiao said to Ruohun and Guxing. Ruohun finished her breathing, opened her eyes, and once again smiled charmingly. She stood up and nodded slightly in the direction of Mo Qingcheng on the Mo family stand to express her gratitude. The second-level high-quality elixir that Mo Qingcheng gave her to take was indeed very good for her recovery from injuries, especially since she took the elixir right after being injured. The effect of the medicine spread instantly, healing her injuries, allowing her to fight again in a short time. As for Guxing, he was not injured at all, he just got off the stage. The crowd had predicted that Guxing would probably occupy a position in the top 9. No one dared to despise him despite his silence. The two walked onto the battle stage. Ruohun chose Yang Feng, who ranks 6th among the top 10 beauties in the capital, and Guxing chose Leng Ya from the divine general Wufu. Such a choice did not surprise the crowd. If they were allowed to choose, they would choose among Jiang Feng, Leng Ya and Chu Chen. Moreover, Chu Chen, who was born in the royal family, seemed to be more unpredictable, so the opponents they chose were extremely reasonable. As for the final outcome of the battle, it was quite emotional. Guxing defeated Leng Ya, which was expected, but Ruohun, who returned from injury, also defeated her opponent Jiang Feng. Ruohun, her strength is stronger than Jiang Feng, but she was easily defeated by Sikun Mingayu. It can be seen that they are both talented people, but how big the gap is. Since the battle between Ruohun and Jiang Feng, all the top 10 beauties in the capital who participated in the Zhenlin banquet this year have been eliminated. Such a scene can't help but make people sigh. In the world of martial arts, if you don't advance, you will retreat. This is a wise saying. There were originally 10 people in the top 10 of Beijing. The first 5 entered the realm of Yuanfu, but the last 5 did not. This means that the last 5 did not make much progress, so they were eliminated in this year's King's Banquet. Although the reason for the quota was that Jiutian country and Chu country jointly hosted the King's Banquet, the decline of the last 5 was already in sight. Luo Qianqiu, Huo Chen, Qin Wentian, Ruohun, Hao Tai, and Chu Chen were completely able to replace them. Now, the last 5 people in the top 10 of Beijing will all be eliminated from the top 10 of Beijing. After this King's Banquet, none of them will be left and will be replaced. At the same time, the top 9 seats in this year's King's Banquet list have finally been announced, namely, Sikun Mingayu, Second Sword, Luo Qianqiu, Huo Chen, Qin Wentian, Ruohun, Hao Tai, Chu Chen, and Guxing. Among them, there are 2 people from Jiutian country, Sikun Mingayu and the Second Sword, but these 2 people are extremely terrifying. Sikun Mingayu is almost sure to lock in the top 3 seats, and the Second Sword also has great hope to compete for the top 3 seats. There are 7 people from Chu. The most dazzling one is still the Emperor Star Academy, because among the top 9 seats, there are 4 students from the Emperor Star Academy. Luo Qianqiu, Huo Chen, Qin Wentian, Ruo Huan. None of the 4 is weak. The Emperor Star Academy is worthy of being the first academy in Chu. Its reputation has been accumulated over countless years. There are often outstanding people coming out of it. Therefore, those with excellent talents are also willing to enter the Emperor Star Academy to practice. In addition to the Emperor Star Academy, the Chu state has Hao Tai in the Divine General Martial Academy and Chu Chen in the Royal Academy. These 2 academies and martial arts academies supported by the royal family are not too ugly. In addition, there is only the mysterious boy, Guxing. Looking at the 9 people on the battle stage, they did not have any complacency, because they all knew that there would be a more brutal battle waiting for them. 9 people, fighting for the ultimate ranking of the Zhenlin banquet. They will also face the strongest opponent, which may be Luo Qianqiu, Sikun Mingayu, or the Second Sword. In the future, any battle will be more intense and difficult than the battles they have experienced. At this time, behind the throne of the Chu Wangtai, someone walked to the battle stage, a total of 9 people. These 9 people each held a square box with a jade tablet in the box, and then sent them to the 9 people on the battle stage. A person also appeared in front of Qin Wentian, and he heard the other party say, "Engrave your name on it." Qin Wentian naturally knew the rules of the Jiutian banquet. He didn't say anything and engraved the 3 words Qin Wentian on the jade tablet. Then, the waiter turned Qin Wentian's jade tablet over, and then took the square box away. The 9 waiters stood together, and then they put the 9 jade tablets in a square box, disrupting the order. After doing all this, they stood up and left, leaving the box containing the 9 jade cards on the stage. Who is willing to turn over the cards for the last round of the Jiutian banquet? Chu Xianjiao, who was sitting on the throne, smiled at the crowd on both sides of the stands. "Let me do it." A figure stood up, a strong man from the Yi family. "Then I'll trouble Senior Liu Yang." Chu Xianjiao smiled, and Yi Liu Yang stepped onto the stage and walked to the box containing the 9 jade cards. He took out 3 jade cards first, then put them in his hand, and then waved his hand, and the 3 jade cards were facing away from him and suspended in the air, and the names engraved on them appeared in front of the crowd. Luo Qiangqiu, the second sword, and Ruohuan. These 3 names were imprinted in the eyes of the crowd, making the crowd sigh secretly that Ruohuan was really unlucky to be grouped with Luo Qiangqiu and the second sword. The second round of the King's Banquet will be a group battle. The 9 people will be divided into 3 groups to determine the first, second and third strongest of each group. Then, the strong people who get the first place in each group will stand on the strongest stage to compete for the top 3 places. The strong people who get the second place in each group will also fight together to compete for the 4th to 6th places. The strong people who get the 3rd place in each group will also fight together to compete for the 7th to 9th places. Ruohu needs to compete with Luo Qiangqiu in the second sword for a higher ranking. Of course, she is unlucky and is likely to be ranked last. After Yi Liu Yang showed the 3 jade cards to everyone, he took out 3 more jade cards from the box and let them float in the void again, facing the crowd. Seeing the 3 names, everyone showed a strange look and couldn't help but look at Qin Wentian. Just now, Qin Wentian pointed his sharp Fang Yan Huoji directly at Sikun Mingyu, with a strong fighting spirit. Now, they will have a chance to clash. The names of the 3 people in the second group are Sikun Mingyu, Qin Wentian, and Chu Chen. Then, the 3 people in the last group are about to come out, but Yi Liu Yang still showed the names on the jade cards to everyone. They are the remaining 3 people, Huo Chen, Guzing, and Hao Tai. Such a grouping makes people have a strong sense of expectation. In the last round of the Jiutian banquet, any battle in the 3 groups makes people feel blood boiling. Luo Qiangqiu, the second sword, and Ruohuan. Sikun Mingyu, Qin Wentian, and Chu Chen. Huo Chen, Guzing, Hao Tai. Qin Wentian stood on the battle stage, and felt a sharp gaze locked on him. He turned his eyes and saw Sikun Mingyu walking towards him. The battle had not yet begun, but the will to fight seemed to be roaring. At this moment, on the Chu Wangtai, on the green jade dragon chair, Chu Xianjiao stood up from the throne and said with a smile, "I will announce the rules of the last round of the King's Banquet. The 3 groups will fight to determine the first, second, and third place respectively. The 3 first places will compete for the top 3 seats at the King's Banquet. The 3 second places will compete for the 4 and 6 seats at the King's Banquet. The 3 third places will compete for the 7 and 9 seats at the King's Banquet. In addition, the 7th seat will be given another chance to challenge the 3 people at the 4 and 6 seats. The 4th seat will be given another chance to challenge the 3 people at the top 3 seats, but the challenge can only start from the last place." Chu Xianjiao spoke slowly and determined the rules of the last round of the King's Banquet. "Okay, that's all for today. Tomorrow, we will have the final ranking battle for the Jiutian banquet." Chu Xianjiao announced again, causing the crowd to look unhappy. "It's not fun. The groups for the final round of battles have been divided, but we still have to wait a day to see the battles begin. This feeling is too uncomfortable. Let's go to Zumiailao to have a look. The groups have been divided. I'm afraid the odds for a single match have been announced. This is an opportunity. Yes, the opportunity is here. Each group of 3 people will have 3 duels, a total of 9 duels, and there will be odds. You can try it." Many people rushed towards Zumiailao, ready to place bets, especially some of them who made a fortune by betting on the top 9 seats, so they naturally would not miss the next opportunity. Chapter 131 The figure lighting up the starry sky. Qin Wentian still stayed on the battle platform and did not leave. Sikun Mingyu stood on the battle platform opposite him, looking at him. Sikun Mingyu did not speak, and the faint murderous aura permeated, and its meaning was self-evident. Where are Qin Shang and Qin Zhi? Qin Wentian asked Sikun Mingyu. Since Sikun Mingyu would target him because of Xiao Lu's words, then Sikun Mingyu and Xiao Lu should have a very good relationship, and he must know Qin Shang and Qin Zhi. Qin Shang, Qin Zhi. Sikun Mingyu seemed to be thinking, and then looked at Qin Wentian and said, after learning that their father was besieged, they should go to the front line now. After all, they are relatives of the candidate for the crown princess of my Jiutian kingdom. Jiutian kingdom will not embarrass two small people. Sikun Mingyu did not take Qin Shang and Qin Zhi to heart. Such two people were of no value to their Jiutian kingdom. Perhaps I should correct you. Sister Qin Yao has no relationship with the crown prince of Jiutian country, and she will not return to Jiutian country. Qin Wentian looked at Sikun Mingyu. The two seemed to be fighting during their conversation. Everyone in Jiutian country already knows that she is one of the candidates for the crown princess. So, no matter where she is, she must go back. Otherwise, where will the face of the crown prince of Jiutian country be? Sikun Mingyu said, then slowly turned around, with her back to Qin Wentian, and walked away. You should worry about yourself. In tomorrow's battle, if Miss Qin Yao is willing to plead with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and apologize, maybe I will show mercy. Sikun Mingyu said with her back to Qin Wentian. His so-called apology naturally refers to Qin Yao staying in Chu country without permission and not returning to Jiutian country. How arrogant. Qin Wentian looked at Sikun Mingyu's back as she left. At the beginning, the Crown Prince of Jiutian country, Xiao Lu, might have used Qin Yao to reach a deal with Chu Xianjiao. Now, he actually blamed Qin Yao for not returning to Jiutian country. It was just because if Qin Yao stayed in Chu, it would be embarrassing for Xiao Lu, the Crown Prince of Jiutian. After all, Qin Yao could not give any reason. However, if Qin Yao had become a victim of Chu Xianjiao's seduction of Qin Zhuan and was controlled by the royal family, then Jiutian would probably have another approach. This opponent is not easy to deal with. If you can't do it, don't fight for the top three. Ruahun stood beside Qin Wentian and whispered. She had fought with Sikun Mingyu and knew how domineering and powerful Sikun Mingyu's attack was. Don't fight. Qin Wentian looked up at the distance. He was already standing on the stage of the Junlin banquet. How could he give up easily? Looking up at the battle stage, Qin Wentian saw many familiar faces. In the direction of the Mo family, there was Mo Qingcheng, with a bright smile on her face, shaking her fist at him, as if to encourage him. In the direction of the Divine Weapon Pavilion, and Liu Yan, Yang Chen and Feng Ping were all there, nodding to him. In the direction of the Imperial Star Academy, Teacher Mo Shuang was there, smiling and looking towards him. Moreover, Qin Wentian saw a figure wearing a bamboo hat behind Mo Shuang. He sat there silently, but Qin Wentian still recognized him, Ren Qianxing. Those eyes looking at him were full of expectation, hoping that he would shine in the last round of the king's banquet. Although Luo Qianqi was a student of the Imperial Star Academy, he did not represent the Imperial Star Academy. It could even be said that he was the one that the Imperial Star Academy wanted to stop. He represented the Nine Profound Palace. Huo Chen, although he was also a student of the Imperial Star Academy, he was from the Huo family, a powerful family in the Imperial City. Therefore, compared with the Imperial Star Academy, he represented the Huo family more. Only he, Qin Wentian, and Ruahun were the purest students of the Imperial Star Academy. What the Imperial Star Academy hoped to see most was that Qin Wentian and Ruahun could have a dazzling performance. Qin Wentian saw that the people of the Imperial Star Academy had not left yet, so he took a step and came to the stands of the Imperial Star Academy. What's wrong? Mo Shuang asked with a smile when he saw Qin Wentian coming over. Teacher, I want to go to Xian Hall, but I don't have the authority to enter there. Qin Wentian said. I'll take you there. Behind Mo Shuang, Ren Qianxing, who was wearing a bamboo hat, said calmly, and directly opened the back door for Qin Wentian. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded and smiled, then followed Ren Qianxing to leave here and head to the Emperor Star Academy. Today, all the major casinos in Xian Miaofang, the Imperial City, are completely crazy and overcrowded, especially Zumianlao, which is close to Chuangte. It's already impossible to squeeze in. The first grouping of the third round has been divided, and the odds of a total of 9 battles have all appeared. The first group is Luo Qianqiu, the second Sword, and Ruahun. The most optimistic person is Luo Qianqiu, followed by the second sword, and then Ruahuan. The second group is Sikun Mingyu, Qin Wentian, and Jiutian. The most favored person is Sikun Mingyu. As for Qin Wentian and Jiutian, they are evenly split. In other words, no matter who wins the battle between Qin Wentian and Jiutian, the odds are 1 to 2. It depends on who you believe in more. The third group is Huochen, Guzing, and Haotai. The most favored person is Huochen, followed by Guzing, and finally Haotai. Among the three groups, the most favored people are Luo Qianqiu, Sikun Mingyu, and Huochen, and the odds of the three of them winning the top 3 seats are also the lowest. Qin Wentian's odds for winning the championship remain unchanged, still 1 to 400. But his odds for winning the top 3 seats have fluctuated slightly, 1 to 80, but this will not change anything, because there are still very few people who believe in Qin Wentian. It was too difficult for him to make it to the top 3. First of all, because he would definitely lose to Sikun Mingyu, there was only one way for him to make it to the top 3, which was to win the 4th or 7th place, and then fight all the way to the other top 3 person except Luo Qianqiu and Sikun Mingyu, and knock him out. However, such difficulty was so great that it was almost impossible. As for Luo Qianqiu and Sikun Mingyu, both were considered invincible. Emperor Star Academy still had no people. The students of Emperor Star Academy paid much more attention to the King's Banquet than other martial arts academies, just because the students of Emperor Star Academy were frequent guests of the King's Banquet. They all hoped that one day they could stand there and be famous in Xian Hall, 5th floor. Qin Wentian sat cross-legged. This time he did not walk slowly like last time, but walked here in one breath. Looking up, there was a starry sky. Rounds of lines gathered and then turned into a terrifying fist light, which was born from top to bottom. Fist shadows flashed all over the sky and went straight into his mind. Boom. Qin Wentian's will continue to withstand this kind of shock, as if his head was constantly making a booming sound, but he was still as steady as a rock. On the 5th floor, he could still see the lines of the sky and the shocking attack. It was extremely difficult. If it were someone else, they would not be able to feel it at all. This was given to him by his powerful perception. After enduring the shock for a long time on the 5th floor, Qin Wentian finally got used to this level of suppressed attack and was able to bear it slowly, but he still did not rashly go up. The last time he stepped into the 6th floor, he felt how terrifying the attack there was. The sky gradually darkened. In the Xian Palace, there was a starry sky on the 5th floor. However, except for the old man guarding the palace, there was no one near the Xian Palace, so he did not notice the light of the Xian Palace. The night deepened. The academy seemed to be somewhat lonely. At this moment, a girl who returned to the Imperial Star Academy was lying on the ground, looking up at the sky full of stars, with a smile on her lips. I heard that there were 4 students from the Imperial Star Academy at the Genlin banquet. They were all so dazzling. When could she be like them? At this moment, a ray of light shone, making the girl stunned. It seemed that another night sky appeared in the sky, lighting up the night of the Imperial Star Academy. The girl stood up suddenly and looked into the distance. She saw a burst of brilliant light in a certain direction, just like the starry sky. It's the Xian Palace. The light that flashed last time is shining again. The girl's body trembled slightly, and then she trotted towards the direction of the Xian Palace. When she arrived outside the Xian Palace, she saw the light shining on the 6th floor, and her heart was filled with strong shock. The 6th floor, someone stepped into the 6th floor of the Xian Palace. Which senior from the Imperial Star Academy is this? She had heard the legend of Xian Palace. Entering the 6th floor meant that there was a chance to communicate with the martial stars on the 6th heaven. Generally speaking, even the terrifying existence of Xiangang realm could only communicate with the martial stars on the 4th heaven. How strong was the star perception required to reach the 6th floor? Moreover, the terrifying star perception could only allow your consciousness to reach the galaxy on the 6th heaven, but the pressure from there was enough to crush a person's will. The night sky of Emperor Star Academy was lit up and did not go out for a long time. Those who were still in Emperor Star Academy were sighing and speculating, is there such a strong senior in Emperor Star Academy? His perception is too terrible. The night was getting deeper and deeper, and the light was still there. The girl was still sitting in a corner far away from Xian Palace, with her eyes slightly closed, as if she was dozing off. At this moment, there was a slight movement, and the girl's eyes suddenly opened. Then she saw a young figure slowly walking out of Cheyenne Palace. It seemed that he felt her gaze. The young man looked at her and then turned away. But the girl's heart trembled fiercely, and she couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise, then covered her mouth with her hands, revealing an extremely shocked look. Who did she see? It was Qin Wentian. Looking up, the Cheyenne Palace was no longer bright, and the starry sky was no longer there, but the girl's heart could not calm down for a long time. Chapter 132 Dad? Qin Wentian returned to his residence and began to practice. At this time, his whole state was not very good. In the dream, Qin Wentian was under a starry sky. Above him, a series of patterns were spinning and interweaving crazily, and then gathered into a sky full of starlight fist shadows, which fell from the sky, but they had no power, because this was Qin Wentian's dream. But in the Cheyenne Palace, the space on the 6th floor, the starlight fist shadows that fell down did constantly destroy his will and made him experience endless pain. If it weren't for his firm will, he wouldn't be able to hold on for so long. Qin Wentian simulated the scene at that time with his dream at this time, and his heart was still surging. From the 1st floor to the 5th floor of the Cheyenne Palace, he felt that the gorgeous patterns turned into a vortex black hole, and turned into a terrible fistlight pressing down, but when he stepped onto the 6th floor, he already felt that it was not a fist light, but a starry sky fist that fell down and destroyed the world. Each fist shadow was like a star. The grand scene of millions of stars falling down was deeply shocking, especially when the attack landed on his mind. Millions of stars gathered together and were no longer a single star. He could only see the stream of stars, and then he was shaken all over. Too gorgeous. Qin Wentian looked up at the night sky in his dream and was completely immersed in it. After a long time, the star force in Qin Wentian's body seemed to be roaring, and then a star hammer appeared in his hand, suddenly smashing down to the ground. He smashed out a divine pattern, which was like a night sky, overlapping night sky, and the overlapping night sky seemed to be flowing slowly, flowing down in rounds. If this divine pattern is engraved into a divine weapon, it will definitely have a great increase. Perhaps, it can be engraved into a divine weapon of the 3rd level middle grade or even the 3rd level upper grade. Qin Wentian took a deep breath, and was quite excited. Then he made paper and pen and began to carve, under the starry sky. After a long time, he carved many times and finally carved the second painting in his life. It was still a vague figure holding the Fangbian Huaji. This attack was as steady as a mountain. The moment the Fangbian Huaji stabbed out, it seemed that a terrifying vortex appeared. At the tip of the halberd, it seemed that there were stars, turning into gorgeous arcs, and suddenly going towards the vortex in front, giving people an illusion of swallowing everything. This is the second style of the Great Dream Halberd method, the meteor style. Qin Wentian murmured and named this halberd. Now, he has 2 styles of the Great Dream Halberd method he created. The first style is the opening of the mountain, and the second style is the meteorite. The second move would require him to condense the energy of the stars, but for him who could condense the divine energy, this would not be a big problem. Standing up, Qin Wentian began to practice the second move, the meteorite, in his dream. It was one thing to be able to imagine and depict it, but to use it in battle, the requirements were much higher and it was not that easy. The meteorite was naturally from the starfall of the Cheyenne Palace, but he could not possibly achieve the vortex starfall formed by the 5th and 6th levels. He could only carve out the 3-fold vibration amplitude, but even so, the 3-fold vibration was enough to increase his attack power a lot. Once this attack was comprehended, it would be the strongest attack after the opening move, and it would definitely be much more terrifying than the opening move. Qin Wentian practiced frantically, but still felt that time was not enough. After all, even if the little bastard was very fast, it would still take a lot of time to rush to the Chuangte. This was also the reason why there were not many people in the Emperor Star Academy, because the distance was too far, and it would take a lot of time to go back and forth without a demon beast mount. In the end, Qin Wentian still failed to perfect the meteoric style, and hurriedly used the meteorite to replenish the star energy in his body, which made him sigh that time passed too quickly. When the star energy in his body was filled with vastness again, Qin Wentian's consciousness floated into his mind, and he saw the Star Man again. This was the stone left to him by his dead father. He had seen many incredible things in it before. He also got the heaven-defying skills such as the refining God Atlas. Although it was not a magical attack technique, Qin Wentian did not dare to estimate the value of the refining God Atlas. Once it was leaked, it would definitely cause turmoil in the entire Chu state. The decisive battle is coming. I hope to have some good luck. Qin Wentian whispered in his heart. Feeling sick on Ming Gaiyu's murderous intention and the opponent's powerful strength, Qin Wentian felt a lot of pressure. His strength seemed not enough to seize the first seat at the Genlin banquet, especially since the meteoric style had not been fully practiced, so he hoped to try his luck among the star men. As his consciousness drifted into it, Qin Wentian once again felt that he was in a vast galaxy with many star fragments. Qin Wentian soared in it, and the star energy on the meteorite in his palm turned into a terrible stream of light, flowing madly towards the inner space of the star man, and then sank into the several star fragments that Qin Wentian's consciousness locked. He was willing to spend a lot of meteorites to try to find a way to improve his combat effectiveness. The memories in the fragments poured into Qin Wentian's consciousness. Qin Wentian lit up 10 star fragments in succession, and then withdrew his consciousness. He opened his eyes and looked at the meteorites on the ground without the flow of star energy. He only felt a slight twitch in his heart. With such a large price, if it weren't for the Divine Weapon Pavilion giving him a large number of meteorites to support his practice, he would never have been able to take them out, but he still only broke through the memories in 10 star fragments. Qin Wentian didn't have time to feel sorry for these wasted meteorites. He closed his eyes and began to digest those memories, hoping to find useful memories. The first memory, when he saw the scene in the memory, he couldn't help but tremble slightly in his heart. He saw many strong men, fighting madly between heaven and earth. Those strong men were terrifying existences, and he couldn't touch them at all now. The reason why Qin Wentian was trembling in his heart was because he saw a person. Heibo. In the picture, Heibo's hands and feet were intact, with black hair draped over his shoulders, and he looked a bit handsome. Qin Wentian almost didn't recognize him. Next to Heibo stood a middle-aged man. Qin Wentian had seen this middle-aged man before. He was the top strong man of the Qinshan divine sect. He stood with his hands behind his back, proudly standing between heaven and earth. Heibo stood beside him, as if he was just his subordinate. This picture was very short. When Qin Wentian exited the memory, his eyes were red and his fists were clenched, as if he was in great pain. Seeing Heibo's once high-spirited and handsome appearance, he could hardly imagine that it was the disabled old man in his impression. Who is it that disabled Heibo, and what kind of battles he had experienced? And who is the middle-aged man, and why was he always there? Taking a deep breath, Qin Wentian continued to digest those memories. Then he saw many pictures, but he found a pattern. The middle-aged man was present in every picture. This made Qin Wentian have a bold imagination. Could it be that the star fragments in the star man were just the memory fragments of the middle-aged man, carrying his memories? Then, wouldn't his memories be completely shattered and turned into millions of fragments? And the identity of the middle-aged man, could it be his dead father? Thinking of this, Qin Wentian's heart was greatly moved. According to Heibo, the strange stone was the only thing left to him by the dead father, and then it turned into a star man. If the star man really carried the memory of the middle-aged man's life as he guessed, then the middle-aged man might really be his biological father. This seems to explain why Heibo has been silently protecting him, because Heibo is a friend or subordinate of the dead father, and it is very likely that they are the kind of relationship where they can die for each other, otherwise he would not have taken care of him after he became disabled and watched him grow up. At this time, Qin Wentian seemed to have forgotten his original purpose and immersed himself in the imagination of his own life experience. Only the last memory picture was left. In this last memory picture, there was a young man. The young man was surrounded by towering halls, but the stubbornness on his face seemed to be somewhat out of tune with the majestic environment. He was seen sitting cross-legged with a stubborn look in his eyes. Then, he saw starlight flowing on his fingers, and suddenly pierced into his body. At the same time, he uttered a spell, and it seemed as if there was a sound floating into Qin Wentian's head. Suddenly, the young man's whole body turned red, and in his body and blood, it seemed that there were blood shackles looming. As his fingers pierced into his body, the spell flowed, and the layers of shackles continued to break, but the figure of the young man was drowned in bloodlight and screamed in pain. Qin Wentian's heart was shaken again. After coming out of his memory, his heart was fluctuating violently. The 12-link life-removing needle technique was born from this. Moreover, this set of needle techniques should have been created deliberately for himself. In his memory, the boy's technique was almost the same as this set of needle techniques, but with the boy's formula, The blood shackles were completely collapsed and destroyed, but the 12-link life-removing needle technique could only temporarily unlock the blood seal. Heibo was afraid that I couldn't bear it, so he created a set of buffer needle techniques to prevent me from being unable to bear it after unlocking the shackles and exploding and dying. Qin Wentian sighed in his heart. The boy's blood was exactly the same as his own. It seemed that his guess was not wrong. The boy was in his middle-aged youth. It should be correct. Did the dead ghost father leave his life's memories to me? So, the dead ghost father is really dead. Qin Wentian sighed and looked at the starry sky. The stars in the sky were bright and dazzling. Why can't he do what the dead ghost father dared to do when he was young? Qin Wentian was not abandoned, and his father was very likely to be an extraordinary person. Then, he must not let his dead father down. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes, and the starlight on his fingers shone, and then suddenly pointed at himself. The key to the 12-linked life-solving needle technique was applied with finger techniques, which would not be difficult for him. At the same time, the blood in his body also began to circulate with the technique. His blood began to roar. Chapter 133, Absent from the decisive battle? The sky gradually brightened. Today, the King of Chu banquet will usher in the final round of confrontation. On this day, the top 9 strong men in the King of Chu banquet list will be divided into 3 groups for the final ranking showdown. On this day, the number of people around the Chu Wangtai also created history. The number of people in the previous 2 days was obviously more. All the nearby restaurants and tall halls were occupied by people. They stood in front of the windows or at the highest point of the buildings, looking at the scene on the Chu Wangtai. Everyone was looking forward to how gorgeous and wonderful the collision would be today. The banquet was ready, and people from the major sects on the stands arrived one after another. Chu Xianjiao, Xiaolu and others also came one after another. Looking at the endless crowd, Chu Xianjiao smiled. The King of Chu banquet has not been so grand in recent years. It seems that this session is very popular. On the stands, in the direction of the Xing Guild, Zhuo Yin, the vice president of the Xing Guild, arrived in person. Next to him sat Mu Qing and several other important figures of the Xing Guild. Mu Qing, you didn't seem to do what I asked you to do last time. Zhuo Yin said to Mu Qing, which made Mu Qing's expression stiffen and not look so good. What Zhuo Yin was referring to was naturally the matter of the divine pattern scroll carved by Qin Wentian last time. That time, Zhuo Yin asked him to get the scroll and bring the person who carved the scroll to the Xing Guild. President Zhuo, I tried my best, but there may be some mistakes. Mu Qing said in a low voice. Is that so? Zhuo Yin said indifferently, I heard that the divine pattern scroll was carved by Qin Wentian, and when you were in Xianyang City last year, you had the opportunity to recruit Qin Wentian into the Xing Guild, but you offended him for no reason, and the Divine Weapon Pavilion took advantage of you. Is that true? Yes, I persuaded him at the beginning, but he was arrogant and refused to join our Xing Guild, so I wanted to hand him over to the Yi family for disposal. As for what happened later, I didn't expect it. Mu Qing's expression was not very good. He didn't expect Zhuo Yin to investigate the matter. Otherwise, he wouldn't know it so clearly. Humph. Zhuo Yin was a little unhappy and snorted coldly. Qin Wentian is very famous now. How could he not know about this? If Mu Qing had introduced Qin Wentian to the Xing Guild, with Qin Wentian's talent, he could have trained him to be a vice president. I don't know what kind of ranking he will get in this Junlin banquet. Zhuo Yin thought to himself. Not only him, but everyone was guessing what the final ranking of the Junlin banquet would be. In the direction of the Mo family, Mo Qingcheng's father was sitting there, and asked Mo Qingcheng beside him, Qingcheng, what place do you think that kid can get? I don't know, maybe he can get a place in the top 3. Mo Qingcheng smiled. Oh, do you believe him so much? Mo's father looked at Mo Qingcheng and asked. The top 3 seats are extremely difficult. Of course, he also knew Luo Qianqiu's background, and Sikun Mingyu, who was also a person valued by Jiuxun Palace and was extremely powerful. Qin Wentian might have no chance of defeating them. As for the other seat in the top 3, with Huo Chen, the second sword, Chu Chen, and Hao Tai, it would not be a simple matter to take it. No matter what place he gets in the end, he should be proud of this Junlin banquet. His ability to challenge others of higher levels is absolutely rare. After all, his cultivation is only at the 7th level of the chakra. However, the energy contained in his star force seems to be far more terrifying than that of others. It must be because of the height of the star soul and the martial star. Father Mo whispered. In addition, Qin Wentian's strength lies in his proficiency in magical powers and his strange attack methods. He spits out sword light and kicks palm prints. What kind of chakra and control is needed to do this? He is very curious about the young man. Luo Qianqiu stood beside the King Gaiyu dragon chair on the Chu King stage. Beside him, there was a middle-aged man. Since the first day of this Junlin banquet, the middle-aged man has been standing there, but he rarely speaks. But at this time, he glanced at Luo Qianqiu beside him and said, "Qianqiu, today, it depends on you. The first seed of the Junlin banquet will definitely be mine." Luo Qianqiu nodded. This is his mission. The first seed of the Junlin banquet will definitely be his. There will be no accidents. Please uncle, don't let Sikun Mingayu give way for my first place. I need him to fight with all his strength. Luo Qianqiu whispered. If others heard it, they would be extremely surprised. The Junlin banquet could actually be secretly controlled. In this world, as long as there is a strong strength, there is nothing that cannot be controlled. The Junlin banquet is the same. Okay. The middle-aged man nodded, but thought to himself that Luo Qianqiu was still a little young. It was inevitable that he was young and frivolous. However, he had lived for so many years and knew a truth. Sometimes, in order to achieve the desired goal, some means are inevitable. He came with a mission. Luo Qianqiu must step into the 7th floor of the Xiangxing Pavilion of the Emperor Star Academy. In other words, the first seed of the Junlin banquet this time can only be Luo Qianqiu. At this moment, Luo Qianqiu walked out, and after a while, he stood on the first battle platform. Sikun Mingayu also walked out, but he walked onto the second battle platform because he was in the second group. The people in the first 9 seats of the king's banquet walked onto the battle platform, one after another. Soon, 8 figures appeared on the first 3 battle platforms, but one person had not arrived yet. 2 people appeared on the second battle platform. Sikun Mingayu and Jiutian stood there, but there was no trace of Qin Wentian. Today is the final battle of the king's banquet. No matter how late you are, you shouldn't come at this time. Unless Qin Wentian doesn't dare to come. Chu Xianjiao did not announce the start of the king's banquet, but waited for a while. However, as time passed, Qin Wentian still had no trace, which made many people start to whisper. Could it be that Qin Wentian really didn't show up because he was afraid of fighting Sikun Mingayu? Even if he was afraid, he could just admit defeat directly, so why was he absent? Could it be that he deliberately missed it because he didn't want to bear the stigma of admitting defeat? Why hasn't this guy appeared yet? Mo Shuang was a little anxious, looking at Ren Qianxing behind him. No matter what he does, there is no need to interfere with him. Since he did it, he has his reasons. Ren Qianxing said calmly, which surprised Mo Shuang. Ren Lao was really open-minded. No matter what Qin Wentian did, he supported him. Even if he was absent from the Junlin banquet, there must be a reason. The first battle stage, let's start first. Chu Xianjiao finally spoke, and no longer waited. On the first battle stage, there were Luo Qianqiu, the second sword, and Ruohan. The first battle, Luo Qianqiu, against the second sword. The old man next to Chu Xianjiao spoke. Ruohan walked to the side of the battle stage, leaving Luo Qianqiu and the second sword standing there. A terrifying aura flowed wildly on the two of them. Luo Qianqiu was surrounded by terrifying thunder power, roaring. The sword energy rolled around the second sword, as if to break the sky. You are not my opponent. Luo Qianqiu looked up at the void. The decisive battle of the Junlin banquet finally came. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. We have to try it to know. The second sword stepped forward, and the sword energy rushed out madly. At this moment, he was extremely dangerous. As the second sword continued to move forward, the sword energy became stronger and stronger, almost turning into a substantial sword light, rushing towards Luo Qianqiu. However, at the same time, Luo Qianqiu's breath rose madly, as if roaring. The breath he released rushed from the 8th level of the wheel meridian to the 9th level of the wheel meridian. Before, he had been fighting at the 8th level of the wheel meridian. Now, he finally stopped hiding it, and his power broke out completely. The sword energy on the second sword seemed to stagnate, but he finally slashed out with a sword when he came in front of the opponent. This was a giant sword that fell from the sky and was going to break the sky in half. However, Luo Qianqiu raised his head, and a phantom of the thunder god appeared behind him. In the void, a huge lightning palm appeared, directly holding the sword light there, and the terrifying destructive force destroyed the sword light. Boom! With a step, Luo Qianqiu's figure disappeared, and the lightning palm print stretched out, and the terrifying destructive light destroyed everything. The second sword slashed out crazily, and thousands of sword lights appeared at this moment. However, the lightning palm print turned into a terrifying lightning snake, entangled those sword lights, and then a terrible lightning force was directly transmitted to the opponent's body. The second sword's body trembled, and the whole person was shocked by electricity. Get out! Luo Qianqiu slapped out with one palm, and the lightning palm print hit the sword. The second sword's body flew out. When he stopped, he bowed slightly to Luo Qianqiu and said, "I lost." The second sword, he was defeated convincingly. Luo Qianqiu's strength is so strong. The crowd was shocked. Is this the real Luo Qianqiu? It's so scary. He had never met an opponent with the 8th level of the Wheel Meridian before, but now he is completely shining. The crowd finally understood why Zumiao regarded Luo Qianqiu as the most popular candidate and believed that he was destined to be the first seat at the Zhenlin banquet. The second battle, the second sword, against Ruohuan. The old man continued to speak, and Luo Qianqiu walked aside, leaving the position to Ruohuan and the second sword. At the beginning, the second sword burst out with the strongest attack. The crazy sword light did not give Ruohuan a chance to breathe. Even though her body flexibility was perfect and her melee ability was terrifying, she could not get close to the second sword. In the end, Ruohuan was defeated, and it was a defeat without suspense. In this case, the remaining battle between Luo Qianqiu and Ruohuan did not need to be fought at all. In the ranking of the first battle stage, Luo Qianqiu was first, and he would fight with the first of the other two groups. The second sword was second, and the powerful Ruohuan could only rank third. The crowd's eyes moved to the second battle stage, but still did not see Qin Wentian's figure. Only Sikun Mingyu and Jiutian were there. Qin Wentian, where is he? Could it be that he really wants to give up the decisive battle at the Zhenlin banquet? Chapter 134 arrived in time. The old man beside Chu Xianjiao glanced at the second battle stage, and then said, "Let's fight on the third battle stage first. The king's banquet is the biggest event in Chu state. It would be a pity to miss it." The old man is willing to leave some time for Qin Wentian, hoping that he can arrive in time. The first battle, Huo Chen vs. Hao Tai. The old man said, and then Huo Chen and Hao Tai stood opposite each other. Huo Chen held a spear in his hand, his star soul shining, and the whole person was like a spear. At this moment, he gave people the feeling of being sharp. The spear was raised and pointed at Hao Tai. In an instant, a terrifying spear light was swallowed and spit out. When he stepped out, the sharp aura rose wildly. Hao Tai was not willing to be outdone, and his two star souls bloomed at the same time. The first star soul is the star soul of the celestial bull, the second star soul is the star soul of the white tiger. The two star souls are both terrible beast star souls, which is related to the environment in which he grew up. The God General Martial Academy is located in the dark forest and does not communicate with other martial academies. Their daily experience is to survive in the wilderness and hunt monsters to survive. Everyone has experienced extremely cruel survival trials, fighting various monsters in the dark forest and surviving from their hands. Driven by this environment, many people in the God General Martial Academy prefer to communicate with a beast star soul when communicating with a star soul. They believe that the beast star soul can give them enough power. Hao Tai released an extremely violent breath. When he stepped forward, the ground seemed to tremble. His eyes were all red, which made people feel terrible at a glance. However, Huo Chen did not show any weakness in the face of this terrible momentum. His terrifying sharp aura still bloomed, step by step forward, getting stronger and stronger, and a terrible vortex seemed to appear in front of him. Suddenly, Huo Chen's body moved, and the long spear passed by, and the stream of light flashed, as if to break the void, and the space made a muffled sound. Bang! Hao Tai punched out directly, and collided with Huo Chen's spear, causing many people's pupils to shrink. This was too fierce, punching out directly with a fist. Of course, Hao Tai's fist itself was also a magical power. The supreme power shook the spear, causing it to tremble. Huo Chen's spear trembled, and suddenly it seemed that several cold lights burst out from the spear and pierced Hao Tai's eyes. Hao Tai roared, and the whole person rushed forward like a fierce monster. His palm slapped forward, like a monster's palm, extremely violent. Huo Chen's eyes were as calm as ever. Hao Tai's strength did not make him feel the slightest bit of emotional fluctuations. His expression was still calm, giving people a cold feeling. On the decisive battle stage of the Junlin banquet, you must be prepared that every battle will be a tough battle. Huo Chen slapped out with his left palm, and it seemed that thousands of spears burst out at the same time, piercing the opponent. Hao Tai roared, and the attacks of the two people collided crazily. Surprisingly, attack against attack. After a moment, the figures of the two seemed to be submerged by a terrible airflow, and only an extremely terrifying aura was spreading. The sharp gunshots whistled, and the roars like monsters shook the crowd. No one expected that Hao Tai would be so strong and could fight with Huo Chen to this extent. It's time to end, Huo Chen said calmly, and then the crowd saw a dazzling spear light, which bloomed like a demon lotus, breaking Hao Tai's attack and defense, piercing Hao Tai's arm, causing Hao Tai's body to explode and retreat, and he could only admit defeat. Even if he can't compete for the top 3 seats, he must compete for the 4th and 6th seats. It's not worth it if he fights with Huo Chen and gets seriously injured. After a short rest, the second battle is for Hao Tai to fight with Gu Xing. This battle was as exciting as the first one. Hao Tai and Gu Xing were both extremely crazy people, fighting like two madmen. There was even a situation where the two of them blasted each other, which shocked the people and made them speechless. This was a desperate move. Hao Tai was also speechless. He didn't expect that Gu Xing, who was on the same battlefield with him, was also a madman. He thought that it would be easier without Luo Qianqiu and Sikun Mingao in the group, but now, if he lost this battle, he would only be able to compete for the 7th and 9th seats. He couldn't afford to lose to such a person. The two of them were fighting desperately. In the end, Hao Tai defeated Gu Xing, but he himself was almost exhausted. He sat down and began to use the meteorite to restore the consumed star energy. If there was another battle like this, I'm afraid he wouldn't have to attend the next Junlin banquet. Fortunately, Gu Xing seemed to relax a little at the end and didn't think of fighting him desperately, which made him proud of his victory. Gu Xing seemed to be able to continue fighting, but he gave up. It seems that his purpose of attending the Junlin banquet was not for a good ranking. The crowd had a feeling after watching this battle, but no matter what he fought for, he was defeated. The ranking of the third group came out. Huo Chen ranked first, Hao Tai ranked second, and Gu Xing ranked third. Next, there was only the last group left, but Qin Wentian still did not show up. Sikun Mingao, fight Chu Chen. The old man said. I admit defeat. Chu Chen smiled, which made the crowd stunned, but then relieved. It seems that Chu Chen wanted to save strength to deal with the subsequent battles. Without Qin Wentian, he would directly rank second, so he could compete for the 4th and 6th seats. If he got 4th, he would have the opportunity to challenge Huo Chen and snatch the top 3 seats. After all, he had just witnessed the power of Hao Tai and the second sword. How could he dare to take it lightly? So he simply gave up the battle with Sikun Mingao. Although giving up the battle is criticized, Chu Chen's choice is not a wise move. The crowd thought to themselves that Chu Chen was quite smart. In that case, in this group, Sikun Mingao is first and Chu Chen is second. The old man began to announce the results. Qin Wentian must have missed it. Many people felt sorry for him. The king's banquet was such a grand event, and he was absent at the time of the decisive battle. It was too pity. Next, Luo Qianqiu, Sikun Mingao, and Huo Chen will compete for the top 3 seats on the first stage. Second sword, Chu Chen, and Hao Tai will compete for the 4th and 6th seats on the second stage. Ruo Huan and Gu Xing will compete for the 7th and 8th seats on the third stage, so let's start from the third stage. The old man continued to speak and announced the ending, which made many people look forward to it again. Although it was a pity that Qin Wentian didn't come, the next battle was also full of expectations. Qin Wentian, you bastard. Fan Li was about to cry. He had great hopes for that guy. How could he not show up? How could he not show up? If he fights, he will accept it even if he fails to get a place in the top 3. Many people felt sorry for Qin Wentian. The elders of the Imperial Star Academy, the people of the Mo family, the people of the Mu family, and the people of the Divine Weapon Pavilion all sighed in their hearts. I saw Qin Wentian yesterday. At this moment, a timid voice sounded in the crowd, and many people immediately looked at the owner of the voice. It turned out to be a young girl. Yu Huan, why is it you? Where is Qin Wentian? In the direction of the Imperial Star Academy, there was an elder who was Yu Huan's teacher. Seeing her in the crowd, he couldn't help asking. I saw him in the academy. the girl said timidly, looking at the place where the elders of the Imperial Star Academy were. She was silent for a while, causing many people to stare at her. Qin Wentian, I saw him walking out of the 6th floor of the Xian Palace. Yu Huan said weakly, and in an instant, the vast Chu Wangte became exceptionally quiet. Qin Wentian walked out of the 6th floor of the Xian Palace? Although many people here are not from the Imperial Star Academy, no one will not know the Xianxing Pavilion, Xian Palace and Xianmeng Forest of the Imperial Star Academy, unless he is not from the Imperial City. Those who know Xian Palace, of course, understand what the 6th floor of Xian Palace means. Are you kidding? A rather cold voice came. Chumo stood up from the stands of the Emperor Star Academy. As a student of Yuanfu Realm, he also had a seat in the stands. The last time he stepped into Xian Palace, he only reached the 4th floor. You actually said that he walked out of the 6th floor. Not to mention Qin Wentian, none of the elders present have ever stepped onto the 6th floor of Xian Palace. Chumo said coldly, Yu Huan, don't talk nonsense. The crowd nodded one after another. Chumo made sense. Stepping onto the 6th floor of Xian Palace was absolutely absurd. Even if he said the 5th floor, they would still believe it. I saw it with my own eyes. Yu Huan's face flushed when she heard Chumo's voice, and she said a little unconvinced. What an ignorant girl. Chumo snorted coldly, you also entered the 5th and 6th floors of Xian Palace. Did you see him go up? No, but if you didn't, shut up. Chumo said coldly, the final battle will take place at the Junlin banquet. You have no right to speak here. Go back. Yu Huan seemed to want to speak, but seeing Chumo's sharp eyes, she finally gave up and retreated into the crowd. Since you know that this is the final battle stage of the Junlin banquet, what qualifications do you have to say more? Suddenly, another voice came out, and the crowd was in a commotion. Then they saw a young figure walking out of the crowd, and behind the young man, there was a snow dog. The young man who appeared was naturally Qin Wentian. The moment they saw him, many people smiled. This guy finally showed up. Frightened the fat man to death. Family patted his fat chest and said quite depressedly, this guy finally arrived. Chapter 135 Emperor Planet. Qin Wentian walked to the bottom of the battle platform, raised his head, and looked towards Chumo in the direction of the stands, with a hint of sarcasm on his lips. He happened to hear Yu Huan's words when he came. Although he and Yu Huan did not know each other, and he did not have a good impression of Yu Huan because of her words, at least Chumo's reaction made him feel very unhappy. Yu Huan said that he had stepped into the 6th floor of Xian Palace. Whether it was true or not, it seemed to have nothing to do with Chumo, right? Why did he scold others, and showed it so strongly? Obviously, it was because Chumo was very unhappy with him, Qin Wentian. Chumo saw Qin Wentian's expression slightly narrowed, and then sneered, could it be that you really stepped into the 6th floor of Xian Palace? I am your senior brother after all. It is not good to talk to your senior brother like this. If you want others to respect you, you must respect yourself first. How can you deserve respect when you scold your junior sister like this? Qin Wentian asked back. Haha, you just made it to the top 9 seats at the king's banquet, how come you are so proud of yourself as if you have already won first place? Chumo said sarcastically, which made the crowd show strange expressions. The 2 talented students of the Emperor Star Academy actually started fighting first, which was quite interesting. Qin Wentian turned his eyes away and didn't look at Chumo again. He jumped onto the battle stage. However, Fatty Fannel was a little unhappy. He shouted from below, last year, when someone was at the 9th level of the Wheel Meridian Realm, he only got the 5th seat at the King's Banquet. When he was at the 7th level of the Wheel Meridian Realm, no one knew where he was practicing. He even had the nerve to mock others, as if he had won first place at the King's Banquet himself. This sentence made Chumo's expression condense, and his eyes looking at Fannel were filled with a few cold lights. There are so many elders in the Imperial Star Academy, and someone jumped out and spoke wildly. People who don't know him would think he is the most senior person in the Imperial Star Academy. Family continued, which immediately made Chumo look very ugly. He looked at the elders around him and saw that they were all looking at him. His expression suddenly froze, and then he sat down tremblingly, but he wanted to kill Fatty Fanley with a palm. After Qin Wentian walked onto the battle stage, countless eyes fell on him. As for what Yu Huan said just now, they had forgotten it. After all, they didn't believe it in their hearts. What they wanted to see more was the final battle of the King's Banquet. It shouldn't be too late. Qin Wentian raised his head and looked at the rising sun in the sky. The smile on the boy's face was as bright as the sun. The reason why it was late was because he had experienced a terrible nightmare last night, and the awakened blood almost swallowed him. Fortunately, he held on. After calming down, he immediately rushed here. How could he miss the battle stage of the king's banquet? Hey Bo, will you keep an eye on me in the dark at today's Jiutian banquet? Qin Wentian looked at the sky and murmured in his heart. The old man would also watch his performance. There were also the teachers of the Imperial Star Academy, Mo Qingcheng, Muro, Ruahun, Fatty, and the Divine Weapon Pavilion. How could he, Qin Wentian, fail? I'm sorry, senior. I'm late. Fortunately, I made it to the Jiutian banquet. I hope you won't blame me. Qin Wentian said to the old man beside the throne. You have missed the group battle, and the battle rankings of each group have been announced. What do you think we should do? The old man looked at Qin Wentian with some displeasure. After all, Qin Wentian missed the battle time. He wanted to wait for him deliberately, but he still didn't wait. The final ranking battle should not have started yet, right? Qin Wentian glanced at the 3 battle platforms. He found that there were only Ruahun and Guxing on the 3rd battle platform. The rankings of the major groups have been announced. Next, we will compete for the specific rankings. The old man said. In that case, senior, please assume that I have conceded both of the group battles, okay? Qin Wentian said. Since he was late, he should be punished, and those 2 battles should be counted as his losses. The old man thought for a moment, then nodded. You missed those 2 battles. Since you said that you have conceded all, there is nothing to say. Then I now announce that you are ranked 3rd in that group. Now please go to the 3rd battle stage to compete for the 7th and 9th ranking battle. Thank you, senior. Qin Wentian saluted, and then his figure flashed and landed on the 3rd battle stage. There were already 2 figures here, namely, Ruahun and Guxing. Stinky boy, you dare to be late on such an important day. Ruahun glared at Qin Wentian. Aren't you here right away? Qin Wentian smiled. Are you sure? Ruahun asked. Not bad. Qin Wentian nodded gently. It's just that I didn't sleep well last night. Time is too tight. Unfortunately, the Jiutian banquet cannot be postponed. Okay, the first battle, Ruahun, against Qin Wentian. The old man next to the throne spoke. Ruahun smiled and glanced at Qin Wentian, then looked at the old man and said, Senior, I give up this battle. Ruahun gave up the ranking battle of the Jiutian banquet, and let Qin Wentian pursue his ranking. As long as Qin Wentian won the 7th seat, he would be given a chance to continue to challenge higher. Okay, the second battle, Guxing, against Qin Wentian. The old man said again. I give up. Guxing uttered a voice, which immediately shocked countless people. It doesn't have to be so dramatic, right? Qin Wentian returned, and the 2 of them admitted defeat at the same time and helped Qin Wentian. This is equivalent to Ruahun and Guxing sending Qin Wentian directly to the 2nd battle stage, letting him compete with the people in the 4th to 6th seats to grab a better seat. Then do you 2 want to fight? The old man looked at Ruahun and Guxing again. No need, I give up. Guxing said calmly, and then he just sat on the ground, as if everything in the outside world had nothing to do with him. This situation made many people feel quite regretful. The 3 people in the 3rd camp ended without even fighting, but fortunately, the next battle will definitely be very exciting. Qin Wentian, temporarily ranked 7th, Ruahun, 8th, Guxing, 9th. The old man announced calmly, and then his eyes fell on the 2nd battle platform. On this battle platform, there were 3 people, Jiutian, Chu Chen, and Hao Tai. The first battle, Jiutian, against Hao Tai. As the old man's voice fell, the atmosphere instantly became tense again, and everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. Jiutian was very strong, but he had no choice but to meet Luo Qiangqiu, so he had no choice but to lose, but he crushed Ruahun with his absolute swordsmanship. That kind of swordsmanship was fierce and domineering, just like Huo Chen's spearmanship, sharp and terrifying. According to the odds offered by Zumian Lao, Jiutian and Huo Tai were both favored to enter the top 3. But Hao Tai also fought fiercely with Huo Chen. Now that the 2 of them were colliding, people were looking forward to who would win. The star souls of the 2 burst out at the same time. Jiutian held a fierce sword, and Hao Tai seemed to have turned into a terrifying ancient monster. The 2 fought together in an instant. The terrifying collision and shock made the crowd's hearts beat continuously. The battle stage seemed to be submerged by the sword light and a violent demonic energy. The terrible aura enveloped the entire space. The power was too terrible. Roar. After fighting for a long time, Hao Tai roared 9 times in a row, shocking the world. His fist, as violent as a demon beast, extinguished the sword light, and then punched the second sword in front of the defensive sword light, and directly shook his body away. Hao Tai's movements had not stopped yet. He was seen soaring into the air, catching up with the second sword and punching him twice again, and forcibly shook him off the battle stage. Hao Tai defeated the second sword, which amazed many people. It was too terrible. It seems that although Zumiao Lao's odds can be used as the most important reference for strength, they are not completely accurate. Hao Tai was slightly less favored by Xian Miaofang than the second sword, but he defeated the second sword. You take a break. On the first stage, Huo Chen will fight Sikun Mingyu. The old man said calmly. He actually staggered the battles. This way, the people who had just fought would have time to rest, and the king's banquet would not be delayed. The battle between Huo Chen and Sikun Mingyu was not suspenseful. Although Huo Chen was also very strong, Sikun Mingyu was Sikun Mingyu after all. As predicted by the Xian Miaofang odds, he had already secured the top 2 spots in the top 3. Although there was still a possibility of overturning in theory, the possibility was too small, so small that no one would think about it. As for Qin Wentian, he was sitting cross-legged at the moment, a quiet practitioner, as if everything in the outside world had nothing to do with him. He had not yet fully comprehended the second style of the Great Dream Halberd method, the meteor. How could he miss such an opportunity? Next, he would face the most intense battle, and he had to adjust his state to the peak to meet his challenge. Second sword, fight Jiutian. The old man's words came again, and the crowd's eyes were fixed on the second stage. The second sword has already lost a battle. He will never allow himself to lose again in this battle, otherwise, the snow cloud country will completely become a foil. When Jiutian faced Sikun Mingyu just now, he directly admitted defeat and saved his strength. No one knew how strong he was. But when he collided with the second sword, everyone knew that Jiutian had released his 2 star souls for the first time. What kind of star soul is the first star soul? It's actually a scepter. Someone stared at one of Jiutian's star souls and said in shock. The purple star soul is a star soul condensed from the purple star of the Emperor, a symbol of the Emperor. I didn't expect that Jiutian also has the ability to communicate with a purple star. Chu Xianjiao's first star soul is also a purple star soul. Someone sighed. There are many strange martial stars above the 9 heavens galaxy. The purple star, which symbolizes the Emperor's intention, is one of them. P.S. The decisive battle is coming. Are you ready? The storm is about to rise. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136 Top 3. The 9 Heavens Galaxy has infinite mysteries. Some strange martial stars may appear in any layer of the sky. However, some martial stars are not accessible to everyone. They will choose their masters. Some more wonderful martial stars will even choose martial arts. When your consciousness passes by, they will guide you and let you communicate with them, so as to condense the star soul belonging to that martial star. Chu Xianjiao and Jiutian are both royals with the fate of the Emperor. They have condensed the purple star soul, which is quite shocking. The people of Chu know the power of the purple star soul. This star soul is in the shape of a scepter and can increase its own strength. Any means of attack can be amplified by the purple star soul, and even the power contained in other star souls. Jiutian actually has the purple star soul, which means that in the previous battle, Jiutian has been hiding his strength and has not fought with all his strength. Now, it finally blooms. As for Jiutian's second star soul, it looks like a palm print. It can be imagined that the martial star he communicated with must also be a huge palm print star. Please. Jiutian said with a smile. The second sword's eyes were solemn, and then he opened his sword light. Jiutian took a step forward, his palms trembled, and the star soul seemed to be attached to the palm print, as if countless palm prints burst out in an instant, and began to attack madly. What a fast attack speed! The pupils of the crowd contracted. In just a short moment, they saw that it seemed that countless palm prints attacked madly. Although the sword of the second sword was sharp, it was too fast to keep up, and it collided with it madly. The sword was as fast as the wind, but it still couldn't stop the madness of the palm print. In the end, Jiutian defeated the second sword, and he will compete with Hao Tai for the 4th seed of the Junlin banquet. Jiutian, fight Luo Qianqiu, the old man said, and the eyes of the crowd fell on the first battle stage again. There was no suspense in this battle. Although Jiutian was very powerful, he was still completely crushed by Luo Qianqiu, who had the best chance of winning the first place in this Junlin banquet. The crowd could only sigh that Luo Qianqiu was too strong. Perhaps only Sikun Mingyue could compete with him. With the end of the battle between Jiutian and Luo Qianqiu, the crowd seemed to be able to foresee that the most intense clash was about to come. After Jiutian and Hao Tai finished fighting, it would be Luo Qianqiu and Sikun Mingyue's turn to compete for the first place in this Junlin banquet. Jiutian, fight Hao Tai. As the old man's voice fell, the second battle platform would usher in the final decisive battle. Jiutian looked at Hao Tai calmly, and said slowly, "You are not my opponent, there is no need to fight too hard. After defeating you, I will advance to the top 3. The crowd couldn't help but be slightly startled when they heard Jiutian's calm voice. Before, Jiutian gave up the battle with Sikun Mingyue, so people were not optimistic about him. However, no one thought that Jiutian deliberately avoided the battle with Sikun Mingyue, but wanted to get the first place on the second battle stage, so that he could impact the top 3 seats in the most perfect state. In fact, Jiutian's confidence was backed by strong strength. Even though Hao Tai's strength was extremely strong, Jiutian still defeated him and obtained the qualification to impact the top 3 seats. After this battle, Jiutian temporarily ranked 4th, Hao Tai 5th, and the second sword 6th. At this moment, everyone's eyes looked at the first battle stage. Will Sikun Mingyue and Luo Qianqiu have a final showdown? The final battle between Luo Qianqiu and Sikun Mingyue has been postponed. Jiutian will fight against Jiutian. If Jiutian loses, the top 3 will be decided. If Jiutian wins, the final top 3 battle will take place. The voice of the old man seemed to break the crowd's fantasy, but it was fine. They also wanted to see who was stronger between Jiutian and Jiutian. The final top 3 battle. In the direction of Emperor Star Academy, Gulao smiled and said, "You seem to have forgotten one person." The crowd showed a strange look, and then saw a figure who was still sitting alone on a battle platform with his eyes closed practicing. Obviously, Gulao was referring to Qin Wentian, but even if he hadn't forgotten, could Qin Wentian make it to the top 3? He might not be able to pass the 2 major levels of the second sword and Hao Tai. After the battle between Jiutian and Jiutian is over, I will give him a chance to see how far he can go. The old man said calmly, obviously not optimistic about Qin Wentian. The second sword that was favored at the beginning could only be ranked 6th in the king's banquet. It can be seen how fierce the battle was and how strong these people were. It was almost impossible for Qin Wentian to challenge and enter the top 3 step by step. If he could step into the 8th level of the Wheel Meridian, with Qin Wentian's talent and combat power, he might have a chance to break into the top 3, but the realm is by no means broken by words. Martial arts practice requires one step at a time, and the realm can only be improved through hard practice and accumulation. Meteorites and precious elixirs can accelerate the speed of practice, but it is impossible to break through the realm just by saying it. Prince Chen, you can't take the top 3 seat. Jiutian's voice was full of strong confidence. Although he and Jiutian were familiar with each other, this was a battle of honor, and he would definitely go all out. Jiutian, although you are quite powerful, there will definitely be a place for me in the top 3. Moreover, I will make up for the shortcomings just now and challenge Sikun Mingyue and Luo Qianqiu. Since you have already fought and lost, you should give up your position. Jiutian's voice was full of strong confidence. Both of them had the belief and determination to win. Jiutian, he had already got a place in the top 3, how could he give up? If he was squeezed out, how could he save face? Jiutian, you must win. Many people bet on Jiutian to win the top 3. At this moment, they all prayed in their hearts that Jiutian must defeat Jiutian, otherwise the bet they were about to get would fly away. Then, let's fight. Jiutian held a spear, and his fighting spirit was soaring. He had already lost to Luo Qianqiu and Sikun Mingyue. This battle was for glory. The wind swept past, the shadow of the spear was like a dream, and the dazzling silver light bloomed. When he and Jiutian collided, it seemed that a meteor rain of spears appeared on the battle stage, gorgeous and dazzling. However, Jiutian just slapped out a palm, and the rain of gunfire was annihilated. He looked at Jiutian and said calmly, "To show my respect for you, I will let you see my true strength. Now, use your strongest power to attack." As soon as the voice fell, Jiutian's body seemed to have the power of blood roaring, and his figure seemed to become taller. The royal family of Chu State has the power of the emperor's blood, which is why they have been able to rule Chu State for 3,000 years. The purple star soul, the emperor's blood, and the efforts of generations of royal family members have made the 3,000 years of Chu State history. In this world where martial arts are respected, the so-called rule must be based on a strong military force. Jiutian was stunned for a moment, and then sighed. "I didn't expect that Prince Chen also awakened his blood power. In this case, I won't be polite." Feeling Jiutian's blood, Jiutian understood that the chances of winning this battle were getting smaller and smaller. Is Jiutian really going to lose? And Jiutian, the dark horse, is making it to the top 3. Many people felt a little annoyed. Were they deceived by Tian Miaofang's odds? Or, Tian Miaofang didn't know about Jiutian's hidden power? Jiutian's spear thrust out, lotus blossomed, thousands of spears burst out at the same time, like stars all over the sky, and finally gathered into the strongest spear shadow, moving forward. Jiutian's blood seemed to overlap with the amplification effect of Zui Star Soul. His palm print blasted out. Under the double amplification, only Jiutian could feel how terrifying his palm print was. The spear that could break everything could not move forward after all and was blocked. Jiutian understood that he had lost. Looking up at Jiutian, Jiutian sighed and said, "I thought I could be in the top 3 at this Jinlin banquet, but I didn't expect to be ranked 4th in the end. However, Prince Chen, your strength has earned you a top 3 seat, which is well deserved." After that, Jiutian saluted Jiutian to show his respect for Jiutian. "You are already very strong. The 4th seat is just because this year is too intense. We can compete to see who enters the Yuan mansion first, and then we can compete," Jiutian said with a smile. "Okay." Jiutian nodded, smiled freely, and no longer thought more about his failure. In such a fierce competition, getting the 4th place in the end is actually not bad. Since then, the top 3 seats of the king's banquet have almost been decided: Luo Qianqiu, Sikun Mingyu, and Jiutian. As for the specific ranking, it still needs to go through the final showdown. The 4th and 6th seats are also temporarily determined: Jiutian, Haotai, and the second sword. Now, the only variable is Qin Wentian. However, although Qin Wentian is extraordinary, no one is optimistic about him. After all, if he wants to move forward, the first opponent in front of him is the powerful second sword. At this time, what everyone is most looking forward to is the final battle for the top 3 seats. The old man looked at Qin Wentian, who was sitting cross-legged, and asked, "Do you want to fight?" Qin Wentian opened his eyes, stopped practicing, and responded, "Of course." "Well, the first battle is against the second sword," the old man said, and the second sword looked at Qin Wentian with a strong, sharp aura. He was originally optimistic about taking the top 3 seats, but now he is ranked 6th. This made him feel ashamed. Now, Qin Wentian actually dared to challenge him. The tyrant void released infinite sword intent. The second sword raised his head, and his pupils turned into sharp swords, and then slowly moved towards Qin Wentian. In an instant, it seemed that 2 sword beams were stabbing Qin Wentian. "If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. I will avenge the third night." The second sword's voice was as sharp as a sword. There was no part of his body that did not reveal the terrible aura of swords. In the sword, there was arrogance, unwillingness, and killing. He wanted to use Qin Wentian's blood to wash away the shame of the Jinlin banquet. His Jiutian country was defeated so miserably. Only Sikun Mingyu entered the top 3, and then he was the only one left in the top 9 seats. Chapter 137, Facing Jiutian. The killing intent that bloomed from the second sword made the people around him feel a little cold. Qin Wentian had killed the third knight, and the second sword was defeated in succession, being squeezed to the 6th place, but he was challenged by Qin Wentian again. The mood of the second sword can be imagined. He wanted to kill Qin Wentian to vent his anger and wash away the shame of 2 consecutive defeats. Qin Wentian, it's a bit dangerous. Everyone thought in their hearts that the second sword wanted to use his sword to take Qin Wentian's life. Finally, the sword energy of the second sword burst out, and a terrifying sword light fell from the sky, slashing towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian held the Fangbian Huoji in his hand, his figure flashed, as fast as lightning, the sword light slashed past him, cutting the battlefield. Qin Wentian seemed not to feel it, standing there calmly, holding the Fangbian Huoji, his hand was so steady. The second sword trembled, chasing Qin Wentian, his palm trembled continuously, and suddenly endless sword light slashed out at the same time, like a river of swords. Qin Wentian used his body skills to the extreme, and it seemed that the wings of Kunpeng appeared behind him. After images appeared in the void, and then disappeared under the sword light. Kill! The second sword roared again, and the sword was like a shadow, stabbing at Qin Wentian's real body. On the battlefield, a terrible storm has formed, tearing everything apart. Buzz! Qin Wentian finally launched his attack, and the Fangbian Huoji Qinglong style killed out. The Qinglong roared and roared, but it was not as sharp as the sword light, and was broken and chopped off. However, Qin Wentian's left hand slapped out a palm force at the same time, and the palm print like a mountain pressed down, and the speed of the attack was shocking. The sword light reappeared, and the second sword slashed out horizontally this time. Puff! Qin Wentian spit out sword light, his body trembled, and he actually jumped into the air, causing the pupils of the crowd to shrink. Is this guy not afraid of death? The second sword wanted to kill him, but he was not a person from the Yuan mansion, and he could not fly in the air at will. After all, he had to land. Wouldn't it give the other party an opportunity to take advantage of him in the air? However, they soon found out that they were wrong. Qin Wentian in the void was like a real Kunpeng monster. He could walk in the air. The wild beast halberd method, the blue dragon style and the white tiger style, burst out crazily. In an instant, he didn't know how many attacks he had launched. At the same time, his mouth kept spitting out sharp sword light, and his left hand was slapping the wheel seal at the same time. Even when his legs were borrowing power in the void, he actually sent out the magical power of the falling mountain palm, allowing the magical power to borrow power for him to step in the air. This idea was simply incredible. The extremely violent attacks fell down overwhelmingly, suppressing the second sword's fast sword. Qin Wentian's Fangbian painted halberd, left hand, legs, and mouth all launched attacks. Such a battle scene was unprecedented, and the crowd couldn't help but be stunned. I'm afraid this will consume a lot of star energy. The crowd was speechless when they saw this scene. The sword light of the second sword completely gave up the attack and completely turned into defensive posture, dancing himself in the wind and rain. Even when Qin Wentian landed, his sword light still enveloped his body, and the dazzling sword curtain was gorgeous. But when everyone looked at the battle stage, they showed strange expressions. Qin Wentian's moves were too fast, so it was like second sword was dancing with his sword alone, which was quite funny. Second sword also noticed it, and his sword light slowed down and put away his defense, but at the same moment, Qin Wentian moved. Second sword, he seemed to have forgotten how fast Qin Wentian was. Second sword, he seemed to have forgotten how third knight died. The Great Dream Halberd method mountain opening style, this halberd was like a dream, and under the hasty resistance of second sword, his sword was directly shaken apart, and then pierced into his head. Second sword opened his mouth, as if he wanted to shout the word surrender, but there was no chance. Before these two words came out, his life came to an end. This halberd again. The crowd saw this scene and their expressions froze there. This halberd was too fast and too strong. Third knight died under this halberd. Now, second sword also fell under this halberd. Second sword was careless. When he put away his defense but had no time to attack, Qin Wentian took his life with the force of thunder. Second sword was very powerful. It's a pity that he died. He was one of the top 9 seats in the Genlin banquet, but he died on the battlefield. Many people sighed in their hearts, but there was only one chance. If second sword knew the result, he would never dare to be so arrogant and show his murderous intention to Qin Wentian so thoroughly. With the death of second sword, the only person left on the battlefield in Jiutian country was Sikun Mingyu. Presumably, he hated Qin Wentian to the bone. Since you want to die, I will grant you your wish. Qin Wentian pulled out the Fangbian Huoji. With strong reluctance and despair, second sword stopped thinking forever and laid down. This genius who came from Jiutian country and was praised as having the ability to compete for the top 3 seats was buried in a foreign land. Many people couldn't help but look at Sikun Mingyu, and saw a strong killing intent coming out of him. His sharp eyes looked at Qin Wentian, and he didn't hide the killing intent in his eyes. You'd better not go to the battle stage of the top 3 seats. Sikun Mingayu seemed to take a deep breath. Qin Wentian, with 2 killings, humiliated a martial artist from Jiutian country, and the reason was because he attacked Ruahuan. How could he, Sikun Mingayu, not take revenge? At this moment, he had a strong desire, hoping that Qin Wentian could kill all the way to the top 3 seats, walk in front of him, and then bear his anger. Wait for me. Qin Wentian looked at the other party calmly and uttered a voice lightly. He will definitely go to the top 3 seats. Since he missed the battle with Sikun Mingayu just now, then he will kill all the way and walk to the strongest decisive battle stage. That halberd, is it Qin Wentian's trump card? It's really powerful. Next he will fight Hao Tai. Although Hao Tai has a very strong defense, he may still be broken by that halberd. The crowd thought in their hearts, and the old man on the stage also said to Qin Wentian, "Do you need a rest?" Next battle. Qin Wentian said calmly. Okay, then the second battle is against Hao Tai. The old man said. Hao Tai walked in front of Qin Wentian. He got the 5th seat at the Jiutian banquet, but he didn't expect that he would now face a challenger like Qin Wentian. Huo Chen also looked at Qin Wentian. As long as he stepped over Hao Tai, Qin Wentian would be able to stand in front of him. He obviously did not expect that Qin Wentian, who was absent from the Jiutian banquet, would have the opportunity to kill him. You are not my opponent. I don't want to continue to consume the star energy. Make way. Qin Wentian looked at Hao Tai. There was no arrogant tone in his calm voice, but it gave people a sense of arrogance. He directly asked Hao Tai to make way for him. You are too confident in your own strength. Although you killed the second sword, it seems that it was not easy to win. Hao Tai said coldly. Qin Wentian, is he insulting him? Can you withstand the halberd just now? Qin Wentian asked. Although that halberd is very strong, it can still be defended. Hao Tai thought about it, and then said seriously. Of course, he saw clearly the halberd that Qin Wentian used to kill the second sword. Perhaps, you haven't really felt it. Qin Wentian's voice fell, and then his momentum suddenly changed, and the Fang Bian Hua Ji stabbed forward. At this moment, Hao Tai's eyes were stiff, and he had an illusion of irresistibility. Qin Wentian's halberd did not really stab out, but was just practicing for him. I don't want to use another meaningless battle to prove anything. You can't stop me from moving forward. Even if you can defend against this halberd, what if I hide it continuously? Qin Wentian asked again. Hao Tai was silent. After a moment, he said, such an attack will probably consume a lot of star energy. If you use it repeatedly, how can you fight in the future? Are you going to gamble your life on the consumption of my star energy? Qin Wentian asked back, and Hao Tai was speechless. The two still did not fight. After a few breaths, Hao Tai spoke again. I grew up in the dark forest, hunted countless monsters, condensed the twin beast star souls, and my attack power is so strong that few people of the same level can match me. And you have the 7th level of wheel meridian cultivation, and you can attack like this. Can I ask, what kind of halberd is this, what level of magical power is it, and where does it come from? The Great Dream Halberd method, named Cation style, I don't know what level it is, but I created it myself. Qin Wentian responded, causing many people to gasp. Such a powerful attack was not from the magical power he had practiced, but was created by himself. If this is true, Qin Wentian is indeed a martial arts genius. Hao Tai was stunned after hearing this, and then he bowed to Qin Wentian, then raised his head and said, what you can do is indeed what I can't do. It seems that my outstanding talent is just a sitting well and watching the sky. Although I can't fight, this Jiutian banquet is worth the trip. As he said, he walked to the side, sighing that he was not as good as him, and actually admitted defeat directly, which surprised everyone and shocked them. This Hao Tai seems to be a barbarian, but in fact it is not the case. How can a person of his level not have his own beliefs and pursuits? With Hao Tai's admission of defeat, Qin Wentian, with only one battle, entered the 5th seat of the Jiutian banquet. Next, in front of him is Huo Chen. As long as he defeats Huo Chen, he will be eligible to compete for the top 3 seats. This made everyone quite emotional. Today's Jiutian banquet decisive battle was really ups and downs, which was unexpected. Chapter 138, Unable to Stop the Way Forward. P.S. It will be on the shelves at 12 o'clock tonight. Wuhan is very nervous. Unknowingly, the God-King has been released for free for more than 2 months, with more than 400,000 words. The speed is neither fast nor slow. But today, Wuhan decided to burst out 10 more chapters. My coding speed is not fast. These 10 chapters were saved by Wuhan after about a week of hard work. I hope you will follow me all the way, never leave me, and share Wheel and Woe. I also believe that the God King will bring you wonderful, exciting and smiling all the way. At the same time, let us be proud of the 9 heavens and dominate the world together. Finally, Wuhan asks for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Monthly tickets are very important for new books. Thank you. At this moment, there are only 4 people ahead of Qin Wentian, Luo Qiangqiu, Sikun Mingyu, Chu Chen, and Huo Chen. These 4 people are undoubtedly the 4 strongest people in this Junlin banquet, but now there seems to be an additional variable, Qin Wentian. With Qin Wentian's strength, he can really fight with Huo Chen. As for the top 3 seats, it is probably impossible. After all, the strength that Chu Chen just burst out is too strong. The crowd thought in their hearts, and at this moment, the old man next to Chu Xianjiao also officially announced that Qin Wentian would fight against Huo Chen. The grudge between Huo Chen and Qin Wentian has a long history. When Qin Wentian just stepped into the imperial city and participated in the assessment of the Emperor Star Academy, Huo Chen, who was riding on a warhorse, was so arrogant. At that time, he would never take Qin Wentian seriously. However, in just 1 year, Qin Wentian appeared opposite him on the battle stage of the Junlin banquet. Such a situation cannot help but make people sigh, even Huo Chen himself. Huo Chen did not speak, his long spear stabbed straight at Qin Wentian. The 2 of them did not need to say much, because it was obvious that they both wanted each other's life. The long spear cut through the void, and the lotus suddenly bloomed. The dazzling spear light appeared again, so dazzling. In the first attack, Huo Chen burst out with all his strength. The crowd was speechless for a while. They were shocked to find that Qin Wentian also had the same idea. The first move of the Great Dream Halberd technique was the mountain opening bloom. This halberd burst out like a blow from a peerless strong man. The spear light and the halberd light collided together, and a terrible hurricane blew up. Huo Chen's spear shook and burst out again. The lotus was born and then died and was born again. The spear light was eternal. Qin Wentian's mountain opening style also burst out again. The terrible attacks of the 2 collided crazily again. This mountain opening style contained the divine essence of the mountain. It can be seen that Huo Chen's attack power was tyrannical. Both of them were unwilling to step back. For the 3rd time, they collided again. This time, Qin Wentian slightly rotated the Fangyan Huoji in his hand, and the crescent blade actually hooked the spear directly. Then his hand slashed in front of the Fangyan Huoji, as if he had given up the Fangyan Huoji and rushed straight to Huo Chen at the speed of the 9 heavens Kunpengju. Kill! Qin Wentian roared, spitting out a sharp sword. Huo Chen's expression froze, and he also gave up his spear. He slapped his palm forward, and the terrifying attack directly shattered the sword light. Boom! The terrifying mountain spirit completely erupted, attacking with the falling mountain palm. Huo Chen's expression froze. His melee ability was not as domineering as Qin Wentian, but he could only fight Qin Wentian with his bare palm after giving up his spear. Boom! Huo Chen only felt his arm trembling, but Qin Wentian's mouth kept spitting out sword light. Huo Chen's body flew back, trying to distance himself, but Qin Wentian would not give him a chance. Qin Wentian shot out a finger, which seemed to contain the meaning of sleep, which made Huo Chen have an illusion. It was a sharp sword and a Fangyan Huoji, which was going to break everything. Huo Chen, retreat. A throat voice came out. Huo Chen's expression froze, and then his body exploded backwards, but Qin Wentian's finger still landed on his palm, and a hissing sound was heard, and blood flowed from Huo Chen's palm. Bang! Qin Wentian's left hand attacked again, making Huo Chen show a trace of despair. He raised his hand to resist, and the falling mountain palm descended on him. At this moment, he only felt that his internal organs were trembling, and the whole person was thrown out. Qin Wentian still had no intention of letting him go. His body soared into the air and stepped into the air to chase Huo Chen. I give up! Huo Chen shouted angrily. Qin Wentian was about to attack, but he was still a step too late. His figure fell, and Huo Chen fell hard under the battle platform. In this battle, Qin Wentian won. Huo Chen climbed up and spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was as ugly as it could be. He actually lost to Qin Wentian. Looking up, he saw Qin Wentian walking to the edge of the battle platform, looking down at him. This scene made Huo Chen pale, feeling endless humiliation. He was once hunted by his brother Huo Feng, who he regarded as an ant. Now, he was looking down at him. A year ago, you were riding on a warhorse, with your spear pointing at me who was taking the assessment at the Emperor Star Academy. At that time, the gap between you and me was so huge, like a chasm like the Milky Way. Qin Wentian said calmly, now, a year has passed, and I have gone from the body refining realm to defeat you now. Huo Chen, when those people call you a genius, do you feel ashamed? Huo Chen's face seemed to be dripping with blood, and he spat out another mouthful of blood with a wow. Qin Wentian was obviously deliberately humiliating Huo Chen. If I were you, I'm afraid I would have no face to talk about cultivation from now on. Qin Wentian said and turned away. On the Chu Wangtai, countless people witnessed the changes in the Jiutian banquet with their own eyes, and their hearts trembled. They thought that Chu Chen's entry into the top 3 was the biggest variable, but they didn't expect Qin Wentian to appear. After he defeated Huo Chen, he took the 4th seat. According to the rules, he has the opportunity to face the top 3. He missed the Jiutian banquet and started from the last place. Now, he faces the top 3. But now, Qin Wentian's road should have come to an end. The 3 people in front of Qin Wentian now seem to be invincible. Luo Qianqiu, Sikun Mingyu, and Chu Chen. The 3 of them, like Qin Wentian, have proved their strength. I can give you an hour to rest. The old man said to Qin Wentian. Senior, who will you fight next? Qin Wentian looked at the old man and asked. Chu Chen defeated Huo Chen before you to advance to the top 3. If you want to enter the top 3, you should fight him first. The old man said. Everyone nodded. This arrangement was reasonable. Although Luo Qianqiu and the other 3 had not yet been ranked, Chu Chen himself had risen by challenging Huo Chen. The winner between Qin Wentian and him would challenge the other 2, which would be more convincing. No need to rest. Qin Wentian said calmly, making the crowd look at him with a strange look. He was really arrogant. He actually said that there was no need to rest. The next person he would face was Chu Chen, a royal descendant who possessed the purple star soul and bloodline power. In that case, Chu Chen, you fight Qin Wentian. The old man agreed with Qin Wentian's words and asked Chu Chen to fight him directly. When Chu Chen walked to the opposite side of Qin Wentian, many people's hearts began to palpitate. In this battle, if Qin Wentian won, he would be in the top 3. I remember that the odds for Qin Wentian's top 3 were 100 to 1, and then 80 to 1. Although very few people bet on him, there are still some who try their luck, such as the fat man. If Qin Wentian really defeated Chu Chen, imagine how huge a fortune that would be. Boss, come on. The fat man shouted from below, his face flushed with excitement, causing many people to stare at him with strange looks. The fat man shrank his head and realized that he seemed to be too high profile. However, the fat man was excited. If Qin Wentian won, he would have more than 1,000 meteorites from the second heaven. He was already imagining a bright future. Fight. There were also a few people who bet on Qin Wentian with the attitude of trying their luck casually, but they never expected that Qin Wentian would really go this far. At this time, they were full of endless expectations. Their blood was already burning, as if they were even more excited than Qin Wentian on the stage. Mo Qingchang's little face showed excitement. Qin Wentian was starting to challenge for the top 3 seats. It's not easy. The people of the Mo family beside him sighed. With the strength of the 7th level of the Wheel Meridian, he has come to this point. But it is too difficult to surpass Chu Chen. In the direction of the Divine Weapon Pavilion, and Liu Yin's beautiful eyes showed a strange light, and she said to Yang Chen beside her, this little guy is really surprising. Indeed, his talent in martial arts is not inferior to his talent in divine patterns. He is definitely a rare genius in a century. Yang Chen said with deep agreement. In the Emperor Star Academy, Mo Shuang, Ren Qianxing, and Gulao were also quite excited. In the direction of the Xing Guild, Zuo Yin had a gloomy face and said somewhat displeasedly, Mu Qing, you are really a talent. Mu Qing's face was not very good. He did not expect Qin Wentian to have such a transformation. This was undoubtedly a slap in his face. The people of the Yi family and the Huo family looked very unhappy. The person they didn't pay much attention to before has become so outstanding now. Chu Chen stood opposite Qin Wentian and heard him say calmly, it is indeed not easy to get to this point now. You can retire now. Obviously, Chu Chen did not think Qin Wentian was his opponent. Like Huo Chen, you can't stop me from moving forward. Qin Wentian looked at the other party and said calmly. His determination could not be shaken. And now he has more than just determination. Really? I hope your strength is as powerful as your words. Jiutian's 2-star souls bloomed, and the terrible aura spread. Even his blood was roaring faintly. The top 3 seats have been obtained, how can they leave him again? He also wants to try how strong Luo Qiankyu and Sikun Mingao are. The violent aura boiled up, but Qin Wentian seemed not to see him. He only saw that he was still holding the Fangbian Huoji, and his palm was so steady. You make a move. Jiutian said. Qin Wentian nodded, and then his body turned into a phantom. The Great Dream Halberd technique mountain opening style bloomed again, breaking through the air and killing in front of Jiutian in an instant. Jiutian roared, and thousands of palm prints gathered and turned into a terrifying giant palm, blasting towards the Fangbian Huoji. Boom, boom, boom. The terrible shock was like crazy, and Qin Wentian's body was shaken back, but he walked forward again, and stabbed out with another halberd. This halberd was no longer so swift, but the moment the halberd technique came out, it seemed that there was starlight shining, and even lines seemed to be born in the void, converging into a dark vortex, swallowing everything. Get out! Jiutian roared, and the giant palm flooded the world and crushed towards Qin Wentian. At the same time, Qin Wentian's Great Dream Halberd technique second style meteorite burst out. Boom! The terrifying loud sound pierced the eardrums of the crowd. The collision between the giant palm and the meteorite actually gave rise to cracks, and then with a bang, it completely dissipated. How is it possible? Jiutian showed a look of horror, and then he saw Qin Wentian's Fangbian Huoji rushing towards him. The first move, splitting the mountain, was as fast as lightning, destroying everything, breaking the palm print that had no time to gather, and directly descending in front of his throat. I said, you can't stop me from moving forward. Qin Wentian's Fangbian Huoji slapped out horizontally, and the force of the mountain directly shook Jiutian off the battlefield, sparing Jiutian's life. In the void, Qin Wentian's seemingly calm and arrogant voice echoed. Jiutian still couldn't stop him from moving forward. After this battle, Qin Wentian stepped into the Junlin banquet with great strength and took the top 3 seats. Chapter 139 Dazzling Star Soul. Top 3. Qin Wentian, who defeated Hao Chen and Prince Chuchen, entered the top 3. At this moment, countless eyes converged on him. The young man with the name of genius wanted everyone to remember him. No one forgot his declaration. His name was Qin Wentian of Qin Mansion in Xianyang City, and the son of Qin Chuan. So handsome. The fat man looked up at the sky, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. His fat face showed an intoxicated expression. From now on, his wealth was enough for him to squander for a long time. He would no longer have to be restrained when picking up girls. This feeling of being rich was so wonderful. I fucking bet right. A scream broke out in the crowd. Qin Wentian, the top 3, the seemingly impossible thing became a reality. This time it's really rich. The young man next to the drunk fairy also showed a warm smile. He also bet Qin Wentian 100 meteorites in the top 3. According to the odds at the time, he would get 10,000. Tianmaya Fang is going to cry. The drunk fairy said with a smile. Why are you crying? So many people came to place bets, and only a few people bet on Qin Wentian. I think Cheyenne Miaofeng also made a lot of money. The young man smiled and said, it's just that I got a share of the pie from them. Of course, the bets from Cheyenne Miaofeng only added color to the Junlin banquet. The significance of Qin Wentian's winning the top 3 seats at the Junlin banquet was not for Cheyenne Miaofeng's bets. From today on, Qin Wentian, you have created a miracle for the Chu state. At the Junlin banquet, no one with the 7th level of the Wheel Meridian has ever won the top 3 seats. You are the first. Mo Qingcheng's father Mo Xianlin said with a smile in the direction of the Mo family, which surprised many people. That's right, today Qin Wentian created a miracle that has never happened in the Chu state. With the 7th level of the Wheel Meridian, he won the top 3 seats at the Junlin banquet. Qin Wentian looked at Mo Xianlin and saw Mo Qingcheng making a face at him. He immediately guessed who Mo Xianlin was. He smiled and said, Senior, you are too kind. Work hard. Today you can create a precedent for the Chu state. In the future, you can also become a legend of the Chu state. Mo Xianlin smiled at Qin Wentian, which made many people start to imagine that the legend of the Chu state refers to a figure like his father, the strongest existence under the Xiangang realm of the Chu state. Mo Xianlin's statement also caused a ripple in the hearts of many family forces. This is a public expression of friendship for Qin Wentian. It is indeed rare. And Liu Yan of the Divine Weapon Pavilion said with a smile, which made many people look deeply in the direction of the Divine Weapon Pavilion. They had never appeared in the stands of the Jiutian banquet before. This time, they probably came out for Qin Wentian, who has a very high talent in the attainment of divine patterns. Haha, a boy under 17 years old created such a legend. His future is so brilliant that one can imagine how brilliant it will be. Perhaps, his statue can be engraved in front of the Emperor Star Monument and admired by future generations. In the direction of the Emperor Star Academy, Gu Lao laughed heartily and spoke highly of Qin Wentian, as if to dilute Luo Qianqiu's influence. The statue is engraved in front of the Emperor Star Monument of the Emperor Star Academy. Many people took a deep breath and were deeply moved for a while. Qin Wentian really had such potential. Did those legendary people grow up step by step when they were young? Perhaps, they have the opportunity to witness the growth of a future legend. However, some people are happy, and some are unhappy. The people of the Yi family and the Huo family were very unhappy. They all had gloomy faces and regretted not paying too much attention to Qin Wentian at the beginning, hoping that Huo Chen would kill him and let him grow step by step to the present. Yizan behind the Yi family had a sullen look. At the beginning, Qin Wentian was not even as good as him. Now, he is no longer a person of the same level as him. Especially, he said a lot of disdainful words to Qin Wentian in front of Liu Yan, but at this moment, it was really a slap in the face. He will stop here, Yizan said in a low voice, but he also knew that he was deceiving himself. Even if he stopped here, it was enough for too many people to look up to him. Liu Yan beside him looked at Qin Wentian on the battle stage and remained silent. Bai Qiuxu, who was not far behind her, had a similar mood to Liu Yan. That arrogant figure, was it the useless boy back then? Bai Qiuxu vaguely remembered Qin Wentian's habitual sunny smile. Although he could not practice, he was always optimistic and sunny. He ran every morning to exercise his body and persevered. Although only a short year had passed, Bai Qiuxu found that her mentality now was completely different from that of the past. It seemed as if this year had passed for a very long time. Qin Wentian stepped into the top 3, which meant that he would be eligible to compete with Luo Qianqiu and Sikun Mingyu for the final ranking of the Jiutian banquet. Sikun Mingyu looked at Qin Wentian. He smiled and seemed very happy. He was worried that Qin Wentian would not be able to make it this far, but Qin Wentian did it. In this way, Qin Wentian would not be able to escape a battle with him. Isn't it worth being happy about such a thing? The second sword and the third knight, they would not die in vain. The shame of Jiutian country would also be washed away by him personally. Give you 2 hours of adjustment and rest time. The old man in the stand said calmly, which made the crowd feel itchy, but they could understand it. After all, Qin Wentian had fought several games in a row, which might have consumed a lot of star energy. Naturally, he needed to replenish it and fight in his prime. Let's go to Zumiailao to see the odds. Some people swarmed away. They wanted to see what kind of odds Zumiailao would offer for the Jiutian banquet decisive battle. After arriving at Zumiailao, they found that Zumiailao had adjusted the odds for the first place on the list. Luo Qianqiu's odds for the top spot are 3 to 4. Sikun Mingyu's odds are 1 to 3, as for Qin Wentian, his odds are 1 to 10. Although the odds have been lowered a lot, it is clear that he is still the least favored one. After all, Luo Qianqiu and Sikun Mingyu are ahead of him. Of course, Zumiailao also specifically opened the odds for the 3 battles between them. Just like the previous battles, the 3 will have 3 battles, Luo Qianqiu vs. Sikun Mingyu, Luo Qianqiu vs. Qin Wentian, and Qin Wentian vs. Sikun Mingyu. However, if Luo Qianqiu defeats Sikun Mingyu, and Sikun Mingyu defeats Qin Wentian again, the third battle will not need to be fought, but the third battle that is not fought will naturally be counted as Qin Wentian's defeat. Some people are even considering that Qin Wentian's odds are so high, can they try their luck? So many people started to bet like this, betting 3 meteorites on Luo Qianqiu and 1 meteorite on Qin Wentian. In this way, if Luo Qianqiu wins, they don't have to pay. If Qin Wentian wins, they will make a lot of money. Of course, there is another situation. If Sikun Mingyu wins, then they are unlucky. Of course, some people will think that there is no point in betting like this, because Qin Wentian can't win the championship. Luo Qianqiu won't gain anything. If Sikun Mingyu won the championship, everything will be lost. This is not worth it. It's better to bet all on Luo Qianqiu, and there is a chance to earn some meteorites. They just hate that they missed the opportunity to bet Qin Wentian to enter the top 3. Fatty Fannel didn't bet again. He had made enough money and there was no need to take risks. 2 hours passed quickly. On the battle platform, Luo Qianqiu, Sikun Mingyu, and Qin Wentian sat on 3 battle platforms respectively. Qin Wentian held the meteorite in his hand and practiced quietly. In these 2 hours, he gradually made the meteorite style more mature. He should be able to exert the power of the meteorite as in his dream. At this moment, Sikun Mingyu, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. The terrifying killing light roared towards Qin Wentian crazily, but the momentum seemed to drown Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's eyes also opened, staring at Sikun Mingyu, and then glanced at Luo Qianqiu. Whether it was Luo Qianqiu or Sikun Mingyu, I'm afraid they both wanted his life. These 2 battles would be the most tragic 2 battles. The first battle, Luo Qianqiu, fights Sikun Mingyu. At this moment, a voice came out, and the vast Chu Wangte was silent. Everyone looked at the 2 figures on the battle platform. The old man did not let Qin Wentian participate in the first battle, but Luo Qianqiu fought Sikun Mingyu. The battle between the first and second place. This one should be the peak showdown of the Junlin banquet. The crowd thought in their hearts, and Sikun Mingyu walked onto the first battle stage and faced Luo Qianqiu. The 2 of them saluted each other at the same time. They both respected the strength of their opponents. At the same moment, their star souls bloomed with dazzling brilliance. At the moment they released their double star souls, countless people took a breath of cold air. Both of them had double star souls, and the more terrifying people, their double star souls, although they were pale golden, were particularly bright, which meant that they all came from the 3rd heaven. Although Luo Qianqiu has been practicing in the Emperor Star Academy for a year, he has never released his double star soul. It's not because he is low-key, but because he is proud and doesn't need to use star souls to set off his talent and strength. He has never met an opponent who needs him to bloom his double star soul, but now, he has. The crowd was shocked. Luo Qianqiu's double star souls were the Thunder Lord Star Soul and the Arm Star Soul. Sikun Mingyu's 2 star souls also came from the Triple Heaven, the 7 Killing Star Soul and the Sword Star Soul. Sikun Mingyu actually also had a Sword Star Soul. Such a Star Soul level and Star Soul combination must have given them extremely terrifying attack power. No wonder other people had no resistance when they confronted them. After all, in the same realm, the stronger the Star Soul, the more violent the star energy, and the stronger the attack. Chapter 140 Duel with Sikun Mingyu. Qin Wentian was also very concerned about the battle between Luo Qianqiu and Sikun Mingyu. After seeing their star souls, he remembered their abilities in the previous battle. Luo Qianqiu was able to blast out a lightning palm print, which was as violent as his arm, because he integrated a star soul into the attack. The same was true for Sikun Mingyu. His ancient character of killing contained a terrifying sharp meaning. It turned out that there was a sword meaning hidden in it, which made the attack power so strong that others could not compete with it. Luo Qianqiu and Sikun Mingyu were undoubtedly more skilled in using various powers than others. After all, Sikun Mingyu was one of the 2 proud men of Jiutian country, and he probably had a famous teacher to teach him, but Luo Qianqiu was born in Jiutian Palace, so there was no need to say more. At this moment, Luo Qianqiu had already collided with Sikun Mingyu. Behind Luo Qianqiu, it seemed as if the Thunder Master was standing. He walked forward, and the Thunder Master's arms were madly crushing, trying to fight Sikun Mingyu in close combat. However, Sikun Mingyu's ancient character of killing was also terrifying. He distanced himself from Luo Qianqiu, and the killing aura burst out crazily. It not only contained the sharpness of sword energy, but also possessed a pure destructive force. With such a strong force, it can be imagined that as long as he was hit, he would die immediately. What a violent attack! No wonder the 2 of them are known as the strongest 2 people, with the highest probability of winning the championship. With such terrible attack power, no one else can compete with it. It seems that the odds offered by Xian Miaofang can really reflect this strength. The crowd thought in their hearts. The 2 people's attacks became more and more fierce. In the end, all kinds of terrible magical attacks broke out crazily. A terrible killing storm blew over the entire battle stage, and it was like a thunder and lightning domain, giving people an illusion that the end of the world was coming. People around had to avoid it from a distance, and they would be killed if they got close. It's really violent. The crowd exclaimed, worthy of the first and second battle, too strong, others felt that they were not on the same level. Luo Qianqiu's magical power seems to be more violent. I'm afraid he will win after a long time. Many people guessed wrong. Finally, there was a loud bang, and the terrifying aura of destruction tore the space. The two bodies separated, and the clothes on their bodies seemed to be torn into pieces, which was a bit embarrassing. However, they all showed frivolous smiles on their faces. It's great to lose to you. I have nothing to say. You are the first in the king's banquet, and you deserve it. Sikun Mingayu smiled, and there was a sense of mutual appreciation. Moreover, sooner or later, he would go to Jiutian Palace to practice. It would be natural to be willing to make a friend. Moreover, he knew that Luo Qianqiu had some status in Jiutian Palace. You are also very strong. The second place is indeed a bit unfair to you. Luo Qianqiu smiled and was also quite impressed. It was rare for Sikun Mingayu to have such strength. If he was not for Xiangxing Pavilion, he would not come to participate in the king's banquet of Chu. At that time, no one in Chu would be able to stop Sikun Mingayu. You are in the second place, it doesn't matter. Sikun Mingayu responded. The two of them seemed to have already decided the first and second places. The crowd also sighed that Xian Miafeng's odds were not wrong after all. Luo Qianqiu, who had the lowest odds, won the first place at the Junlin banquet, and Sikun Mingayu was second. The only variable was that Qin Wentian made it into the top 3, but this was also quite rare. After seeing the strength of Luo Qianqiu and Sikun Mingayu, no one would think that Qin Wentian had the strength to defeat the two of them. That was simply impossible. Qin Wentian, who was sitting on the third battle stage, showed a strange look when he heard the conversation between the two. Luo Qianqiu first, Sikun Mingayu second? Then, what about him? It seems that he hasn't fought yet? The two of them seemed to have already decided the rankings, as if the Junlin banquet had ended and had an ending. Do you treat me as heir? A faint voice came out of Qin Wentian's mouth. In an instant, many eyes fell on him. Many people realized that Qin Wentian seemed to want to fight. However, the conversation between Luo Qianqiu and Sikun Mingayu just now really ignored Qin Wentian completely and treated him as heir. Luo Qianqiu and Sikun Mingayu, who were talking, frowned. Their good mood was ruined by Qin Wentian. Luo Qianqiu looked at Qin Wentian. He didn't take Qin Wentian seriously at the beginning. Even if Qin Wentian took his 3 attacks, he still wouldn't take Qin Wentian seriously now. Just because he is Luo Qianqiu. When we were in the Imperial Star Academy, if someone hadn't pleaded for you, I would have killed you. Later, in the snowstorm in the Imperial City, you were lucky and used your tricks to withstand 3 of my attacks. In addition, you survived 3 disasters in the Dark Forest. I didn't expect that you would dare to come to me today. Do you really think I can't kill you? Luo Qianqiu stared at Qin Wentian. Even if the other party had good talent, so what? Even if the other party was in the top 3, so what? But the top 3 could only become his foil. In his eyes, there was only the first. There was no difference between the 3rd and the 10th. So he, Luo Qianqiu, only wanted to be the first, and even, only the first. You are wrong. Qin Wentian looked at Luo Qianqiu and uttered 3 words calmly. Luo Qianqiu was stunned for a moment, then laughed. What an ignorant guy. Is there right or wrong in this world? Of course there is. I think you should not forget the last time you and a group of people chased me in the Dark Forest. That time, I released a magic weapon and killed many people who chased me. You didn't dare to get close. Qin Wentian said calmly. Relying on the power of the magic weapon, you are proud of it. Luo Qianqiu said disdainfully. When you were in the Emperor Star Academy, you were many levels higher than me and could easily kill me. Aren't you also proud of it? Qin Wentian sneered, and think about it carefully. Since I had that magic weapon in the Dark Forest, would I not have it in the Emperor Star Academy that day? If you really tried to kill me at that time, do you think I would be the one to die? Qin Wentian's words made Luo Qianqiu's eyes stagnate, and a cold light burst out of his eyes. In that case, you will definitely die as well. That's right, but at least, you will die before me, so I really don't know what you have to brag about. Qin Wentian said sarcastically, which made Luo Qianqiu snort coldly. Many people saw that incident at the time, and it was also spread in the Imperial Star Academy. Now that Qin Wentian revealed it, he was quite embarrassed. If Ling Hu hadn't appeared to plead for Qin Wentian in the past, would he, Luo Qianqiu, have died? As for that day in the snow, you and I agreed to 3 moves, And I also withstood 3 moves, but you launched the 4th move. You can't prove your pride with your strength, but instead you are proud of it and mock me. Do you think this is worth bragging about? Qin Wentian spoke again, and Luo Qianqiu was silent, but his expression was extremely cold. Sharp-tongued guy, but what's the point? After all, it's all about strength. Luo Qianqiu said sarcastically. Qin Wentian slowly stood up, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then opened them again. As he opened and closed his eyes, they suddenly became much sharper, like a sword drawn from its sheath. He was ready to face the final 2 battles. You are right. In the end, it is strength that matters. Qin Wentian uttered a voice slowly. In front of true strength, any words are pale and powerless. Fight. The gentle voice came out again. The voice was not loud, but it seemed to contain a magical power, as if it had a Lingshan momentum and an unstoppable determination. At this time, Qin Wentian stood there, facing the 2 most outstanding geniuses of this Junlin banquet. If he wanted to move forward, he had to fight against these 2 geniuses separately. Sikun Mingayu, fight, Qin Wentian. At this time, the old referee uttered a voice, and it seemed that a storm was gathering in the void. After the wonderful battle between Luo Qianqiu and Sikun Mingayu, could Qin Wentian still offer another brilliant battle to the crowd? In this battle, he will fight against Sikun Mingayu. If he loses, he will not be qualified to challenge Luo Qianqiu. Since you want to find a sense of existence so much, then I will let people know that your existence actually has no meaning. Sikun Mingayu looked at Qin Wentian, who calmed down at this time and said slowly. Qin Wentian said nothing, but raised the Fangyan Huoji in his hand slightly and pointed it obliquely in the direction of Sikun Mingayu. The meaning was self-evident. Sikun Mingayu took a step forward, landed on the 3rd battle platform, and walked towards Qin Wentian. With every step, it seemed that a murderous aura would burst out and rush straight towards Qin Wentian, and this murderous aura was getting stronger and stronger. The ignorant are fearless. Sikun Mingayu's devil star soul bloomed, dazzling and boundless, and her body seemed to be bathed in starlight. The terrifying killing star energy boiled up and swept out. Qin Wentian's twin star souls also blossomed, and the dazzling star souls were more dazzling than Sikun Mingayu's star soul. He was the only one in the Junlin banquet who had the advantage of star soul when facing Luo Qianqiu and Sikun Mingayu. Unfortunately, his realm seemed to have doomed him to be unable to cross this hurdle. Kill. Sikun Mingayu's palm trembled, and the ancient word of killing roared out, crushing Qin Wentian. Fangyan Huoji cut through the space and slammed on the ancient word of killing, and then the ancient word was annihilated. However, this was just the beginning. Even so, that ancient word made Qin Wentian feel the vibration of his arm, which showed how fierce the attack power of this ancient word of killing was. Sikun Mingayu trampled on the space fiercely, and the killing aura was roaring. One by one, the ancient words of killing floated out crazily, and all of them were printed towards Qin Wentian. The might seemed to completely submerge Qin Wentian and kill him on the spot. Sikun Mingayu was merciless in his attack. Obviously, he was going to kill Qin Wentian and avenge the 2nd sword in the 3rd night. The crowd was thinking, can Qin Wentian, this rising genius, walk off the battlefield of the Junlin banquet alive? Seeking monthly votes. Chapter 141 Sword pointing at Luo Qianqiu. Qin Wentian wielded the Fangyan Huoji frantically, and the crazy beast halberd technique was used with a mountain divine essence. Suddenly, a mountain-like black tortoise phantom appeared in front of him. The ancient word killing contained a terrifying and sharp meaning, but it still failed to break his defense. Humph! Sikun Mingayu snorted coldly, and he stepped forward again, and in an instant he walked in front of Qin Wentian, stretched out his palm, and in an instant, the ancient words of killing around him gathered together, turning into a killing sword, and blasted towards the black tortoise phantom. In an instant, cracks appeared in the phantom, and Qin Wentian's body was shaken back many steps. The breeze ruffled Sikun Mingayu's long hair, so arrogant, Qin Wentian, and he were not at the same level. Today, Qin Wentian should be killed, and he would never show any mercy. I'll treat you as heir, but you have to talk too much? Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Sikun Mingayu continued to walk forward, and a terrible killing storm appeared around him, gathering stronger and stronger. The whole person seemed to have turned into a killing god, and anyone who stood in front of him would be killed. Qin Wentian closed his eyes and took a deep breath, which made the crowd stunned. At this moment, he was still in the mood to close his eyes. Was he waiting to die? The crowd was puzzled. Countless people's eyes fell on Qin Wentian. Some were worried, and some wished that Qin Wentian would die sooner. However, at this moment, a terrifying breath permeated Qin Wentian's body, and his blood roared. His long hair flew up, and even seemed to become blacker. At this moment, the crowd had an illusion that Qin Wentian was undergoing a transformation. Sikun Mingayu, who was standing in front of Qin Wentian, felt it most clearly. The killing storm was stagnant, and she was quite surprised. Is this the power of blood? Qin Wentian, he has the power of blood, and he has awakened. Qin Wentian's figure seemed to gradually become taller, and the aura emanating from him was like that of a prehistoric beast, or the monarch of heaven and earth. Buzz! Suddenly, Qin Wentian's eyes opened, and at that moment, it seemed as if there was an imperial aura emanating from him, ruling the world, which made Sikun Mingayu feel like she wanted to surrender. There were crackling sounds, and Qin Wentian's body really became taller. He stood there like an emperor, an ancient god, looking down on the world. Qin Wentian's body was filled with endless power, and his hand holding the Fangbian Huaji was so firm. What a terrifying bloodline! It actually changes a person's body, as if it is reshaping the body. This bloodline is definitely a high-level bloodline. Some powerful figures on the stands were shaken in their hearts. Although martial artists with bloodlines were quite rare, they still knew the power of bloodlines, and the power of bloodlines was also divided into levels. Qin Wentian's blood not only enhances his strength, but also has a domineering aura, which is definitely possessed by high-level blood. Your advantage is only in realm. I can't understand why you have such a condescending expression, as if you are the only one in the world. Qin Wentian said calmly, sometimes, the advantage of realm does not represent everything. When I defeat you with the strength of the 7th level of the Wheel Meridian, how embarrassed will your pride be when it is trampled? After Qin Wentian finished speaking, he took a step forward, as if he really wanted to dominate the world. On the battle stage, there seemed to be a breeze blowing, and countless eyes fell on Qin Wentian. At this moment, he attracted countless people's attention. How can I let down so many expectant eyes? Taking a deep breath, Qin Wentian's fighting spirit reached its peak. Once, he was unknown and stepped into the imperial city at risk. At that time, if the Yi family had paid a little more attention to him, he would have been dead. Even though the Yi family did not think much of him, he still almost died at the hands of He Wofeng and Yi Zan. At that time, he had no friends and no one paid attention to him, but now, although there are many enemies in the imperial city, he knows that there are also many people who bless him. The Mo family, the Divine Weapon Pavilion, the Emperor Star Academy, Mo Qingcheng, Mo Shuang, Muro, Fatty Fannel, so many people are looking forward to it, how can he disappoint them? From the first moment he stepped onto the Junlin Banquet battle stage, he wanted to compete for the first place. Now, he also has such confidence, so the first place will definitely be his. In his body, the blood is roaring, the divine essence is boiling, and it is frantically gathering towards his arms along the star wheel veins. His momentum is still rising, as if there is no rest. Sikun Mingayu's footsteps finally moved. He wanted to see how strong Qin Wentian was and wanted to compete with him, but his confidence gradually wavered. Qin Wentian's momentum was rising wildly, while his momentum was suppressed. As one grew, the other grew weaker, and his momentum would be exhausted. How could he fight if he was weak? Boom! Qin Wentian also moved, and his whole body turned into a stream of light, bursting out in a mountain-splitting style. The Fangbian Huaji was extremely terrifying, as if it was going to break through everything. Kill! Sikun Mingayu roared, and the ancient word kill gathered into a sword, colliding with the Fangbian Huaji. A terrible shock actually shook Sikun Mingayu back a step. Although it was only one step, it was still a shame for him. Boom! Another halberd came to kill, and Qin Wentian at this time was like an emperor, with overwhelming power. Sikun Mingayu looked ugly, and the infinite power in his body roared. He slapped his palm, and the ancient word kill gathered and turned into a huge killing thought, sweeping out. With a loud bang, the Fangbian Huaji shattered the killing thought, and Sikun Mingayu retreated 3 steps again, his face becoming more and more ugly. Fight! Sikun Mingayu roared. Even though he retreated, his momentum was still overwhelming, and his killing intent was even stronger. Ancient characters floated in front of his palm, and each ancient character had a terrible sword energy. Kill! Sikun Mingayu roared, and the endless ancient characters of killing turned into a row of killing lights when his palm swung out, killing Qin Wentian. The power was so terrifying that it was shocking. However, At the same time, Qin Wentian's Fangbian Huoji rushed out again, this time in the meteorite style. The crowd seemed to see stars gathering and turning into vortex. In the end, they fell down madly, continuously shaking the void. A terrible rumbling sound came out, and a hurricane swept across the battlefield. The ancient characters of killing shattered madly under the shock, as if stars were hitting Sikun Mingayu. He resisted hastily, but his body was directly shaken to spit blood and retreated madly. With a hissing sound, Sikun Mingayu actually retreated all the way to the edge of the battlefield, and blood spilled all over the ground. The void was silent. How could Qin Wentian's attack be so strong? They had witnessed how powerful Sikun Mingayu's attack was, but at this moment, Qin Wentian crushed Sikun Mingayu in attack, and blasted him to vomit blood. This Junlin banquet is definitely a rare opportunity. Many people sighed in their hearts, it was too exciting. They thought Jiutian had already made a comeback, but they didn't expect that Jiutian was blasted down by Qin Wentian before he could sit firmly in the top 3. However, Qin Wentian was not in his strongest state when he defeated Jiutian. At this time, Qin Wentian was going to crush even Sikun Mingayu. Your arrogant words are still ringing in my ears. Thinking of them now, do you feel ashamed? You are a 9th level chakra master. What is there to be proud of? Qin Wentian said calmly. His aura was still so terrifying. This plain voice was like a slap in the face, slapping Sikun Mingayu. Since you want to find a sense of existence so much, then I will let people know that your existence actually has no meaning. Ignorance is fearless. I will treat you as air, but you want to talk too much? Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. These words were said by Sikun Mingayu not long ago, but what was the result? Qin Wentian held the Fangbian Huoji and continued to step forward. Sikun Mingayu's expression became extremely ugly. Qin Wentian did not attack directly, but walked towards him step by step. Was he trying to force him to admit defeat in person? The figure was getting closer and closer, and the murderous aura on Qin Wentian gradually became stronger. It was certain that Qin Wentian would dare to kill Sikun Mingayu. Before this, he had killed the second sword and the third knight. Feeling the growing momentum, Sikun Mingayu showed a look of pain and said, I lost. The 3 calm words seemed to drain Sikun Mingayu's strength. These 3 words were undoubtedly announcing that he, Sikun Mingayu, admitted defeat. Qin Wentian stopped, and saw Sikun Mingayu slowly turn around and jump off the battle stage. He lost to Qin Wentian. The second seed of the Junlin banquet was taken away by Qin Wentian. So handsome. Fatty Fanel took a deep breath and showed his intoxication. The second seed of the Junlin banquet was so damn handsome. Many people haven't even reacted yet. The second place was taken away from Sikun Mingayu by Qin Wentian. Moreover, did Qin Wentian just want the second place? He looked at the first battle stage, raised the Fangbian Huoji, and pointed directly at Luo Qianqiu. Once, Luo Qianqiu stood on the high platform, overlooking him, and asked him to hand over the blood flame fruit he got. If he didn't hand it over, he would directly attack. Once, in the dark forest, Luo Qianqiu chased him and almost killed him. Once, in the snow, Luo Qianqiu asked him to take 3 moves, arrogant. Even not long ago, Luo Qianqiu was still like this, as if the first seat in the Junlin banquet was already his. Qin Wentian had always been disdainful of him. Now, he finally stood in front of him. He would tell Luo Qianqiu what pride is. It's your turn. There were no grand words, only 3 calm words, but it seemed like a declaration. Today, at the Junlin banquet, he, Qin Wentian, wanted to fight for the first place. Chapter 142 I Want You to Lose. Black hair like ink, blood-stained Fangbian Huoji. Qin Wentian stood there, like an ancient god of war. The former boy was completely ignited at this moment, and the long-suppressed fighting spirit burst out crazily. At this moment, the crowd seemed to be less confident in Luo Qianqiu. After witnessing Qin Wentian's strong victory over Sikun Mingayu, they felt that Qin Wentian might really be able to defeat Luo Qianqiu and compete for the Junlin banquet. At this moment, they seemed to have forgotten the bet, and only the rising boy was in their eyes. They seemed to be looking forward to him completing the final counterattack. Then, after several years, this will become a legend. Qin Wentian, can he defeat Luo Qianqiu? At this moment, facing Qin Wentian's Fangbian Huoji, Luo Qianqiu took a step forward, and his fighting spirit was also boiling. The person who was once trampled by him, now pointed at him with such an arrogant attitude, so there was only one way to fight. Take a break for 2 hours. Just as the two's auras collided, an indifferent voice came out. It was the old man next to Chu Xianjiao who spoke. This made the crowd's eyes stagnate, feeling quite unhappy. Qin Wentian and Luo Qianqiu were both ready for a fight, so why should they rest? Why not just go straight to the peak showdown at the Junlin banquet? However, no matter how unhappy they were, since the other party had spoken, they could only wait for 2 hours. Qin Wentian frowned slightly and looked at the old man. Since they were ready to fight, why did they stop? Both of you take a break and prepare for the battle with all your strength. The old man continued, and Luo Qianqiu and Qin Wentian had no choice but to nod. Since the other party asked them to wait, they could only wait for 2 hours. I guess you are all a little tired, so take a break and relax for a while. Chu Xianjiao looked at the people around him and said with a smile. Although everyone on the stands had their own concerns, they still chatted and laughed casually. Luo Qianqiu left the battle stage, as if he was called away. Qin Wentian, can you come over and have a chat? At this moment, a voice was heard, and the crowd turned their eyes and saw a person next to Chu Xianjiao looking at Qin Wentian. This person was the middle-aged man who rarely spoke. The moment he opened his mouth, the pupils of many people from the power suddenly shrank. He asked Qin Wentian to come over and have a chat. These people from the big forces knew where this middle-aged man came from. He asked Qin Wentian to come over and have a chat, which made many people feel frightened, especially the people from the Yi family and the Huo family. That's right, Qin Wentian's talent is very likely to be valued. He defeated Sikun Mingyu. Even if they stood on the opposite side of Qin Wentian, they had to admit Qin Wentian's talent. If they stood on the other side's side, they would also be willing to win over Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian put away the Fangdian Huiji, and the roaring blood gradually disappeared. The blood shackles had been untied. After enduring endless pain, he endured it with a strong will. This was the reason why he was late for the Junlin banquet today. Now, he can control his blood power. Crossing the battle stage, Qin Wentian walked in front of the middle-aged man, and saw several young people around him looking at him, with a faint sharpness in their eyes. These people are probably from the same place as Luo Qianqiu, and their strength is naturally beyond doubt. Let's have a few drinks in the back. The middle-aged man slowly turned around and took Qin Wentian to the back of Chu Chunqiu. The banquet had been set up here, and it was surrounded by people. No one disturbed it, and it seemed quite quiet. After the middle-aged man and Qin Wentian sat down, someone immediately poured wine. The middle-aged man raised his glass to Qin Wentian and said with a smile, "You have good talent. Are you interested in joining Jiutian Palace?" Qin Wentian's expression froze. Sure enough, this person was really from Jiutian Palace. Jiutian Palace is the power behind the Chu state and other 10 countries, and it must not be offended. In a sense, if he can join Jiutian Palace, it must have extraordinary significance for him, Qin Wentian. However, Mo Shuang's last conversation with him left him with a little grudge. Jiutian Palace seemed to have a heart of getting involved in the Xianxing Pavilion of the Emperor Star Academy. If he agreed to join Jiutian Palace would let him stand on the opposite side of the Emperor Star Academy, which was obviously what he didn't want. Senior, what about the Battle of the Junlin banquet this time? Qin Wentian asked tentatively. He wanted to confirm whether Luo Qianqiu wanted to enter the Xianxing Pavilion, whether there was a meaning behind Jiutian Palace. I want you to lose. The middle-aged man smiled and raised his glass to Qin Wentian. His voice was very calm, as if he was talking about something insignificant, but it made Qin Wentian's pupils shrink. Looking at the other party's smile, he felt a little chill in his heart. I want you to lose. These 4 simple words seemed to contain an unquestionable will, which was the will of Jiutian Palace. Jiutian Palace wanted Qin Wentian to lose, even though they valued Qin Wentian's talent. Don't worry, as long as you join Jiutian Palace, you will get more than just the first place in the Junlin banquet. You should have heard about the power of Jiutian Palace. Moreover, I really admire your talent. The middle-aged man saw that Qin Wentian seemed to be stunned for a moment, and continued to smile. It's just because of some reasons, you must lose this battle. Qianqiu must take the first place. As for some small conflicts between you, I will mediate. Qin Wentian was silent, feeling a little depressed. Of course he didn't want to admit defeat. The moment he stepped onto the Junlin banquet, he came to compete for the first place. Even if he really lost, he had no regrets. However, now that he has set his sword on the first place, Jiutian Palace told him that he must lose. He didn't want to lose, and he didn't want to lose deliberately, but the power of Jiutian Palace made him feel like a mountain was pressing down on him. There are still 2 hours left. You should seriously consider it. What Jiutian Palace can give you is definitely not comparable to what Ixing Academy can give you. With your talent, joining Jiutian Palace is your best choice. The middle-aged man still smiled, and then he left, leaving Qin Wentian alone. Although he always smiled and chatted with Qin Wentian understood that no one knew what kind of thoughts were hidden behind those smiles. After drinking the wine in the cup, Qin Wentian left here. Think about it. When passing by the middle-aged man, he saw the other party smiled at him. I will consider it. Qin Wentian did not respond to the other party directly, but returned to the battle stage. At this moment, many people from many forces were guessing. Just now, when Qin Wentian was called in, what did the people from Jiutian Palace say to him? Presumably, they invited Qin Wentian to join Jiutian Palace, but Qin Wentian, did he agree? They seemed to want to see something from Qin Wentian's eyes, but they saw Qin Wentian directly close his eyes, holding the meteorite in his hand, and began to close his eyes and regulate his breathing, as if he had entered a state of selflessness. No one knew what he was thinking, and no one knew what had just happened, except for the middle-aged man and Qin Wentian himself. Time passed slowly, and everyone couldn't wait. According to the latest odds of Zumian Lao, the odds of Luo Qianqiu and Qin Wentian winning the championship are completely equal, both 1 to 2. This is equivalent to betting on who will win. After the odds appeared, countless people began to bet on Qin Wentian to win. Their hopes for Qin Wentian have even surpassed Luo Qianqiu. In the world of martial arts, everyone has a dream of becoming a strong man. Luo Qianqiu was born with the golden key. He was considered the most powerful contender for the championship of this Junlin banquet from the beginning. Qin Wentian, on the other hand, is a dark horse. He has fought all the way to the present with the 7th level of the Wheel Meridian. Such a counterattack makes countless people feel excited. They also expect that they can be like Qin Wentian, step by step to the peak under the astonished eyes of everyone. It can be said that many people betting on Qin Wentian is no longer just a pursuit of interests, but out of inner emotions and a kind of belief. They hope to see a different king's banquet. They also hope to witness history. If Qin Wentian becomes famous in the world in a few years, perhaps this battle will become a legend. 2 hours are very short, but the crowd feels very long. It seems that after several days and nights, the old man finally announced the start of the decisive battle of the king's banquet. At this moment, the vast space is silent. Everyone silently stares at the two figures standing opposite each other on the battlefield. The last battle of the king's banquet, Luo Qianqiu, against Qin Wentian. Will this battle be recorded in the history of Chu? On Luo Qianqiu's body, the violent lightning star soul and star force are roaring. He stands there like a thunder god. Qin Wentian holds the Fangtian Huoji, and his blood begins to ignite. Although the roaring blood just now has consumed a lot of him, it is still enough to support this battle. The star force began to mobilize, but at this moment, Qin Wentian's face suddenly changed and became particularly ugly. Fight! Luo Qianqiu roared, and came in an instant. Thunder Lord's arm swept wildly. Qin Wentian's face was livid, holding the Fangtian Huoji to resist, but his momentum was far less than when he fought with Sikun Mingyu. With a loud bang, Qin Wentian's body flew out and fell on the battle stage. He groaned and spit out a mouthful of blood. The crowd with endless expectations was stunned when they saw such a scene. Qin Wentian was injured by Luo Qianqiu with one blow. Is the gap between the two really that big? This made many people feel disappointed. Did they see it wrong? Why? Qin Wentian's eyes were filled with anger. He looked at the middle-aged man next to the Qingyu dragon chair. In these 2 hours, he only drank a small glass of wine. However, at this moment, the star energy in his chakra seemed to be running unsmoothly. I want you to lose. Qin Wentian remembered this decisive voice, and his heart was filled with grief and anger. Jiutian Palace wanted him to lose. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143 I'm Not Reconciled. When Qin Wentian looked at the other party, the middle-aged man from Jiutian Palace looked so calm that there was no ripple at all, as if all this had nothing to do with him. At the Junlin banquet, Luo Qianqiu must take the first place, and there must be no accidents. At this moment, the crowd was a little dumbfounded. They expected Qin Wentian to counterattack and knock out Luo Qianqiu, who seemed to be destined to be the first. Especially after Qin Wentian defeated Sikun Mingyu, this expectation reached its peak. Even in Zumianlao, there were more people betting on Qin Wentian than Luo Qianqiu. Even if Qin Wentian really lost this battle, they would have no complaints, because that was their expectation. But they never dreamed that the battle would end like this. Qin Wentian could not withstand Luo Qianqiu's attack at all, which made them emotionally unacceptable. Not only those irrelevant people, but also those in the direction of Daixing Academy, Shenbing Pavilion, and Mo family, they were all stunned and showed puzzled expressions. Ren Qianxing's eyes flickered in the crowd of Emperor Star Academy, and he sighed in his heart. He vaguely guessed what the people from Jiutian Palace had called Qin Wentian to do just now. They definitely didn't want Qin Wentian to defeat Luo Qianqiu. Then, Jiutian Palace would tempt Qin Wentian to join them and give up this battle. With the power Qin Wentian had just burst out, he was crushed by Luo Qianqiu at this moment. There was only one possibility, that he wanted to give up and deliberately didn't fight. This made Ren Qianxing very uncomfortable. Luo Qianqiu's father was his disciple back then, a person he valued very much, but he had a wolf's heart. Qin Wentian was the second person he valued. If Qin Wentian followed the old path of Luo Qianqiu's father, how painful would his heart be? Is this all your strength? Luo Qianqiu walked towards Qin Wentian step by step, bathing in the thunder. At this moment, he was so arrogant. Qin Wentian stood straight and looked at the other party. It seemed that his chakra was blocked, and the star energy was not running smoothly. In this state, he couldn't exert his strength at all, so how could he fight? But what made him hate it even more was that he couldn't even say it out loud for doing such a thing with the status of Jiutian Palace. Once he opened his mouth, he would most likely face a catastrophe. Because, that was Jiutian Palace, the controller of the 10 kingdoms. Now he had not broken up with Jiutian Palace, but as long as he said that Jiutian Palace had drugged him, it would be like sending himself to a desperate situation. No one could understand Qin Wentian's feelings. Pain, struggle, despair. Boom. Luo Qianqiu crushed him again, and the lightning palm print seemed to bury him. Qin Wentian mobilized all the sluggish power to resist. With a loud bang, his body flew out for the second time. He felt numb all over, and blood kept spitting out of the corners of his mouth. His face was pale. How could this happen? The relaxed expression on Fatty Fennel's face had long disappeared. Even though he had won a lot of meteorites, he couldn't be happy at all when he saw Qin Wentian's appearance at the moment. He was not afraid of Qin Wentian's defeat, but he didn't want to see his brother being humiliated like this. Ruahun was stunned, Muro was stunned, Mo Qingchang was stunned, and Mo Shuang was stunned. They all couldn't accept such a battle situation. Nothing more than that. Chiu Mo's low voice of sarcasm sounded particularly harsh in the crowd of Emperor Star Academy. Gulao turned his eyes and glanced at him coldly. Chiu Mo's expression suddenly froze and he shut his mouth. But he was very dissatisfied in his heart. Emperor Star Academy valued Qin Wentian more than he valued him as a disciple of Yuanfu realm. After all, he, Chiu Mo, was still the 4th Yuanfu strongman among the top 10 beauties in Beijing. Qin Wentian. A voice floated into Qin Wentian's ears, but only he could hear it. He looked at the middle-aged man. The owner of the ethereal voice was him. Give up. I won't let Luo Qianqiu do anything to you. As long as you are willing to give up, Qianqiu will let you go, and I will compensate you later. The middle-aged man's voice once again entered Qin Wentian's eardrums, and he was still the only one who could hear it. His expression was extremely calm, without even the slightest fluctuation. Use such means to force him to admit defeat? If he doesn't admit defeat, will Luo Qianqiu kill him on the spot on this battlefield? Qin Wentian was furious. He had every reason to believe that if the people of Jiutian Palace did not stand on his side, even if he admitted defeat, Luo Qianqiu would force him to kill him, and no one could touch Luo Qianqiu. Jiutian Palace stood behind him, and the royal family supported him. Who could touch Luo Qianqiu? Qin Wentian looked to the side. He saw the expression of teacher Mo Shuang, the pain and struggle of Ren Qianxing, and the worry on Mo Qingchang's face. Looking back, he also saw the worry and sadness of senior sister Ruahun, sister Qin Yao, and Fatty Fennel. He saw the loss revealed on countless faces. For the first time, Qin Wentian felt that so many people cared about him. Among these people, there were elders, relatives, friends, and even ordinary people who had only seen a few of his battles. A year ago, he came all the way from Xianyang City, alone, facing crisis at any time. However, today, with so many people who care about him, he is really happy from the bottom of his heart. Because he is happy, he is unwilling to accept it. He is unwilling to fail, unwilling to disappoint so many people who care about him. He doesn't want to see their disappointed expressions, and he doesn't want to become a puppet of others and be controlled by others. Jiutian Palace values his talent and can talk to him properly, but everything Jiutian Palace does is disrespectful to him, even insulting him. He is unwilling. Before the dawn comes, the night is darker. Qin Wentian thought of what Tabo had said to him, and when he thought of that vicissitudes of life, his heart seemed to be crying. Luo Qianqiu walked in front of Qin Wentian again, with a violent breath, and a terrifying murderous intent madly permeated his body. This time, there will be no miracles, I want you to die. Luo Qianqiu's voice was firm, he wanted Qin Wentian to die, this time, he would not let Qin Wentian have a chance to live. The violent fist of lightning gathered in his palm, and a thunderstorm blew around Luo Qianqiu. He looked at Qin Wentian who was looking down, as if he was looking at a dead person. From now on, there will be no Qin Wentian in Shu. Luo Qianqiu said calmly. I won't accept this. Qin Wentian suddenly raised his head, and the sleeping star soul burst out. His pupils seemed to shoot out terrifying dreamy light. In an instant, Luo Qianqiu's movement stopped there. Not only Luo Qianqiu, but Qin Wentian also stopped. The wind blew their long hair, but their bodies seemed to have turned into statues. The sleeping star soul bloomed with his own brilliance, which made many people look strange. That star soul seemed to make people want to sleep. Not moving. In a dream. Many people were stunned. The battle seemed to have changed again. Luo Qianqiu had indeed entered Qin Wentian's dream. On the barren land, the band was rolling, and only the two of them stood there. At this time, Qin Wentian's aura was terrifying, as if he was the king of heaven and earth. He stared at Luo Qianqiu with cold eyes. The aura released from his body was also terrifying to the extreme. This is an illusion. Luo Qianqiu frowned at first, then he closed his eyes, and a strong will burst out. He wanted to get out. This was an illusion created by Qin Wentian for him. It was definitely not a real existence. Qin Wentian's strength was all an illusion. Why can't we fight in the illusion? Qin Wentian said, and then he walked out with a strong aura. The Feng Bian Huoji appeared in his hand, and he stabbed out with a halberd. The aura of heaven and earth seemed to gather crazily, like a stream of light. Luo Qianqiu knew that this was an illusion, but it felt too real. He could only fight back. The stream of light pierced his arm, causing his arm to drip blood. Luo Qianqiu stepped back, looking grim. Despicable, can you only defeat me by creating an illusion in your dreamland? Luo Qianqiu's expression was as red as a dot. Despicable? Before the decisive battle, your people from Jiutian Palace actually drugged my wine, causing my chakra to become blocked and I couldn't fight normally, so I was crushed by you. Do you really think your strength can be that strong? It's ridiculous. Qin Wentian said sarcastically, besides, isn't the dreamland my strength? Unlike your people from Jiutian Palace, you are still complacent in order to achieve your goals. Luo Qianqiu frowned and said, you lied. Humph. Qin Wentian was too lazy to explain to Luo Qianqiu. The terrifying momentum burst out crazily. This was his dream. How strong was his will? Luo Qianqiu also stepped back. Soon, in the dream, Luo Qianqiu was covered in blood and pale. Qin Wentian walked towards him step by step, overlooking him. Outside, the crowd was stunned to see the two standing there motionless. Luo Qianqiu even stepped back step by step. No one knew what he was going through. It seems to be a dream. A sharp light flashed in Ren Qianxing's eyes. Qin Wentian, he did not admit defeat. He did not lose on purpose. Absolutely not. He did not misjudge him. So, was it Jiutian Palace who did something? His eyes were sharp. He looked at Jiutian Palace and saw that the middle-aged man had a look like lightning. Kill. The roar shook the world. A terrifying aura burst out from Luo Qianqiu's body. His eyes regained their spirit. He stared at Qin Wentian and roared, no matter how strong you are in the dream, you will die today. Endless lightning turned into dragons and snakes dancing wildly. The murderous intent in Luo Qianqiu's body was roaring. It's too late. Qin Wentian's blood was also roaring. His long hair was as black as ink. His body was like a king, wanting to dominate the world. A terrifying sound of clattering came out from Qin Wentian's body, like blood rolling, like the wheel meridian boiling, and like the star force roaring. "Break it for me." Qin Wentian raised his head and roared, his black hair flying up, and the terrifying roar came out of his body crazily. The crowd seemed to hear the roar of the sea. Qin Wentian's body was transforming, and the 7-star wheel meridians began to wriggle crazily, then expanded and broke, giving birth to 8 new star wheel meridians. His acupoints were stimulated crazily and broke through, and the star force in his body began to rotate smoothly again, and his breath was still getting stronger. That was the breath of the 8th level of the wheel meridian. Qin Wentian, he was unwilling. Those dirty conspiracies could not influence his will and would not shake his determination. His obsession had never been so strong. Today, he wanted to be the first. Chapter 144 Number 1. Qin Wentian on the stage, his long black hair fluttered in the air, his clothes rustled in the wind, and his aura turned into a gust of wind, sweeping across the stage. Qin Wentian's figure at this moment was enchanting and terrifying. He stood there, as if he was the only one in the world, and who else but him could rule the world. Luo Qianqiu was so dazzling, but at this moment, Luo Qianqiu's brilliance seemed to be completely suppressed. Breakthrough. The crowd felt like a dream. At such a critical moment, Qin Wentian actually broke through his original realm and entered the 8th level of the wheel meridian. It wasn't long since Qin Wentian broke through last time. It takes a process for a martial artist to break through the realm, and it is not something that can be done overnight. However, before the dawn of today, Qin Wentian awakened his bloodline, and the terrifying bloodline power almost swallowed him up. With his tenacious will, he stabilized for a long time before returning to normal. After that, he spent a lot of time to calm down his realm, causing him to almost miss the king's banquet. But this time, the awakening of the blood also stimulated the acupoints and widened the chakras, which had already reached the level of breakthrough, which led to this moment of breakthrough. At this moment, the people of the Imperial Star Academy were completely relieved. Especially Ren Qianxing. He showed a gentle smile on his face, and looked at the figure of the young man on the battle stage, and his face showed a sincere smile. He was very happy, really very happy. He did not misjudge the person. It must be the people of Jiutian Palace who did something to Qin Wentian. He was ashamed of his thoughts just now. He should not doubt Qin Wentian. The Imperial Star Academy had already investigated Qin Wentian. How could such a young man easily succumb to Jiutian Palace for the sake of interests? You treat the academy with loyalty and righteousness, and the academy will give you a clear sky. Ren Qianxing said in his heart, and the heart that had not been shaken for a long time actually had a trace of warmth flowing through it. Mo Qingchang also showed a bright smile. Qin Yao, Ruahan, Muro, Fan Li, Ziyui Jiuxin and others all smiled. Since Qin Wentian has broken through, it also means that everything is doomed. Luo Qianqiu could no longer stop Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian, who was at the 7th level of the Chakra Meridian realm, was already extremely powerful and had defeated Sikun Mengyu. Although they did not know why they were defeated miserably by Luo Qianqiu, they must have had a special reason. But the crowd was no longer willing to think about the reason. After Qin Wentian broke through the realm, Luo Qianqiu should no longer be Qin Wentian's opponent. Luo Qianqiu was also looking at Qin Wentian at this moment. Feeling the change in Qin Wentian's aura, his eyes were slightly stiff, as if he realized for the first time that the person in front of him could defeat him. Qin Wentian also looked at Luo Qianqiu, and took a step forward. A terrible wave of air roared and rolled. He held the Fangyan Huoji in his hand, staring at the other party with a lightning-like gaze. Today, he wanted to be the first. Whether what I said was true or false, you know it in your heart. Qin Wentian said calmly. He did not say what the Jiutian Palace had done to him. For him, it was meaningless. Even if everyone knew that the Jiutian Palace was despicable, what would it matter? The status of Jiutian Palace is due to his strength. He cannot shake this behemoth. Even if the world knows that he is despicable, Jiutian Palace is still Jiutian Palace. This is determined by strength. Qin Wentian's Fangshan painted halberd finally came out, the first style of the Great Dream halberd method. The mountain opening style. The halberd is like a dream, as fast as lightning, as heavy as a mountain, and it wants to break the world. Luo Qianqiu shouted angrily, and the phantom of Lei Zun seemed to appear behind him. The terrifying crazy lightning arm burst out and collided with a Fangshan-painted halberd. Bang! The lightning arm exploded and shattered, and Luo Qianqiu's body exploded. However, only a light dripping sound was heard, and the crowd saw blood dripping from his chest. Seeing this scene, the crowd took a deep breath. It seems that the first seed of the Junlin banquet this year will be destined to be taken by Qin Wentian. The crowd felt a little lucky to be able to witness this miracle. Luo Qianqiu, in fact, you are really not that good, Qin Wentian said calmly, which made Luo Qianqiu look livid. Qin Wentian was undoubtedly the most qualified to say this. In less than a year, he had gone from being invincible in front of Qin Wentian to being defeated by Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian was certainly qualified to say, Luo Qianqiu, you are really not that good. However, the crowd understood that it was not that Luo Qianqiu was not outstanding enough, but that Qin Wentian was more evil, that's all. Genius also depends on the environment. There are many people in the imperial city of Chu who are called geniuses, but if they are placed in the Jiutian palace, can they still have the title of genius? Luo Qianqiu was so dazzling, but because of Qin Wentian's existence, he seemed dull at this moment. Boom! Qin Wentian strolled out again, using the nine heavens Kunpengju, and his figure was as fast as lightning, appearing in front of Luo Qianqiu in an instant. The second move of the Great Dream Halberd technique, the meteoric style, the moment this attack was launched, Luo Qianqiu felt a sense of shock. The spreading pressure made him feel like he was going to collapse. He might not be able to bear this attack. Stars fell towards Luo Qianqiu, and Luo Qianqiu roared and used all his strength to attack with both hands at the same time. Boom! The terrifying aura swept across the battlefield, and Luo Qianqiu was shocked to spit out blood, his face as pale as paper. Don't you admit defeat yet? The crowd sighed in their hearts when they saw this scene. Luo Qianqiu, he was proud, and he would not allow himself to shout the word admit defeat to Qin Wentian, because he was Luo Qianqiu. He was Luo Qianqiu, but the person standing opposite him was Qin Wentian. Kill! Qin Wentian shouted coldly, and the mountain-like divine power burst out crazily, and the Fangbian Huaji shook. Suddenly, Luo Qianqiu's body kept retreating, and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. Chu Xianjiao's expression was indifferent. He just watched all this happen quietly. He knew that it was not his turn to deal with it. Beside Chu Xianjiao, the eyes of the strong man from Jiutian Palace finally showed a trace of fluctuation. After all, it was a mistake. Qin Wentian appeared unexpectedly. Moreover, he prepared a glass of wine for Qin Wentian. That glass of wine could make Qin Wentian's chakras blocked, but an accident happened again. Qin Wentian broke through, his chakras expanded again, and new chakras were born, thus breaking the power of the medicine. As long as Luo Qianqiu won the first place in the Junlin banquet, then no matter what, he would definitely step into the 7th floor of the Xianxing Pavilion of the Emperor Star Academy, and even the 8th floor. The Emperor Star Academy was unwilling and had no way. However, now Luo Qianqiu lost. According to the agreement of that year, he could not win the first place in the Junlin banquet. People from his Jiutian Palace still could not go above the 7th floor of the Xianxing Pavilion. The middle-aged man glanced at the people around him. He said nothing, but just gave a look. Stop! A man shouted, and then he stepped towards the battle stage, flashing like a gust of wind, and instantly descended on the battle stage. The battle is not over yet. Qin Wentian glanced at him. Luo Qianqiu did not admit defeat, so the Junlin banquet was not over yet. I told you to stop. The young man who stepped onto the battlefield was wearing a sky blue robe and was about 20 years old. The aura on his body symbolized his strength, the Yuan Fu realm. He took a step forward, and in an instant, a mountain-like pressure fell on Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian turned his eyes and looked at Luo Qianqiu, and slowly said, You insulted me in the past, and today, I will repay you. As soon as the voice fell, the 8 chakras completely rioted, and endless power gathered on this halberd and blasted out. Although Luo Qianqiu tried his best to block it, his body was still shaken away, blood kept spitting out, and he fell hard under the battlefield. The first time Luo Qianqiu saw Qin Wentian, he stood on the battlefield, looked at Qin Wentian below with an arrogant look, and asked him for the blood flame fruit. Qin Wentian refused, and then Luo Qianqiu took action. Today, still on the battlefield, Qin Wentian blasted Luo Qianqiu down alive. Win! Countless people witnessed this scene with their own eyes and were shocked. Qin Wentian finally defeated Luo Qianqiu and won the first place in the Junlin banquet. At this moment, The figure of the young man standing on the stage was so dazzling. Junlin Banquet, first place. Mo Shuang took a deep breath. He thought that he had to wait for a year for Qin Wentian to shine, but Luo Qianqiu couldn't wait until next year. Fortunately, Qin Wentian didn't wait either. He won the first place in the Junlin Banquet this year. He had never been so proud. The figure standing on the stage was discovered by him. First place. Mo Qingchang clenched her fists tightly, as if she was also proud of Qin Wentian. I knew you could do it. Muro smiled in her beautiful eyes. Qin Yao was so excited that she cried. A year ago, the young man who couldn't practice entered the imperial city alone. Today, a year later, he won the first place in the Junlin Banquet and became famous all over the world. Good guy. Ruahong giggled, and Dashan beside her also showed a silly smile. It was really unexpected. Fatty Fanel squinted his eyes and smiled. He was very happy and proud. The figure on the stage was his brother. You've made a fortune. The drunken fairy smiled cleanly and said to the young man beside him. The young man was obviously also very surprised. He didn't expect that he would really be the first. It was really unexpected. Of course, some people wished, and some people were very unhappy. Zhang Zhen and Xu Mo always had gloomy faces. The people from the Yi family and the Huo family looked ugly. Mu Qing and Guan Yu looked a little stiff. Liu Yan, she didn't know what she felt in her heart. Bai King Song had a gloomy face. He thought a lot. Bai Kilxu, she knew that from now on, the boy and she were no longer from the same world. There were also Sikun Mingyu, Huo Chen and others. No one knew how they felt at this moment. After 3 days, the ranking of the Junlin Banquet was finally determined. Qin Wentian, first. Who was the second and third, it seemed that it was no longer so important. The crowd seemed to always pay attention to the one standing at the top. The Junlin Banquet finally came to an end, but was it really over? At least there were still people who were very unwilling that Qin Wentian did not follow their will. Chapter 145 Today, I will accompany you to rule the world. Luo Yanhei was really surprised. Although Qin Wentian had shown good strength before, Luo Yanhei would never have thought that Qin Wentian could defeat his nephew Luo Qianqiu. In the past, his brother Luo Xianai was so talented that he graduated from the Emperor Star Academy and was valued and cultivated by the Jiutian Palace. He was also introduced to the Jiutian Palace. This time, he came to the King of Chu banquet under the order of the Jiutian Palace and the instructions of Luo Xianai. He wanted to watch Luo Qianqiu win the first place and not fail. If he could have thought that Qin Wentian had such a fighting power, he would have directly eliminated him for being late. Even if Qin Wentian defeated Sikun Mingyu later, he still took remedial measures and used not-so-glorious means to deal with Qin Wentian, so that he could not play his fighting power normally. For Luo Qianqiu's first place, all the efforts were worth it. But in the end, Qin Wentian actually broke through, opened up a new wheel meridian, and snatched the first place from Luo Qianqiu. He actually valued Qin Wentian's talent very much, and he hoped to introduce Qin Wentian to the Jiutian Palace. Unfortunately, Qin Wentian didn't want such an opportunity. The center of attention. Luo Yanhei looked at the young man on the stage. What an ignorant guy. For a brief moment of light and glory, he could not follow the will of the Jiutian Palace? Such behavior was really stupid. Most people didn't know what Luo Yanhei was thinking. Even only those people with big forces knew about the existence of Luo Yanhei and other Jiutian Palace masters. They looked at the figure of the young man on the stage, with admiration and blessings on their faces. Qin Wentian of the Qin Mansion in Xianyang City, he went to the end and won the first seed of the Junlin Banquet at the age of 17. This is still extremely rare in the history of the Junlin Banquet. The young man was called Qin Wentian, Qin Mansion, Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's smile was so bright and sunny at the moment. Seeing the smiles of the elders of the Imperial Star Academy, seeing Mo Qingchang raise her fist to him, seeing the blessing in Mu Ro's eyes, and seeing Fatty Fanel screaming, he was really happy. Whether it was vanity or pride, in short, he did not disappoint those who cared about him. So, he was happy. But while he was happy, someone was not happy. A strong killing intent locked him firmly. The young man in the Yuanfu realm who stepped onto the battle stage took a step forward slightly, and with a loud bang, it seemed that a huge wave was set off on the battle stage. Huh? The crowd was immersed in the shock of Qin Wentian winning the first place in the Junlin Banquet, and seemed to have overlooked that before Qin Wentian defeated Luo Qianqiu, there was another person who walked to the edge of the battle stage. The king's banquet has ended, and it's time to announce the results. Your Excellency has trespassed on the king's banquet stage. Is this a disrespect to the Chu royal family? In the direction of the Emperor Star Academy, Gulao stood up and spoke indifferently. Everyone looked at Chu Xianjiao on the Jade Dragon chair, but saw that Chu Xianjiao was still sitting there quietly, as if this had nothing to do with him. He, Chu Xianjiao, would not wade into this muddy water. This was a matter between the Emperor Star Academy and the Jiutian Palace. At this moment, Chu Xianjiao was thinking, Qin Wentian took the first seat at the king's banquet, so, would the Jiutian Palace still have room for him? No one stopped the young man on the stage. The voice of the Emperor Star Academy seemed to be ignored by the royal family. Fellow disciples fight, and they are so cruel. The young man stared at Qin Wentian and took another step forward. He raised his hand and punched out. The terrifying power was rolling. Qin Wentian raised the Fangdian Huaji to block it, but the terrifying power almost shook the Fangdian Huaji off. His body trembled violently and his steps retreated. Luo Qianqiu and Qin Wentian both belong to the Imperial Star Academy, so they can be said to be from the same school. But the other party's so-called reason is a bit ridiculous. Although they are from the same school, how did Luo Qianqiu treat Qin Wentian in the past? Now that he has been defeated, talking about the friendship of fellow disciples is just an excuse to attack. How presumptuous. Too ridiculous. Many people shouted, and saw that the Imperial Star Academy Gulao and Mo Shang stepped out and walked in the void towards the direction of the Imperial Star Academy battle stage. However, at this moment, the crowd saw another figure appear on the Imperial Star Academy battle stage. It was Luo Yanhei, who had always been beside Chu Xianjiao. He stood there calmly, and a terrifying aura of Lingshan burst out, sweeping the void. The figures of Gulao and others all stopped in the air, their faces were livid. What do you think the battle stage of the king's banquet is? Luo Yanhei said calmly. When the Lingshan aura burst out, the whole void was silent. Everyone seemed to be able to personally feel how terrifying this aura was, enough to crush everything. Luo Yanhei. Gulao said coldly, Luo Qianqiu was defeated, and Jiutian Palace's revenge in public is too despicable. Luo Yanhei, his surname is also Luo, could he be Luo Qianqiu's relative? The crowd's expression froze. Don't worry, I'm just helping your Emperor Star Academy to teach a lesson to the ruthless person who doesn't care about the friendship of fellow disciples. I won't do anything to him. Luo Yanhei's voice was still calm. This change made everyone look strange. The king's banquet of Chu has been held for many years, but in recent years, there has never been any mistakes in such a grand event as the king's banquet, and no one dared to make trouble. But today, it seems that this pattern has been broken. Someone wants to make trouble at the king's banquet. Moreover, the royal family of Chu turned a deaf ear to it, as if they didn't see it. Chu Xianjiao still sat there, as if he was just an outsider. Jiutian Palace. Many people had heard of the existence of Jiutian Palace, and they were shocked. So that's how it was. Luo Qianqiu was actually from Jiutian Palace. Then this Junlin banquet was probably prepared to be decided internally. There were no accidents in the previous Junlin banquet because Jiutian Palace selected talented people at the Junlin banquet, and there would be no conflict with the Junlin banquet. But this time was different. This time Jiutian Palace must have the first seat at the Junlin banquet, but it was ruined by Qin Wentian. The top 9 seats at the Junlin banquet, all come up. Luo Yanhei said calmly. In an instant, Luo Qianqiu, Sikun Mingao, Chu Chen, Huo Chen and others stepped onto the battle stage one after another. Only the second sort and Ruahong Guxing who were killed did not obey the order. He directly gave orders to the Junlin banquet. Such a scene shocked the crowd deeply, as if they felt what kind of existence Jiutian Palace was. For many years, my Jiutian Palace has been paying attention to the king's banquet of the state of Chu. Every year, outstanding talents in the king's banquet will be invited to join my Jiutian Palace and go to practice. This year is no exception. Luo Yanhei said lightly, as if he looked down on the world. Their Jiutian Palace in the state of Chu did have the qualifications to look down on the world. Here, they are the kings, the uncrowned kings. Today, I will take this opportunity to announce that Chu Xianjiao and Xiaolu are already disciples of my Jiutian Palace. Luo Yanhei's light voice seemed to be announcing their kingly status. Chu Xianjiao, the crown prince of the state of Chu, and Xiaolu, the crown prince of the state of Jiutian, they are all disciples of the Jiutian Palace. These are the future kings of the two countries, but they also have another identity, disciples of the Jiutian Palace. Luo Qianqiu, that's right. Today I want to ask, Sikun Mingao, Chu Chen, Huo Chen, Hao Tai, are you willing to join Jiutian Palace? Luo Yanhei ignored the shock of the crowd and continued to invite the most outstanding people of the Junlin banquet to join. I am willing. Sikun Mingao nodded and bowed. I am willing. Chu Chen agreed. I am willing. Huo Chen agreed. I am willing. Hao Tai agreed. Shocking voices came out one after another, and even Chu Xianjiao and Xiao Lu came down from their high positions and stood under the battle stage, as if to show respect for Jiutian Palace. Very good, from today on, you can come to Jiutian Palace at any time. Of course, if you are willing to train outside for a few more years, Jiutian Palace will not say anything. This is your freedom. Luo Yanhei smiled. I am very happy to have so many talents at this Junlin banquet. I hope you will help each other in the future and respect your fellow disciples. Don't be like some people who are cruel to their fellow disciples. Luo Yanhei meant something, and everyone looked at Qin Wentian again. Qin Wentian, the number one at the Junlin banquet, was excluded by Jiutian Palace at this moment, and seemed particularly lonely. He should have been the most dazzling existence, but Jiutian Palace seemed to intend to humiliate him at this moment, because he violated the wishes of Jiutian Palace. Jiutian Palace gave him a chance, but Qin Wentian did not want such an opportunity. The people of Emperor Star Academy looked particularly ugly. They did not expect Jiutian Palace to come up with such a trick. It seemed that they wanted to show themselves as a king and make Qin Wentian look dim. And Jiutian Palace did have this kind of power. Boom. Another terrible shock sound came out, and the airwave rolled, and the young man in the Yuanfu realm walked towards Qin Wentian again. Jiutian Palace said that they would not do anything to Qin Wentian, but just teach him a lesson. But to what extent would this lesson be controlled? Will they abolish Qin Wentian's cultivation? How could the masters of the Imperial Star Academy be willing? They all walked out, but saw Luo Yanhei soaring into the sky, and the aura of the peak of the Yuanfu realm swept wildly between heaven and earth. What a graceful demeanor, making people feel the urge to surrender. I am afraid that if the Mo family does not come out and the Dean of the Imperial Star Academy does not show up, few people can compete with him. Is this the power of the Jiutian Palace? Powerful, domineering, and unreasonable. This is strength. In this world, there is no right or wrong, no reason, only strength. Who dares to interfere with the actions of the Jiutian Palace? Luo Yanhei shouted loudly, and the world seemed to be silent. The crowd looked at Luo Yanhei, and then saw Qin Wentian, and they didn't know what they felt in their hearts. Hey, Jiutian Palace, is this all you can do? Only a sigh came out from the crowd. The sound was not loud, but it was like a gust of wind, and it was heard by everyone. In the vast crowd, a passage appeared automatically, and an old man with white hair slowly walked out. The old man looked up at the lonely young man on the battle stage and smiled warmly. You won first place at the king's banquet. Today, I will accompany you to rule the world. The old man's calm voice was like a hurricane, whistling in the eardrums of the crowd. Today, I will accompany you to rule the world. Chapter 146 The Powerful Xiangang Master. The old man was dressed in plain clothes, with white hair like snow. He seemed to be in his twilight years, but he wanted to rule the world. Seeing him walk onto the battlefield, countless people's eyes were fixed on him. Who is this old man? Gong Yanghong. Many people in the stands recognized Gong Yanghong, and their hearts were slightly shaken. This was Gong Yanghong, and his black hair was actually white. What happened to him? It was the master of divine patterns, Gong Yanghong. He actually stepped out for Qin Wentian. Many people were quite shocked. Although Gong Yanghong had extremely high attainments in divine patterns, could his strength compete with the arrogant Jiutian Palace? Moreover, he would actually take action for Qin Wentian. Could it be that the divine pattern scroll in the past made them meet? Luo Yanhei looked at Gong Yanghong, and there was a hint of irony in his eyes. In this Chu state, someone dared to mock Jiutian Palace. It was too rampant. Could it be that this old man didn't know what kind of power Jiutian Palace was? Get lost. The young man beside Qin Wentian took a step forward, his killing intent swept out, and he walked towards Gong Yanghong. This old man, does he want to die? How arrogant. No one has dared to talk to me like this for decades. Gong Yanghong said coldly, watching the other party coming, and saw his palms suddenly tremble. In an instant, the void was shining with starlight, and the crowd saw that the star arm seemed to appear in the void, as if it fell from the sky. This huge arm opened its palm and suddenly grabbed the young man, like the power of heaven, making people unable to resist. The young man's expression suddenly changed, and the fist light blasted out, but the arm was like a heavenly arm, ignoring the attack and directly buckling down. In an instant, it directly grabbed the other person. Buzz! The wind flickered, and the figure of the young man was directly grabbed into the void by the starry sky arm, like an ant. Guang Yanghong stretched out his hand towards the void, as if the starry sky arm was his arm, controlling it from a distance. Your master should teach you how to be a man. Guang Yanghong said calmly, and then the starry sky arm trembled suddenly, throwing the other person's body out directly. At this moment, the young man's body flew away, directly out of the range of the Chu Wangte, and no one knew where it was thrown. Guang Yanghong, like throwing garbage, threw a Yuanfu realm strongman into the distance. Such a scene made everyone's eyes freeze there. What a strong strength! Their hearts trembled violently. How could Guang Yanghong's strength be so strong? Luo Yanhei's expression changed. He was a top figure in the Yuanfu. How could he not be used by Guang Yanghong's means? Wu Ming Xiangang, this is the symbol of the Xiangang realm. The royal family, the people of the Emperor Star Academy, and all the strong people present, all had huge waves in their hearts. Guang Yanghong, the first in the Jiutian banquet many years ago, began to specialize in the study of divine patterns after returning to the Chu state. However, in fact, he has always been a powerful existence in the Xiangang realm, but no one knows it. Get down. Guang Yanghong spat out a voice at Luo Yanhei, so overbearing. Luo Yanhei's face seemed to have many black lines, and his facial muscles twitched, but his body still slowly descended and landed on the ground. He was so arrogant, but because of Guang Yanghong's scolding, he came down directly from the air, as if he had fallen from the altar. Who are you? I hope you don't interfere in the affairs of Jiutian Palace. Luo Yanhei's momentum was obviously not so strong. This is not Jiutian Palace. If it were Jiutian Palace, he certainly wouldn't have to be afraid of Guang Yanghong, but this is Chu state. Here, a Xiangang realm existence can destroy all of them who came to Jiutian Palace. Shut up. Guang Yanghong snorted coldly and said, Jiutian Palace, has it fallen to the point of showing off in a place like Chu state? While speaking, Guang Yanghong slowly walked and came to Qin Wentian's side. He smiled at Qin Wentian and said, little guy, I didn't expect you to win the first place at the Jiutian banquet. I'm surprised. Qin Wentian was also very happy to see Guang Yanghong smile. When he first saw Guang Yanghong, he was so depressed and looked like he was dead. But today, Guang Yanghong stepped onto the stage to accompany him to dominate the world. What a spirit, this is the aura that should belong to him. Senior also won it at the beginning, what should I be proud of? Qin Wentian smiled. That's different. I won the first place at the Jiutian banquet when I was in the prime of the Wheel Meridian realm, and you, when you participated in the Jiutian banquet, you were only in the 7th level of the Wheel Meridian realm. You are much better than me. Guang Yanghong was still smiling. Ever since Qin Wentian said to him that day, the past is gone, the future is too far, only for today, he thought that he was not as good as the boy in front of him. Luo Kaiankyu, Sikun Mingyu, Chu Chen, Hibo Chen, although they are all good, they are not as good as you after all. It's ridiculous that Jiutian Palace is so arrogant that they recruited them, but only excluded you to humiliate you. It's not only ridiculous, but also sad and lamentable. Guang Yanghong said and slowly turned around, looking at Luo Yanhei and others. Jiutian Palace uses such means to show itself. If those forces outside know about it, I'm afraid it will be infamous for thousands of years. Guang Yanghong said calmly, with the talent Qin Wentian showed today, Piaomio Peak, Sunset Mountain, Fengming Valley, which force can he go to? It's Jiutian Palace's turn to be picky. Is it mocking Chu for being too small and isolated from the world? But it doesn't matter. In my opinion, Jiutian Palace is not worthy of Qin Wentian's talent. Guang Yanghong said calmly, causing everyone to take a deep breath. As expected of Guang Yanghong, he won the first place in the Jiutian banquet many years ago. After leaving Chu, his horizons are obviously broader and will not be limited to Jiutian Palace. They just saw Luo Yanhei's kingly attitude, high and mighty, making Chu surrender, inviting Sikun Mingyu and others to step into Jiutian Palace, and they were all deeply shocked, and regarded Jiutian Palace as a high and mighty existence that could not be climbed. However, Guang Yanghong's words directly exposed that false arrogance. Qin Wentian was the first in this Jinlin banquet. What qualifications did Jiutian Palace have to choose him? Why didn't Qin Wentian choose Jiutian Palace? At the beginning, Guang Yanghong was also the first in Jinlin banquet. Did he join Jiutian Palace? He also became so powerful and returned to Chu. If Qin Wentian went out to make a living and returned many years later, wouldn't he be another Guang Yanghong, or even more powerful? If you want to go out, I can take you out of Chu now and join a powerful sect. Guang Yanghong turned around and said to Qin Wentian with a smile. Obviously, he was not joking. As long as Qin Wentian nodded, he could immediately take Qin Wentian out of Chu. With Qin Wentian's talent, he needed to go out and have a broader sky. Qin Wentian naturally knew that Guang Yanghong would not lie to him. Jiutian Palace wanted to humiliate him. Guang Yanghong's words were to tell the people of Chu State, and also to tell Qin Wentian, that he should not be hit by Luo Yunhei's behavior, and to broaden his horizons, not to be limited to the Jiutian Palace. So what if he controls 10 countries? This world is very big. If this world is compared to the 9 sky galaxy, Chu State is just at the bottom of the sky, where you can never see the galaxy scenery at a higher level. However, Qin Wentian still has unfinished business in Chu State, and he still has relatives and friends. It is obviously unrealistic to leave like this. It seems that you have unfinished business. After today, I will leave the state of Chu. I will introduce you to some forces outside to see if there are any willing to come and take you, or I will go back to the state of Chu after I finish my work. Guang Yanghong said with a smile, and then he looked at Chu Xianjiao and said, you are almost the crown prince of the state of Chu now. The top seed of the king's banquet will be rewarded. This year, what reward have you prepared for the top of the king's banquet? Chu Xianjiao looked at Guang Yanghong and felt a little uncomfortable. As strong as Guang Yanghong, he didn't need to care about his identity at all. He could face him with such a proud attitude. This is strength. Chu Xianjiao hadn't spoken yet, but heard Guang Yanghong continue, forget it, since it is a reward, it should be Qin Wentian's choice. Qin Wentian, you won the first place in the king's banquet of Chu this year. What do you want? I want the state of Chu to release my father and my grandfather. Qin Wentian looked at Chu Xianjiao with a sharp look. He came to the imperial city of Chu, he became stronger step by step, he attended the king's banquet, and everything he did, all for one purpose. His father Qin Chuan and grandfather Qin Hao were still imprisoned in the Black Castle by Chu. No, how can the leader of the rebels be released? Chu Xianjiao shouted coldly. I want you to let him go. Guang Yanghong looked at Chu Xianjiao with a domineering attitude. Chu Xianjiao looked very unhappy, and he said decisively, even if you want to let him go, only Qin Chuan can be released, Qin Hao must not be released, this is my bottom line. Guang Yanghong looked at Qin Wentian, and saw that Qin Wentian was staring at Chu Xianjiao's eyes at this time, and the other party's eyes were tough and unshakable. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded. It was a pleasant surprise to be able to save his father at this king's banquet. Guang Yanghong, you are really nosy. At this moment, a voice rolled in from a distance, and then there was a howling of the wind. Guang Yanghong frowned slightly and looked into the distance. Then he saw a giant palm of Thunder Lord descending from the sky and slapping towards him and Qin Wentian. The terrifying lightning seemed to drown the world and destroy everything. HMPH. Guang Yanghong snorted coldly, and the starry sky arm rushed out angrily. The two giant palms in the sky collided with a loud bang, and the airwaves rolled and exploded at the same time. At this time, a figure descended over the Chu Wangtai. This person was dressed in a blue robe, and he was majestic without being angry. His appearance was somewhat similar to Luo Qianqiu and Luo Yunhei. Seeing this person, in the direction of the Emperor Star Academy, Ren Qianxing's body trembled violently, and his expression was extremely ugly. Jiutian Palace, Luo Xianaya, was also a former disciple of the Emperor Star Academy. He actually came to the state of Chu, seeking monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, and rewards. Right square bracket. Chapter 147 finally ends. Luo Xianaya stood proudly in the void, with a terrifying aura. The people of the Chu Wangtai looked up at him, and their hearts were filled with great waves. They had never seen the existence of the Xiangang realm, but today at the Jinlin banquet, they actually saw two Xiangang realm masters. Such a person was only in legends for them, but now, he appeared before their eyes. Is this person Luo Qianqiu's father? Like father, like son. It seems that Luo Qianqiu has a purpose for practicing in the Emperor Star Academy. Everyone guessed in their hearts that since Luo Qianqiu had such a background, why did he have to stay in the Emperor Star Academy to practice instead of in the Jiutian Palace? Obviously, he came here for a purpose. Father. Luo Qianqiu stood below and glanced at Luo Xianaya in the void. He lowered his head and remained silent, as if he was speechless to meet his father. He lost to Qin Wentian. He failed to complete his mission and seize the first seat at the Jiutian banquet. He felt ashamed of his father. In a place like Chu State, he actually lost. Who are you? Luo Xianaya looked at Luo Qianqiu with a sharp look and asked. Luo Qianqiu raised his head, looked at his father, and said, I am Luo Qianqiu. You are Luo Qianqiu. There is no word of cowardice in your life. Who has not failed in martial arts practice? Can you beat the world? Luo Xianaya said in a rolling voice, raise your head, you are Luo Qianqiu, my son Luo Xianaya. Luo Qianqiu's expression was as sharp as lightning, and his fists were clenched. He was Luo Qianqiu, and he was defeated. What's the matter? He was a disciple of Jiutian Palace. Today's shame will be washed away with Qin Wentian's blood in the future. When Luo Qianqiu raised his head and looked at Qin Wentian again, his murderous intent was extremely sharp. Qin Wentian was a stain on his life, and he would definitely wash it away. Luo Xianaya, I was wondering why he looked familiar. It turned out to be your son. Guang Yanghong looked at the figure in the void and said, he actually knew Luo Xianaya. Guang Yanghong, you came to Chu State for no reason, why did you interfere in the affairs of my Jiutian Palace? Luo Xianaya said coldly. The Jiutian Palace is bullying too much? I can't stand it. Guang Yanghong responded. Humph. Luo Xianaya shouted coldly, in Chu, why do I need others to interfere in the actions of my Jiutian Palace? Do you think that you can stop what the Jiutian Palace wants to do just by being here? After speaking, Luo Xianaya stepped down into the air, and the terrifying pressure rushed towards Guang Yanghong and Qin Wentian. Guang Yanghong raised his hand to attack, and the starry sky arm appeared. The void made a crackling sound, as if something was broken. I don't care what the Jiutian Palace wants to do, but today Qin Wentian won the first seat at the Jiutian banquet. If the Jiutian Palace wants to retaliate because your son lost to him, I will never allow it. Guang Yanghong's voice was strong. Just relying on you, you also want to fight with the Jiutian Palace. It's too ridiculous. Luo Xianaya went down again, and the thunder swept the void. Luo Qianqiu and the others retreated to the back, leaving only Qin Wentian and Guang Yanghong standing below to bear this huge pressure. I can't stop Jiutian Palace from doing things, but if you are so shameless as to bully the younger generation, it will be just as easy for me, Guang Yanghong, to kill your younger generation. The starry sky arm trembled towards the void again, and the two confronted each other. So what if he is the first in Jiutian banquet? I want to see how far he can grow. Luo Xianaya's eyes swept across Qin Wentian, extremely sharp. He never believed that a genius could have a smooth road in the process of cultivation. There were constant competitions on the road of martial arts, and too many geniuses fell. Without strong obsession and some luck, there is no reason to become a strong man. My Jiutian Palace will not touch him, but you must not interfere in anything in Chu. This is the country of my Jiutian Palace. Luo Xianaya said domineeringly. Chu is the territory of his Jiutian Palace. Jiutian Palace does not care who is in charge of Chu, but the king of Chu must provide the greatest convenience for Jiutian Palace to act in Chu, such as selecting talents and asking for some resources. No king can disobey. As for which king to support, only some people under the Jiutian Palace would get involved. The upper echelons of the Jiutian Palace never interfered in anything in Chu. Even if Chu changed its king, it had nothing to do with him, but he had to obey. Don't worry, I won't interfere in Chu's affairs for no reason. Guang Yanghong still responded indifferently. If he didn't really like Qin Wentian, he wouldn't even appear on the battlefield of the Jiutian banquet in such a manner. Luo Xianaya didn't look at Guang Yanghong again, but looked in the direction of the Emperor Star Academy, looking at Ren Qianxing and said, Teacher, how are you? I don't have a student like you. Ren Qianxing said indifferently. Teacher, why do you have to do this? We are born in this world and should pursue the realm of the strong. It is inevitable to use some means. Even though I am in the Jiutian Palace, I still think of my teacher's kindness and name my son Qianqiu. The word Jin is the same as the teacher, which means that I will not forget the teacher's kindness in nurturing. Luo Xian'ai said calmly, but Ren Qianxing's expression became more and more ugly, as if he hated him to the bone. We have different paths, that's all. Luo Xian'ai shook his head, then looked at Luo Qianqiu and other people from Jiutian Palace, and said, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, one figure after another rose into the air. Luo Xian'ai grabbed Luo Qianqiu's arm, and his eyes still swept over Qin Wentian, looking down at him, and said to Qin Wentian, I want to see what kind of achievements the first place in Jianlin banquet can achieve. Luo Qianqiu, he will wait for you. As soon as he finished speaking, his body turned around and rolled away with the people from Jiutian Palace, and soon disappeared into the sky. Watching the people from Jiutian Palace disappear, the crowd was still shaken in their hearts. This was the first time that Jiutian Palace appeared in front of the world in such a posture, without any disguise. Only then did they know that behind the Chu state, there was such a terrible force that controlled the Chu state. In front of them, Chu Xianjiao had no right to speak. Senior Gong Yanghong is actually a strong man in the Xiangang realm. The crowd looked at Gong Yanghong again, with respect in their eyes. The existence of Xiangang realm, the top figure of Chu state, one person can be the law of a country. Once you reach this realm, very few people will stay in Chu state. Of course, if we talk about who is the most dazzling person today, it is naturally Qin Wentian. With absolute power, he counterattacked to seize the first seed of the Jianlin banquet, and no one would have thought that the person standing there in the end would be Qin Wentian. Moreover, behind him is not only the Emperor Star Academy, but also the strong men of Xiangang realm to back him up. Guang Yanghong, he accompanied Qin Wentian to the world. Standing on the battle stage of the Jianlin banquet, enjoying the glory. Qin Wentian, you are the pride of my Emperor Star Academy. Ren Qianxing said with a smile, nodding to Qin Wentian. At this moment, the people of Emperor Star Academy stood there, looking at Qin Wentian, solemn and solemn. Indeed, it is worth being proud of. In the direction of the Mo family, the crowd stood up and congratulated Qin Wentian. The people from the Divine Weapon Pavilion also stood up at the same time. And Liuan had a smile on her face. She obviously had not expected that this year's King's Banquet would be so exciting. The Chu Wangte was very quiet. The crowd remembered this historic moment. They would probably never forget today's banquet. They were grateful to Qin Wentian and all the young talents on the stage for presenting them with such a splendid banquet. Putting aside all grudges, they were all worthy of pride. Guang Yanghong stood beside Qin Wentian, patted him on the shoulder with a smile on his face, then he looked towards the stands and said to Muro, Muse girl, have you thought about what promise you want me to fulfill? Muro was stunned for a moment, then smiled, Senior, don't take it seriously. I'll give you the scroll. Muro knew very well how important a conversation like this between a powerful being in the Xiangang realm and her was. If you have thought it through, write it down and put it in my bamboo hut. I will be able to see it when I come back. Guang Yanghong smiled, and then looked at Chu Xianjiao and others. Don't forget what you promised. Tomorrow morning, Qin Wentian needs to see his father. Guang Yanghong's words seemed to be a matter of course. The crowd knew how much influence a Xiangang realm figure had. Luo Xian'ai left just like that. The people of Jiutian Palace did not trouble Qin Wentian. Was it really just because of Luo Xian'ai's tolerance? Even if he had such courage to wait for Qin Wentian to grow up, what about the other people in Jiutian Palace? In the final analysis, it was because of Gong Yanghong's existence and his threatening words. Otherwise, today's situation would not be so easily resolved. If a Xiangang realm figure cannot be killed on the spot, it will be a great disaster if he becomes an enemy. Since the junior has promised, he will not regret it. Chu Xianjiao responded. Okay. Guang Yanghong nodded, then looked at Qin Wentian again and smiled, practice hard. After that, he saw his body soaring into the air, soaring above the void, and heard a voice floating directly into Qin Wentian's ears. Be careful in Chu. Chu has a history of thousands of years ago, and it has a deep foundation. Some figures have appeared in the royal family of Chu. Although there was no news later, no one knows how deep the royal family's foundation is. Therefore, even I can't oppress them too much, otherwise I'm afraid this matter will not be so easy to resolve. Don't touch the royal family before you have enough strength. Guang Yanghong's voice was only audible to Qin Wentian, which made Qin Wentian's heart tremble. It seems that there is a reason why Gong Yanghong did not insist on releasing Qin Hao. Indeed, the royal family of Chu, like the Emperor Star Academy, has a deep foundation. Since the Emperor Star Academy was able to make Jiutian Palace make concessions, the royal family also has unknown cards. The game between these major forces is far from as simple as he imagined. Now, even if he has won the first seat at the Genlin banquet, he still has a long way to go. Fortunately, his father Qin Chuan was finally able to come out. Thinking of this, Qin Wentian was quite happy. Finally, he can see his father. Qin Yao's eyes were slightly moist, looking at the proud figure standing on the stage. His younger brother Qin Wentian won the first seat at the Genlin banquet and was admired and valued by countless people. Moreover, he really rescued his father. It has only been a year since Qin Wentian left Xianyang City. When his father comes out tomorrow, he will definitely be proud of Wentian. Chapter 148 Balance. Qin Wentian on the Chuang stage was watched by countless eyes. Chu Xianjiao returned to the Qingyu dragon chair. His face, which had never fluctuated, was a little cold at this moment, but soon returned to normal. Even this time, Chu Xianjiao did not personally announce the ranking of the Genlin banquet, but directly took people away. Obviously, this ending was something he was very reluctant to see. However, this did not affect the glory Qin Wentian had obtained. Xiaolu, Sikun Mingyu and others, as well as most of the forces of the Yu family and the Huo family, followed Chu Xianjiao. Only those forces that had a good relationship with Qin Wentian and the surrounding people still stayed, as if they were still reluctant to see the Genlin banquet end. Many people have already crowded onto the battle stage, surrounding Qin Wentian, and it seemed particularly lively. But at this time, Qin Wentian's heart calmed down instead. Seeing the strength of Luo Xian'ai, the power of Jiutian Palace, and seeing a strong man like Gong Yanghong, he had an extremely strong desire to become a strong man. One day, if he can do what Gong Yanghong did for him by himself, then Chu Xianjiao, I'm afraid he will have to come up and admit his mistakes. Qin Wentian finally left with the people from the Emperor Star Academy. Countless people sighed and gradually dispersed. Mo Qingchang's peerless face always had a smile on it. Such a Genlin banquet made her unforgettable. Hey! A playful figure appeared beside Mo Qingchang. Mo Qingchang rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "Why did you sneak here? Your lover won the first place in the Genlin banquet. I came to congratulate you." Nolan looked at Mo Qingchang jokingly and teased. Mo Qingchang was stunned, and then saw that the people from the surrounding families were looking at her, and her face turned red. "You damn Nolan." Mo Qingchang stretched out her hand to slap Nolan, but saw Nolan smiling and dodging, running forward a few steps, looking back at Mo Qingchang and said, "But to be honest, his performance really surprised me. If you like him, why not marry him? Go to hell, marry if you want." Mo Qingchang said speechlessly. Seeing the two girls joking there, the people from the Mo family next to them smiled happily. In the direction where the Xing Guild left, Vice President Zuo Yin was seen with a gloomy face, as if he was very angry. "Mu Qing, Mu Qing," Zuo Yin said fiercely. Mu Qing, who was following behind him, lowered his head, but there was a faint cold light in his eyes. "President Zuo, Qin Wentian's sharp edge this time may make the Emperor Star Academy pay more attention to him, but it also leaves hidden dangers for himself. I am afraid that many people will not let him go." Mu Qing said to Zuo Yin. "Does this have anything to do with what you did?" Zuo Yin looked at Mu Qing coldly and said, "If Qin Wentian had entered the Xing Guild at the beginning, it would be easy for me to recommend him to the top with his dual talents in strength and divine runes." Mu Qing sneered when he heard Zuo Yin's words, and cursed in his heart, "Old bastard, you want to recommend Qin Wentian to go up and pave the way for you to go up there? Your calculations are a bit ridiculous." Of course, Mu Qing could not say this, but just responded timidly, hiding it very deeply. Not only the Mo family and the Xing Guild, but also the crowds that dispersed at this time all had different ideas and attitudes towards the Genlin banquet. Those who placed bets in Xian Miaofang, of course, thought about their bets after the Genlin banquet was over. Zumiaolao was crowded with people. Fatty Fanel did not go to get the media ride. There were many people and Xian Miaofang was in the imperial city and could not escape. They would never default on their debts. He was not in a hurry. After all, there were many people who saw him betting on Qin Wentian. Don't let him get robbed after getting the media ride. The young man next to Zumia Oxen didn't care so much. After he went to Zumiaolao to get the media ride, He and Zumiaoxin came to the simple wine shop last time. He didn't seem to have any meteorites on him, but he had a divine pattern ring on his finger. Obviously, the meteorites were all in it. Zumiaoxin put his mouth on the mouth of the cup, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, but seemed reluctant to drink a sip. It's not easy to get the restaurant to bring out such good wine. The drunken immortal smiled and said, "But since you made a lot this time, why don't you bring me another bottle after you finish drinking? Your calculation is very good." The young man opposite looked at the drunken immortal and said, "I did make a lot, but you also have 800 meteorites, which is enough for you to squander for a while. Thanks to that guy Qin Wentian, I really didn't expect it, I didn't expect it." The drunken immortal shook his head and smiled. Qin Wentian was able to win the first seat at the Genlin banquet, but it surprised him very much. This time he won the first seat at the Genlin banquet and saved his father, which is also a good thing. The drunken immortal took a sip of wine and was quite happy for Qin Wentian. However, he saw the young man opposite shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. "Do you have a different opinion?" the drunken immortal asked curiously. "You don't understand what's going on here. It's not that simple." The young man sighed. "In fact, it's best to maintain a delicate balance. Once the balance is broken, I don't know what direction things will evolve in." "How come your words are more intoxicating than wine? It makes me dizzy." The drunken immortal smiled bitterly. "How can an outsider see things clearly? Besides, you have never been keen on power struggles, so you don't understand what's going on here." The young man seemed to be talking to himself. "The water here is very deep. Now that Qin Wentian has made such a fuss, I'm afraid my brother will not be willing to accept it. The major families will definitely not be content. At that time, the balance will be completely broken." Balance. The drunken immortal listened in confusion, and it seemed that he was getting more and more confused. "Although my Chu Wang lineage is not a good person, do you really think that we will attack loyal ministers who pose no threat? My brother Chu Xianjiao is also a dragon and phoenix among men. How can he be so narrow-minded?" The young man drank the wine in the glass, seemed a little annoyed, and then raised his feet to leave. "The rebellion has not been quelled for a year, but the commander of the Qin mansion is safe and sound. It's not that the Chu royal family is incompetent, but that Chu does not want to quell it. This is balance." The young man walked away and his figure gradually disappeared, but the drunken fairy was stunned there, staring at the young man's figure in a daze. After a moment, the drunken fairy smiled bitterly and murmured, "No wonder he wants to be a free and easy prince. Such a life of intrigue is really boring. It's more refreshing to be drunk." Emperor Star Academy, Qin Wentian has returned. At this moment in his courtyard, Ren Qianxing, Mo Shuang, and Ruahun are also there. Ren Qianxing sighed, "Wentian, no one expected that you can get the first place this time. You didn't even inform the Emperor Star Academy in advance to make full preparations. Next time, don't be so impulsive. I didn't expect that taking the first place in the Genlin banquet would be so thrilling, and Jiutian Palace would use such means." Qin Wentian smiled bitterly. Indeed, he was still too young and could think of too few things. He was only 17 years old, and his life experience was limited after all, so he couldn't think through many things. But fortunately, Senior Gong Yanghong showed up, and we escaped without any danger. Ren Qianxing smiled. They were still worried about who could stop Luo Qianqiu, but they didn't expect Qin Wentian to have done it. This in itself was worth celebrating. "The 7th floor of Xianxing Pavilion, when are you going to go up and take a look?" Ren Qianxing smiled again, causing Qin Wentian's eyes to flash with a sharp light. "What secrets does the rumored mysterious 7th floor of Xianxing Pavilion have? Why did Luo Qianqiu's father want to go to the 8th floor after he went up, and he even let his son Luo Qianqiu come to the Imperial Star Academy to seize such an opportunity? I'll pick up my father tomorrow." Qin Wentian was not in a hurry. Xianxing Pavilion was there and he couldn't run away. "Okay, I'll have someone accompany you tomorrow. Now, your safety must be taken seriously," Ren Qianxing said cautiously. Of course, he also knew the crisis after the sharp edge was revealed. The situation in the Imperial City was complicated and the water was deep. From this moment on, as long as Qin Wentian stepped out of the Imperial Star Academy, he must be protected. "Okay." Qin Wentian nodded. Although the Jiutian Palace and the royal family would not deal with him openly, no one knew about it in secret. Moreover, the major forces in the Imperial City were complicated, and the Yi family and the Huo family were also eyeing him covetously. At this moment, a crane cry came from the sky. Looking up, Ren Qianxing saw a white crane flying over. He couldn't help but smile and said to Qin Wentian, "I'm leaving first, you have a good rest." As he said that, Ren Qianxing and Mo Shuang looked at each other, smiled at each other, and got up and left. The white crane circled down in the void and landed in the air. There were two girls on it, who were Mo Qingcheng and An Yuolan. "Why are you here?" Qin Wentian looked up at the girl on the white crane with a smile on his face. "I thought you were almost done here, so I came to congratulate you." Mo Qingcheng showed a flawless smile. "Come down and sit down," Qin Wentian said to Mo Qingcheng. Mo Qingcheng nodded, and the two girls jumped off the white crane's back. Nolan said to Qin Wentian, "You little brat, Qingcheng has never taken the initiative to see anyone. You must seize the opportunity." Oh. Qin Wentian blinked, but saw Mo Qingcheng rolled her eyes at Nolan and said, "It was you who instigated me to come here to play." "Really? Why don't I remember it?" Nolan looked at the sky and refused to admit it. "Don't pay attention to her," Mo Qingcheng said to Qin Wentian, but saw Qin Wentian staring at her, which made Mo Qingcheng's beautiful eyes stagnate, and she was a little shy. In the eyes of the heroes of the Imperial City, Mo Qingcheng was cold and arrogant. She just knew that those people had a purpose to contact her, so she naturally didn't like it. But after all, she was a simple girl. How could she be really cold as ice, and how could she resist Qin Wentian's gaze? So her face naturally blushed a little. The atmosphere suddenly became quite awkward, and there seemed to be some ambiguous emotions, which made Nolan chuckle and said, "Do you two want me to step aside for a while?" "Go to hell." Mo Qingcheng was completely speechless to Nolan. If she had known, she would not have brought him out. The 10th update is over. Wuhan asks for the subscription support of brothers and sisters. By the way, monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, and rewards are also indispensable. Thank you, Wuhan bows. Chapter 149 Thrilling. Mo Qingcheng was completely speechless to An Yuolan. This girl came here to cause trouble for her on purpose. At this time, An Yuolan was looking at her with a smile, and then said, Okay, go away, I'll leave now." After saying that, An Yuolan gave Mo Qingcheng a look that said "you know what I mean," and then smiled at Qin Wentian and said, "Stinky boy, seize the opportunity, this opportunity is rare. I don't know how many people in the Imperial City have a crush on this girl, but someone seems to be a little obsessed." After the voice fell, An Yuolan chuckled and left here, and actually made room for Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng. This made Mo Qingcheng and Qin Wentian speechless. Especially what the girl said was quite ambiguous. This made the two of them a little silent for a while, and they didn't know what to say. Qin Wentian glanced at Mo Qingcheng. Her skin was flawless like white jade, her figure was slender, and her face was beautiful. It was as if he could even feel her breathing. Unconsciously, Qin Wentian was a little stunned. The temptation of a beautiful woman was too great for a boy of his age, especially since the beautiful woman in front of him was very kind to him. At this moment, Qin Wentian couldn't help but think, what would it be like if Mo Qingcheng really became his lover? Thinking about it, Qin Wentian was actually a little fascinated. Mo Qingcheng felt a little shy on her face when she felt Qin Wentian's gaze, which made her look even more stunning. But the guy was still looking at her, which made Mo Qingcheng stamp her feet and said coquettishly, "What are you looking at?" Oh. Qin Wentian blinked his eyes, as if he had just noticed his loss of composure, and couldn't help but smile awkwardly. "Of course I was looking at the beautiful woman." "Huh?" Mo Qingcheng snorted lightly, but of course she was not angry. This coquettish look was also simple and cute. "By the way, how could you be so reckless and encounter the conspiracy of Jiutian Palace? Moreover, since you have the strength to win the first place in the Jiutian banquet, you should have told the Emperor Star Academy. Do you know how dangerous this time is? Fortunately, you are lucky." Mo Qingcheng's voice seemed to have a bit of blame. This guy really made people sweat. He was too bold. How could I know that a force like Jiutian Palace would use such despicable means? Qin Wentian smiled bitterly. Humph, you can't be so careless in the future. The purpose of Jiutian Palace this time is to let Luo Qianqiu get the first place in the Jiutian banquet. Seeing that it was going to be destroyed by you, how could they not plot against you? Mo Qingcheng said speechlessly. This guy has suffered a lot, how can his mind still be so simple? Of course, since he didn't think that others would harm him, it also proved that he was kind and simple in his heart. Although he was a little stupid, it was also quite rare. If Qin Wentian was really like Chu Xian Jiao and Yu Wook, smart but good at calculating, Mo Qingcheng would not get so close to him. She likes to be with people of the same kind as she is. Thank you for the reminder, beautiful lady. Qin Wentian smiled. It seems that he really needs to learn from this. If it weren't for Senior Gong Yang Hong, it would be really difficult to end it. After all, Luo Qianqiu's father Luo Xianaya came in person. He can only look up to the existence of the Xiangang realm now. Qin Wentian can't forget Luo Xianaya's overwhelming momentum. I can't tell that you have learned to be slick. Mo Qingcheng looked at Qin Wentian with a smile. Otherwise, will others call you a fool again? Qin Wentian shrugged and smiled, causing Mo Qingcheng's beautiful eyes to flash, and then burst out laughing. It turned out that this fool still remembered the snow scene that day. Mo Qingcheng didn't know that the experience of being with someone like her was not easy for anyone to forget. At this time, footsteps were heard in the yard. Qin Wentian looked up and looked behind him, then asked, "Who?" No one answered, and the footsteps continued, which made Qin Wentian frown. Normally, people who came to his residence would naturally inform him first, unless they were people with whom he had a very good relationship. But at this time, he saw the figure in front of him wearing a bamboo hat and lowering his head. He didn't know who it was, but he came to his residence for no reason, which was naturally very inappropriate. "Who are you?" Qin Wentian asked with a slightly colder voice. This was his private residence. Students above the 4th level of the Imperial Star Academy could own an independent manor in the Imperial Star Academy. "Be careful," Mo Qingcheng whispered, and the other party continued to walk forward, which made Qin Wentian feel a hint of unusual breath. "I am," the man said slowly, and then raised his head. Qin Wentian saw a masked face. The black veil completely covered the other party's face, except for a pair of eyes exposed, which were extremely sharp. Suddenly, a strong and terrifying killing intent burst out from the opponent's body, as if it was wrapped in a killing hurricane, rushing straight at Qin Wentian. "Kill your people." As soon as the voice fell, the opponent stepped into the air and suddenly slapped Qin Wentian with a palm print. It was the magical power of 1,000 hands that Qin Wentian had practiced. This palm print fell, as if endless handprints were bombarding Qin Wentian, with extremely terrible power. Qin Wentian's face stiffened, and suddenly a Fangyan Huoji appeared in his hand. He stepped forward. Even though he knew that the opponent was a powerful existence in the Yuanfu realm, he still stepped forward without hesitation, and did not retreat, because Mo Qingcheng was also beside him. "Stand back." Mo Qingcheng's beautiful eyes froze, and her body rushed forward. However, although Qin Wentian was stunned, his reaction speed at this moment was surprisingly fast. The Fangyan Huoji rushed out angrily and collided with the opponent's palm print. Even if Qin Wentian, who was at the Wheel Meridian realm, had a strong attack power, he could not withstand such a terrible attack. With a loud bang, the Fangyan Huoji in his hand was directly shaken away, and his body was also hit and vomited blood and retreated. It hit the stone chair and smashed it into pieces, which shows how powerful it is. Mo Qingcheng's momentum at this moment was completely bursting out, and he actually had the terrible aura of the Yuanfu realm. Such a scene made the masked man stunned for a moment, but it was only a moment. He had to kill Qin Wentian in the shortest time, otherwise, he would lose the opportunity. He took a step forward and released his killing intent to the extreme. He suddenly threw several terrible palm prints at Mo Qingcheng, which bombarded Mo Qingcheng with overwhelming force, causing Mo Qingcheng's internal organs to shake. His steps kept retreating, and he could not stop the opponent's steps at all. "Run, he can only kill you in a very short time," Mo Qingcheng roared, as if he was also notifying the strong men of the Emperor Star Academy. Qin Wentian also knew that what Mo Qingcheng said was right. He had never thought that someone would dare to attack him in the Imperial Star Academy. Ren Qianxing was also careless. He just thought that he would have someone protect Qin Wentian's safety when he went out tomorrow. But it was obvious that his enemy was also very smart, and not only was he smart, but he also infiltrated the interior of the Imperial Star Academy. Buzz! The strong wind swept, and Qin Wentian swung the Fangyan Huoji directly out, but he couldn't stop the opponent at all. The strong man slapped the Fangyan Huoji and flew out, and his body seemed to be suspended in the air and pounced on Qin Wentian. The Nine Heavens Kunpangju was used, and Qin Wentian's speed was like a phantom retreating. He only needed a very short time. The opponent would not want to hurt Mo Qingcheng, he just needed to delay time. Who dares to be presumptuous in the academy? A roar rolled over, shaking the sky above the Imperial Star Academy, causing the man's eyes to flash, and there seemed to be some impatience in his eyes. Such a Yuanfu realm strongman certainly would not want to kill Qin Wentian and then die. At his level, it is impossible for him to be willing to be someone else's death warrior. Xiao Bei. Mo Qingchang seemed to have noticed his gaze and shouted to the white crane. The white crane swooped down from the sky and grabbed the man with its sharp claws. Get lost. The man furiously blasted a palm into the air, but the white crane was a 7th level monster, comparable to a martial artist at the Yuanfu realm, so it was not easy to get rid of it. The man was completely out of control, and he violently blasted several attacks in succession. The white crane made a miserable sound and fell to the side. The man continued to pounce on Qin Wentian, who wanted to escape. It's too late. The man's eyes were extremely anxious, and he gathered an extremely terrifying power and blasted a sharp breath towards Qin Wentian, like the breath of a sharp sword, trying to pierce Qin Wentian's body. Fall down. Mo Qingchang approached Qin Wentian in the moment when he was delaying the opponent. At this moment, she rushed directly to Qin Wentian and threw Qin Wentian to the ground. The terrifying sharp air scraped across his back, which was extremely cold. It's too late. The man's eyes were ugly, and he blasted out another palm print. Then he turned around and left without paying attention to the life and death of Qin Wentian and the other person. It was as fast as lightning. If he was late, he might have left his life. There was a loud bang, and then Qin Wentian felt a terrible force hitting him. He coughed up blood, but he had no time to care about his injuries. At this time, he just wanted to know how the person lying on his back was now. Qingchen. Qin Wentian shouted. At this time, he felt his heart beating violently. He was so scared. A drop of bright red blood dripped beside Qin Wentian, which made Qin Wentian feel as if his heart was blocked. At this time, he was really scared. It was the fear from the heart. His body dared not move. I'm fine. A light voice came out, but this subtle voice sounded like the sound of nature to Qin Wentian's ears. His back suddenly became lighter, and the figure rolled down and rolled to his side, with his face facing him. The stunning face was so close that it made people stop breathing. Seeing the haggard and pale face, as well as the blood on the corner of the mouth, Qin Wentian deeply felt his own incompetence. It was a close call. Mo Qingchang smiled at him, but that smile seemed to break people's hearts. Who is it? Who dares to kill him in the Emperor Star Academy? Qin Wentian roared in his heart, with an extremely strong killing intent. Who on earth would kill him at all costs after the Junlin banquet? Qin Wentian stretched out his hand tremblingly and gently stroked the blood on the corner of Mo Qingchang's mouth. He also smiled, but his heart was still cold. Are you really okay? Qin Wentian asked in a low voice. I still have some pills. Mo Qingchang took out a pill from her body, fed it to herself, and then said to Qin Wentian, Can you help me up? When she said this, there was a faint blush on her pale face. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded, and then he helped Mo Qingchang up and said, You should regulate your breathing. Okay. Mo Qingchang closed her eyes and began to regulate her breathing. At this moment, people came one after another. They were frantically searching in the void, and at the same time, someone came down to check the injuries of Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang. Who is so bold? Old Gu was extremely angry when he saw Mo Qingchang's injury and showed a look of pity. The other party slipped away before we came, and didn't even have time to kill Wentian. Obviously, he knew that he couldn't catch up. If he was a step later, he wouldn't be able to escape. But in such a short time, it is impossible for someone to escape from the academy under our noses. In the void, Ren Qianxing's face was ashen. He was careless. He thought of the outside of the academy, but he didn't expect that the assassination would appear inside the Imperial Star Academy. You mean, there is a thief in our Imperial Star Academy? Old Gu's eyes were sharp and murderous. Qin Wentian's murderous intent was also extremely strong. He showed his edge at the Junlin banquet. It seems that someone wants to kill him. P.S. When the monthly ticket hits the list, the competition is very fierce. In the first month of the new book being put on the shelves, we must fight for it. I hope everyone can support the ancient God-King! Exclamation mark. Chapter 150 Qin Xuan is released from prison. In the Imperial Star Academy, the area around Qin Wentian's courtyard soon became chaotic, and was surrounded by heavy siege. Qin Wentian was assassinated just after he won the first place in the Junlin banquet. This is absolutely intolerable for the Imperial Star Academy. If the forces behind the assassin are not found out, Such a thing may happen again next time. Wentian, what ability did the other party use? Gulao walked to Qin Wentian and asked. Thousand Hand Seal. Other than that, only the sharp magical power like sword energy burst out during the last hasty attack, but I don't think it is. The other party is deliberately hiding his means and dare not release the Star Soul. Qin Wentian responded. Indeed. Gulao nodded. The Thousand Hand Seal is on the 5th floor of the Xianxing Pavilion of the Imperial Star Academy, but it is not a taboo magical power. There are still many people in the academy who can get the Thousand Hand Seal and practice it. Immediately send someone to ask the guard of the 5th floor of the Xianxing Pavilion if anyone has borrowed the magical power of the Thousand Hand Seal recently. In the past month, any one of them should be transferred to me. Ren Qianxing said in the void, and he was extremely angry at the moment. Some people left below, and at the same time, many elders walked in the void. They all looked unhappy and asked, is there anyone who wants to deal with Qin Wentian? How brave! They spoke coldly one by one, and Ren Qianxing stared at them and said, who are the 2 best people who gathered with you? The expressions of these people froze, and they felt a chill in their hearts. Ren Qianxing was doubting one of them. This assassination is not trivial. Anyone is a suspect, and it has been confirmed that it is a traitor in my Emperor Star Academy. Although it may have nothing to do with you, in order to find that person, we must investigate it thoroughly. Ren Qianxing's words made everyone nod, and one person said, Yao Feng and I saw them halfway, and knew that something big happened here, so we came to see it together. Qin Wentian looked at the person who spoke, and this person was Jiang Zhen. Jiang Zhen and I have some hatred, and he might want to kill me, but this is the Emperor Star Academy, and he won't take the risk of attacking me at such a sensitive time. Qin Wentian thought to himself, he could only say that Jiang Zhen, he might, but the possibility was still relatively small. Ren Qianxing was silent for a moment, and then said, in the next 2 days, all the people in the Yuanfu realm of the Emperor Star Academy will go to the Law Enforcement Hall and check their whereabouts to eliminate them one by one. You all need to cooperate with me. Ren Qianxing's words made everyone's hearts tremble slightly. This means that the entire academy is to be investigated, and the people in the Yuanfu realm are all high-ranking people in the academy, but Ren Qianxing still wants to investigate, and he may not stop until the murderer is found, which shows how much he values Qin Wentian. Okay, you all go. Ren Qianxing said, and the crowd left. Then he said to Qin Wentian, you two take good care of yourself, and I will handle this matter. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded, and then sat down and looked at Mo Qingcheng. He didn't have any problem, but if Mo Qingcheng hadn't been there just now, I'm afraid there wouldn't be Qin Wentian now. Thinking of this, his heart was particularly cold. The girl's face in front of him gradually became rosy, and Qin Wentian gradually felt at ease. The effect of the elixir was amazing. No wonder powerful alchemists were rarer than weapon refiners. After sitting for a long time, Qin Wentian saw that Mo Qingcheng's face had not only recovered its original rosy color, but also had a hint of blush. Seeing this scene, his heart beat a little, which was really heartwarming. If you keep staring at her like this, she won't dare to open her eyes. Nolan didn't know when he came here. As soon as she finished speaking, Mo Qingcheng opened her eyes, her beautiful eyes were like water, and she regained her spirit. She rolled her eyes at Qin Wentian, with a bit of shyness on her face. You are gossiping. Mo Qingcheng stood up and said to Ren Yuolan, causing Qin Wentian to blink his eyes and then laugh. It seemed that he was staring at Mo Qingcheng, making her dare not open her eyes. Xiao Bei, I'm sorry for putting you in such a difficult situation. Mo Qingcheng also fed a pill to her white crane. Qin Wentian stood up and looked at Mo Qingcheng's back. Seeing that she turned around, her soft and lively eyes were smiling at him, he still couldn't say the word thank you. It's not that he didn't want to, but it was not enough to express his feelings. This kind of thing will never happen again in the future. I will protect you. Qin Wentian held back a voice, causing Mo Qingcheng's beautiful eyes to blink, and then her face turned red, saying, who wants your protection? Then she walked onto the back of the white crane and said, Xiao Bei, let's go. And Yuolan also stepped forward and smiled at Qin Wentian, you are quite thick-skinned. The white crane flew into the air, and the beautiful woman flew away. Qin Wentian looked up at the void and then smiled foolishly. The words just now seemed to be a little ambiguous. Moreover, Mo Qingcheng has reached the level of Yuanfu realm. What can he use to protect Mo Qingcheng now? Thinking of this, Qin Wentian turned around silently and went to practice. The belief in becoming stronger became stronger and stronger. Deep in the dark forest, the dark castle was silent for a while. It was isolated and stood there, as if it was abandoned. In the Black Castle, there were exclusive prisons made of hard and cold metal. Occasionally, living people could be seen in the corners of these cold prisons. This is a cold prison. There is nothing but yin energy inside. There are footsteps on the cold path in the middle of the prison. It seems to be the only sound in the Black Castle, and there are traces of response in the darkness. Qin Chuan. Suddenly, a cold voice came out. In a prison, Qin Chuan opened his turbid eyes, touched his messy long hair, and looked at the figure outside the prison. It seems that it is not time to deliver food yet. Then, he heard the sound of the iron lock being opened. This scene made Qin Chuan's eyes burst into cold light. What tricks are you going to play again? Someone came in and untied the shackles on his body, which made Qin Chuan a little confused. Let's go. Where to? Qin Chuan asked coldly. Come out. The man did not answer. Qin Chuan frowned, but still followed him out of the prison. The man in front led Qin Chuan out, and the man behind locked the prison. Then he looked at the prison opposite, snorted coldly, and said, "Lucky guy, adopted a son and won the first seat at the king's banquet." After saying this, he also left. The prison opposite was still cold. At this time, the curled-up figure in the corner moved slightly and opened his eyes. The turbid and old eyes seemed to have a sharp color. This person was naturally Qin Chuan's father Qin Hao. Outside the Black Castle, Qin Chuan breathed in the fresh air and felt the humidity in the morning. He showed a hint of doubt. At this time, all the shackles on his body had been untied, and there were only two not very strong people around him. The words "you are free" echoed in his ears, making him feel unreal. Is this a conspiracy? After standing there for a long time, Qin Chuan finally asked, "Where are we going?" "Let's go to the Imperial City," one of them said, and several figures walked into the dark forest. The sun gradually became warmer. Qin Chuan and his team walked through the dark forest and finally walked out of the cold forest. He saw active figures again, not so lifeless, and he saw the warm buildings of human beings. But it didn't matter anymore, because Qin Chuan saw two familiar faces. "Father." Qin Yao's eyes were shining with tears, and then she rushed over here and fell into Qin Chuan's arms. Qin Wentian also walked to Qin Chuan and shouted, "Father." "Yao Wentian, what's going on?" Qin Chuan asked in confusion. Qin Yao moved her head away from Qin Chuan's arms, with a bright smile on her face, and said, "Father, it's Wentian. He got the first place in the Jiutian banquet. Now, not only does the Emperor Star Academy and the Divine Weapon Pavilion support him, but there are also seniors in the Xiangang realm who like Wentian and asked the third Prince Chu Xianjiao to let him go. The first place in the Jiutian banquet, the Emperor Star Academy and the Divine Weapon Pavilion, the Xiangang realm strong man." Qin Chuan was stunned for a moment, and suddenly fell silent. Looking at Qin Wentian, he raised his head and took a deep breath. Qin Chuan's turbid eyes seemed to be faintly shining with tears. Taking a step forward, Qin Chuan hugged Qin Wentian, tears streaming down his face, but with a relieved smile in his tears. "Everyone says my son can't practice, but I, Qin Chuan, have always believed that when my son bursts into light, it will be enough for them to stand on the ground and look up." Qin Chuan's voice was full of excitement. With a son like this, what else could a man ask for? Although they are not his own son, they are better than his own son. The first place in the Jiutian banquet, I'm afraid that Bai Kibuksu is not even worthy of carrying shoes for my son. Qin Chuan still felt resentful about what the Bai family did in the past. He didn't care about the Qin family, but at that time, Bai Kibuksu wanted to humiliate Qin Wentian with the most cruel means. "Father, when Wentian won the first place in the Jiutian banquet, Bai Kibuksu and Bai King Song also looked down on him. Bai Kibuksu didn't even have the qualifications to participate and could only look up to him." Qin Yao said with a smile. "Father, everything is over." Qin Wentian took a deep breath. "Yes, let's talk while we walk." Qin Yao smiled. The people who escorted Qin Chuan turned around and left, and several strong men from the Emperor Star Academy who came with Qin Wentian also nodded when they saw Qin Chuan. Several seniors are Yuanfu realm experts from the Imperial Star Academy, and they are here to protect Wentian. Qin Yao explained, and Qin Chuan was even more shocked. Now that Wentian goes out, he is already protected by Yuanfu realm experts, which shows how much the Imperial Star Academy values Qin Wentian. The boy has finally grown up, which makes him extremely pleased. In the palace, in a luxurious room, Chu Xianjiao sat on the ground, looking at the dragon couch in front of him. There was a figure lying there. His face seemed a little pale. "Father, I am incompetent, watching you getting worse, but I can't do anything," Chu Xianjiao said with some guilt. "Don't blame you, I may go at any time. I will go to see the ancestor tomorrow, and I will leave the rest of the Chu state to you," the figure on the dragon couch said quietly. "Is the ancestor still there?" Chu Xianjiao asked. "Of course, but only the king can enter Longying Pavilion. This is the rule in our Chu family. After you succeed to the throne, go and see the ancestor. Although the ancestor does not care about the outside world, if the Chu family is really facing a life and death situation, the ancestor cannot ignore it. Also, if you have anything to ask, please ask your eldest brother. Although he is disappointed in me, he is also the blood of the Chu family after all." The man sighed again. It seems that the king of Chu is not as indifferent to the eldest prince as the world imagines. On the contrary, he has always known what kind of outstanding person his eldest son is. P.S. I recommend the new book 9 Heavens Dragon Art by the Mouse Who Married the Cat. At the same time, I continue to ask for monthly tickets. Brothers, support it. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.